Town of Pembroke Park regular commission meeting Wednesday, January 8th, 2020 at 7 o'clock p.m. Pledge of allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please. Commissioner Duval,
Here.
Commissioner Cohen,
Here.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Here.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Here.
Mayor Muhammad. Here. Okay, so,
Where is the town manager?
Yeah, we need our Public Works Director. He's here somewhere, and the manager's here.
She go get.
Talking about flooding.
okay.
It'll be go quick.
Yeah, we'll wait for them to come, because Todd should definitely be present
Yeah.
for that one. I'm just
Yeah.
looking to see if there's anything I can, if there's anything.
That's something, is it open for removal?
I haven't opened it yet, because I'm still looking through it. Okay. Number 4, additions, deletions, or withdrawals to the agenda. Does anyone have any additions or deletions or withdrawals from the agenda?
Yes. Okay, go ahead, Howard.
You gonna do it?
Yeah, I'll do it
Okay.
with the fire. We talked to Andre Parks tonight, the manager, and my Agatha Salters, and we decided that this is not the place to start explaining about, I'm here.
Yes, sir.
So we're asking to put that off to the workshop. And he gave us an update, but he could not be here, so it's more important that he come here personally and explain to the commission where we are with the litigation. And he's going to go and set a meeting, because that's the way we ended it with BSO, the last meeting we had. They were gonna get together with West Park. Then they were gonna set up a meeting, and they never did. So we're gonna ask them, what's going on. So that's where we are. So we'll take that off and reschedule it for the 22nd. What number is that, so we can give it to?
12C.
12C? Okay. I have, I'm sorry, go ahead.
He had one more. He was gonna pull number 12B.
What is that? Which one?
12B.
I don't have my thing's not working right.
Let's go to the paper.
You got 12C and
Paper's so much
12B.
easier.
You see me, I haven't looked, I haven't
Twelve.
looked pointed.
Okay, but there's a lot of residents here.
Okay, and those residents are here from my park, Howard, so they're gonna,
They're
so
gonna
it has
talk during
nothing to
public
do with you.
Oh, okay. Okay, but still, I think, okay, well, we
Okay.
leave this kind of open. If we need to bring it,
Yeah, if you
Todd
need
can
to bring it
explain.
for, yeah,
Because this is all about Todd giving an explanation,
Okay.
talking, and where he's at, and the manager and Todd doing a report.
well, I called for that report, so, but that'll be
Well-
discussed when we
Yeah,
get
it's
to that.
already, and so you called and I called for it, two of
Well,
us did.
not, you didn't call for it, I did, but anyways. All right, I would like to meet, may I?
Which one are you pulling?
7B?
You're pulling 7B? Okay. So you want it removed from the
Yeah, I would
consent
like to-
agenda, or you?
No, I would like to have that removed
From consent, right?
from the consent, correct. That's the master gardener?
Okay, so
Yes.
we are pulling 7B off of consent. We're possibly pulling 12B, and we are definitely pulling 12C.
And 11A, the last one can come off.
What was that?
On the old business?
Yes.
That one can come off. the termination, because you just need the first two. The first two, mutual release and resolution for
Okay.
the mutual release. You don't need the last one.
Need the,
Okay, so 12A part, the second part.
what is it, 12-8?
So 11B is what
11A.
is coming out. Like, there's no-
There is no 11B.
Yeah,
11A, the second
The
part. right?
very
thank you,
last
ma'am.
thing
Thank
on
you,
there,
Mayor.
Right here, this, that comes off.
And before we, I do want to make a comment, before we get into this with the drainage, we had an incident back, remember, in August? And the staff and the managers went around and looked at it all, and I called for a report then. So it'll be coming forward, so we'll get into the whole thing.
Okay, so you don't want, do you want it still as
I
a
want it to be
possibility?
up there,
or-
a possibility,
Okay,
so Todd can talk if he misses
Okay.
something.
okay. So we're gonna leave it there for the time being, and if we need to
Yeah.
table it, we'll table it at the end.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sounds like a plan.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
so you got that, Marla?
Yeah, motion to amend the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, I make a motion to amend the agenda.
Pulling 7B off of consent. Well, removing 7B off of consent.
And 12C and 11A, I think it is. Right?
Removing the second part of 11A,
Second part, okay.
Okay.
removing 12C.
Okay, and that will be to pull 7B off consent for discussion. Remove 11A,
The second portion,
the second portion, and remove 12C
until January 22nd.
till January 22nd.
Both of those to the 22nd.
And possibly the drainage one till the
Well,
22nd.
if you need to table it, you'll table it at that time. We'll leave it on. Okay. Seconds.
A second.
Roll call.
Commissioner DeValle,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes,
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to go to number 5, public comments related to agenda items and good welfare.
okay, would you like to, we have an audience of residents, concerned residents that are here, and I know there's a good few of them that would like to speak on the flooding that occurred on the 23rd, so if, who would like to start first? Eric? Would you like, huh?
Hector Colon is the first person that signed up.
Oh, that would be you. You have to go in order.
Okay, let's go in order.
She has your names, you gotta go in the order. And state your name for the record, please.
My name is Hector Colon.
You have to speak in the mic.
Yeah, my name is Hector Colon.
Okay. And you, did you get his name?
Mr. Colon, yes.
Yeah,
correct.
okay. And now you can speak, sir.
Okay, I'm here because I got flooded very much. My air conditioner, I don't know how is it called, the unit underneath where the
Speak a
air-
little bit
where the
more.
air conditioner
There you
flows.
go.
The ducts, the ducts got full of water and all that. My concern is I'm going to be getting mold. And on top of that, in the shed, I was doing construction, so I had sheetrock, plywood, and all that. It also got ruined. And the unit since then has been shut down because I tried to turn it on, no air was going through, so they told me I can burn or it may be burnt out. Who knows? I haven't gotten checked or nothing, so that's why I'm here. 'Cause
And you want answers, correct?
answers to yes, to why
Okay.
is it that we had so much water there?
Okay. So I guess, who would,
Let the next person speak.
let's go to the next person and then
The next person is Barbara DeRosa.
Barbara?
My name is Barbara DeRosa. I'm a resident of the Bamboo Lakes Mobile Home Park for many years, and I thought the worst was over, but apparently 2 weeks ago, we got flooded again, and I want to know why nothing was done.
You could speak a little bit more. Okay,
Well, I'm short, so.
and you're here also for answers, am I
want
correct?
answers. Why wasn't anything done? We had flood advisories and everything. We were alerted ahead of time, but yet nothing was done. And a lot of people had damage that it's terrible. Personal property, cars. It's awful. So let's hope that something gets done once and for all, okay?
Thank you. Who's next? Martel?
I'm Eric Morissette, and thank you for taking your time. We would like to know in the park, because we have had several floodings through the years, and then the city installed this wonderful pump that really did the job, and everybody was happy. And during the hurricane, we had no worries. The lake's level was lowered in due time, and we rode through the hurricane with no problems whatsoever. This time we're on the storm watch, actually 4 days ahead of the incident, and water level was high in the lakes, and here comes the rain, and at that time it's too late to turn the pumps on. They cannot deal with a foot of rain in such a short period. And we just wonder, all of us, because we all suffered damages to our property, and we have suffered that in the past again and again. People had to change floors. They lost cars. They lost other property. That why wasn't it done this time? And what will the city do to prevent this in the future? And how can we have a direct emergency number that is answered, not by an answering machine, but by a real person when we have such an emergency again? Because time is at an essence here. We really need to deal with it when it happens or before it happens. So we'd like to know what you're going to do in the future.
And I thank you for sharing that. And I would like to say to all of you, because I know all of you, and I'm part of this because I was affected as well as you. So I want answers just like you want answers. So I took it upon myself, okay, and I met with our HR person who is now, and this is under investigation, who is investigating it, and we will get answers. And when we do get those answers, because she's going to write a report, have a report for us, that is public record. So you will have it in your hands. I also have pictures that I'd like to show the commission that I took, how they were, the flooding, how people were affected by this. Howard, I know, let me grab this. Here, I'm sorry. I'd like to give you one. Eric, do you want to show your... I don't have a lot of these because I made them for the commissioners, but these are the pictures that I took.
For your information, I filmed the pump at 5 o'clock in the morning.
But you have to speak in the thing. You have to speak in there. You have to, and just put your name back on the record.
Yeah, it's Eric Morissette. I video filmed the pump at 5 o'clock in the morning because I was told by the owner of the park that it was running. So I walked down there and I video filmed it, and it was not running. I was later explained that it was the electric pumps that he meant that were running, but they are not inside our park, so we wouldn't know that if that's true or not.
Mm-hmm. And Eric, and to answer that question, that's why I'm having this investigation done by the HR.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I thank you for being here, and I thank everyone. And who else is going to speak?
Next is Andrew Moore.
Andrew?
Mr. Moore? Jeanette Pantalone.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, thank you for having us tonight. My name is Jeanette Pantalone. My question is, I lost personally 3 cars, brand new cars, to flood damage and mold. I came home from vacation to find out that this happened. We have air duct damage that it's new, and I want to know who's going to be responsible for that. You know, I'm losing income because my car is my income.
Right.
So I need to know who's going to be responsible for this damage.
And I'm going to answer it again. It's under investigation, with HR, and when we get all that, it's gonna go, you will get that information, and
Thank you.
that's guaranteed.
Thank you.
The last speaker, I'm very sorry, I can't really think your first name, but it's, I believe the last name is Bagnall.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Guy
Good
Vigneault.
evening.
I reside in the Bamboo Park. It's the same problem that my neighbor, everybody here. And the front of my house, a lot of water. It's very big problem. Next time, the last time, I scrap my equipment, all equipment is scrap. I work for my equipment.
What damage did you have, sir?
My scissor, cutter, the tool equipment,
Okay.
everything. Okay.
And then again, it's under investigation. So hopefully by our next meeting, which is next month, hopefully we'll have some news for those of you. If you want to come to our next meeting, hopefully we'll have some updates and some information.
Yes.
And
Just a lot of water, a lot.
yes, it was. Yes, it was. I took pictures.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
and thank you for coming. It's very important.
That was the last speaker.
And that was it. And Mayor, may I?
And when will the next meeting be?
The next meeting is going to be, Martel, can you please tell us?
Next meeting.
January
the workshop
22nd.
The workshop will be,
Yeah, the workshop,
and it's February the second Wednesday of the month. I'm sorry.
February
February 2nd, and that's going to be at 7.
No, the second Wednesday of the month. Let me just give you the date.
Wait, hold on one second.
Let me just give you the date.
February 12th.
It's going to be February the 12th at 7 p.m. And thank you. And Mayor, I thank you for letting our residents speak.
Oh.
And I look forward to hearing Todd's report as to
Yeah.
what happened
Mhm.
so that we can resolve this issue. And also, I'm glad our lobbyists are here so that they can know what to look for up in Tallahassee as far as funding to resolve the issues.
Mm-hmm.
Todd, you want to, Madam Mayor, let Todd respond, because he does have some answers, or he can give some background.
Yeah, do you want to give them some answers, Mr. Larson?
I'll give him,
He's our, this is our Public Works Director, so he's in charge of Public Works. So he's going to give you some information.
okay, there was a rain event that had, can you hear me?
Now, a little bit more. Pull it up to your mouth.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There.
There was a rain event on the 23rd that had, in the first 2 hours, in excess of 8 inches of rain. So you know that over half the ground is covered by buildings. So that's 16 inches of water in the area that is not where the house or the whatever is. Plus, there's also an issue, especially in that back section of the park, with water that comes off of the commercial district behind you. And that probably added another 8 to 12 inches of water into your park. There were some other issues that we're dealing with about where water should have been going better. The pumps, we had an issue with the pump too, that one emergency pump, which we corrected since then, that it started and then it quit. So we had an issue with that. We're trying to figure out what those are. And for other flowage problems that we had, that the water wasn't necessarily going where it should have been going, which had some effect. I'm not saying that it would have prevented flooding, but it may have reduced the flooding. And those are the things that we're trying to figure out and follow up on. Plus, we're also in the process of finalizing funding to stop that drainage from coming in behind you off of John P. Lyons Lane that comes in and floods from the backside of the park. Right. And right, it will run off across there if it gets deep enough, yes? And that's the other problem with that one section is so much lower that it's like a glass. If you look at it, I don't care how much water you suck out of the bottom, the top's going to get dry first. And so what we're doing is anything and everything to reduce flowage, because water was flowing from the parks to the east, Lakeshore Mobile Home Park, and from that commercial residential down across into your lakes also. And we've also got a grant that's just about finalized to deal with that water. Because as soon as we can draw the water away from you, we can handle the water that are in the localized areas. The water in the backside of the park, there's supposed to also be pumps in there that the park owns, which I don't think we're running either.
Well, they don't, haven't ran for years.
Yeah, and they should be run. That's the park is responsible for those. Yes, go ahead.
You can have to speak, Eric, and you have to state your name again.
Yeah, Eric Morissette. We do have some small electric pumps that are supposed to pump from the back of our houses down to the lake. But again, if the lake level is too high, the water has nowhere to go. You can't pump water into a full lake.
I understand that, but the lake did not overflow.
No, but the lake was very high before the rain came.
No, it was at just over 2 feet, or right at 2 feet when the rain started, which is the normal shut-off and what is allowed by law. Those levels are set not by the town. Those levels are set by the state water management district. It tells us what those levels are supposed to be. They may not have been low like they are in the middle of the winter, because it drops because it doesn't rain in the wintertime. But they were down in normal operating range, into normal operating range.
But before the hurricane, the water was deliberately pumped more than a foot down to make room for the expected water.
Right. There was a declared emergency on the hurricanes, and once they declare that emergency, I'm allowed to drop below that 2-foot level, but I have to have the permission of the Water Management District to do that. And we before the hurricane, we were down like 1.5 feet.
Yeah.
And that gives you a lot more freeboard.
So you don't get that kind of permission before a storm watch?
If there's not, I didn't get, normally through normal channels, I get a notice of storm watch, and I put staff on alert to be checking things, and that's why in the previous storms, you hadn't had any problems.
No, it worked real good since you installed the pump.
Right, but in this one, I didn't get the storm alerts, and I don't know why I didn't get them, and nobody called me until almost 8 o'clock in the morning. And as soon as I got there, I could direct and do things. But where I live, unfortunately, even though it's only 10 miles up the road, I got no rain. But Fort Lauderdale Airport had 8 feet of water standing on the runways. 8 feet. Because of the amount of rain they got in such a short period of time, it took 4 hours for that to drain down low enough that they could fly airplanes in and out of there again. And they still couldn't see the taxiways because they were still under 2 to 3 feet of water. Because there was so much rain in such a short period of time. So what we're trying to do is minimize you can't prevent all events, but you can minimize. And by these improvements that we're trying to get done, and we've been in the master plan for a long time, and we're finally getting to fruition because of, remember Irma, how bad Irma was as a windstorm.
Mm-hmm.
Because of Irma, there's been a lot of funding coming available. And we have done everything we can to get that funding. And we've already been notified this one projects are being funded. And just as soon as we get, each of the steps through the process, and we're in the final steps on most of those projects. So if we get those finalized, those projects will be built in the next year or so, and those will make major differences. Just like when we put that pump in, they're talking about over on 25th Street, putting a drainage pipe that is 50 inches in diameter. That's over 4 feet in diameter to drain the water away. and a pump to pump it away so that it doesn't overflow back into those parks and back into those lower lying areas. Those are the kind of projects we've been pushing for a long time. They've actually, because of the bad event of Irma, are actually being funded.
But that's
So-
all good news, but
That's all good news, but that's why we get back to this report, because what we're trying to follow up is what went wrong, how do you prevent it from happening again, how do you lock things down so people can't mess with it, how do you make sure that pump runs better, whether we have to convert it to electric so that it's quieter, so that it can run any time of the day and night without people complaining.
I don't think anybody would complain about it running if it saves them from flooding.
I understand it, but they do complain during the times that it isn't flooding, because even after the storm, when the water comes back up, because we pump it down, the groundwater, we're pumping like a low spot in the groundwater, and the groundwater slowly comes in from around us to fill that in, and it starts the pumps back up. If it starts up at the wrong hour, then people get upset because it wakes them up. So we're adjusting and working to get I've reset those so that they will come on, but hopefully I've adjusted the other pumps so that they come on just a little bit before, so that those don't come on in the middle of the night unless they absolutely have to. These are all the kind of things that we're trying to get into this report, and we're working diligently to get all the answers so that we'll be able to present to everybody what happened, what went wrong, what went right, what needs to be corrected, and what future adjustments need to be made to prevent this from happening. And we'll have that done as soon as we can get it. We will have it to everybody.
And I'll have that for you
She
from
will
the
make sure
HR.
that you
And I
get a
will make
copy.
sure that you get that and get all the information.
Thank you very much. But again, everybody have their questions about how they're going to pay for all this damage, and I hope you can find some way of maybe help people, because it's not the first time that people have to change floors in their homes and ducts and air conditions because of flooding, and many of these people are on fixed income and cannot afford these kind of repairs on a regular basis. I mean, I know it's not as bad as it used to be, but it just takes one time of flooding to ruin a house.
Exactly.
That's right.
May I say something, please? This is a very serious issue, and we're not going to solve it here tonight. What I'm recommending to the commission, and you have to do that, is that we come back on a special meeting just with this, because we have several drainage and flooding issues that's going on. Right now, we as staff, we're working with individuals to come up with a rehabilitative plan for this area, grants, all kind of different grants. There's several amount of monies that's come open from FEMA and others, and we are working on that. It will be part of my report, and you'll see the preliminary report from one of our grant writers, where but this is a special issue because it does not only just impact that particular mobile home, but it's all our mobile home parks, and it's also streets. And I would like to, when we get the report done, to bring it back so that it would give the community enough time to report on it, and we give you funding sources that we're trying to research. One of our lobbyists are here tonight, and he's aware of it. We brought him into it, and he's already looking in Tallahassee, and we also have grants that we're looking into. But we need a comprehensive plan here when it comes to drainage and flooding. So we're asking, and I'm asking the commission, if you would grant us a special meeting to come together to put it all together. We've already involved our building department, our code enforcement, because this has also affected a lot of the code violations that we have. So what we're asking, and this deserves a special meeting where we can have all of this, a thorough, comprehensive report for you funding sources available and all of that, but we would not be able to do that here tonight. And I understand, and we felt your pain because I walked the area. I walked your flooded areas. And we saw what went on. And we had an emergency meeting ourselves to discuss it, and that's what we know we need here. Because not only is the flooding just impacting that area, but we got 25, we got 30. It's just a whole comprehensive thing that we need here. And it's going to take us time to pull together a comprehensive plan for the town of Pembroke Park. So I'm asking the commission if you all could grant us time
I would,
to research this, bring it back, and then we bring all the citizens back in, not only just Bamboo, but all of the mobile home parks, because all of you have this issue.
and I agree with you, Mayor? And I agree with you, Madam Manager. And I think we should have a special. And I think, when are you looking at maybe having this special so our residents can?
Let them do their preliminary work.
Yeah, let's get it organized, but
Okay.
I have a
Yeah,
lot
we'll
to
get the
say
preliminary
also.
report out to you, and that way
Yeah, and-
you'll give you an idea of what the issue is.
And then I
we
can, gives me more time to
with some
talk with
time to-
HR and, yeah,
And whoever else you need to talk to
you
get
to
information.
make sure, because this is very serious.
Very
And
serious.
yes.
And so may I? Okay.
Go ahead, Howard.
Have they
Oh,
done
she
talking?
wanted to speak. Do you want to come up and speak?
Well, let Howard, I
Oh,
want to hear
I'm
Howard.
sorry.
I want to hear Howard first.
Okay.
Okay,
Give us one
We're
second.
gonna
I just
let her-
want to, give
we're
us
gonna
one
let
second.
her-
Un momento.
okay. As I told this commission in was it August, Todd, or it must have been August. Agatha, the first time you went out and looked, I told this commission, and I'm going to say it again, we already have a master plan that we have spent big, big, big money on. The problem is we have to implement it. It's already there. You don't have to go out and reinvent the wheel. We had engineers, Bill Landis and Peter Coonan, and they went out there. And my problem is the commission cannot lose the direction. We have to do something about it. And this was back in August when we had our first test again, and that water level came up. Now we got flooded out. All of us got flooded out, not just one or two people. And so there's something else at work here also. And that's what they're going to find out. And I'm glad HR's involved, the manager, the service director,
Commissioner Cohen.
and Clark, and the mayor,
Cohen, yeah.
and Jacobs, and DeVille. We all care about this extremely.
Absolutely.
Okay, but let me finish. Todd, what did you discover? So when we had the rain in August, let's say it's August,
Can I say something?
Well, just let me
Okay,
finish.
go ahead.
we knew that something was wrong. And so Todd and the manager went out and looked for answers back then, before we had this event. So Todd, what did you discover back then? You have to tell them the truth, what you found out, what happened with the valves.
Okay, yeah, when I did the inspection back in August, to check things out, I found that there was a valve that was closed that should not have been closed. And I ordered at that time that it be open and never closed unless I directly ordered it, which I have not directly ordered it.
And then what did you just find out?
When I got out there the morning, as soon as I got the
What
word
morning
that there
is
was
that, sir?
on the 23rd
Okay.
of December, when I finally got called, it was between 7 and 8. Within 20 minutes, I was there, and I found that somebody had closed that valve behind a locked gate. And that's part of my investigation, is to figure out why that valve is closed. I'm not saying it would have prevented the flooding, but it would have reduced the flooding because more water could have flowed across to the other lake. It might have made a difference 2-3 inches. I don't know. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. But every inch counts. every inch is damage.
So you all can understand this, especially Eric. Eric, the water flows from the east to the west. So when that valve was closed, that whole area couldn't flow out. And we flooded. That was part of the problem.
Right, the only water that went out was what was pumped out
And
at the
I
station
say-
there on 24th Street.
I say we're going to do more than that. This commission's going to lock those valves off where nobody can ever do that again unless that director gives him or her permission to do that. The valve was shut.
Right,
So that
there-
means the water came up, and I don't care what you wanted to do. It was not flowing across the street to the big lake where those big pumps were pumping it out. That was the first problem discovered. Okay, now, and I know you're going to put it all
Right.
down in a
And
report.
and the valve has to be there because you have to be able to close it for maintenance. But that's the only reason I close it, is for maintenance, or if the lake gets so high that you want to isolate the mobile home parks and pump just from the mobile home parks, you could do that. But that's the only time that valve should be closed. And so we're going to chain and lock it with big heavy locks so that somebody can't just come in there and easily cut them and turn that valve off, because it's not to be turned off.
And so that's going to be a motion tonight. I'll keep the item on here. We're going to lock those things down, and they can't be unlocked. Did you hear what he said, Shira?
Oh, I
They
heard. I
closed the
wanna know who-
valve.
I want to know who locked it, who has access.
Now, there you go. That's HR. HR, the manager.
Right. That's part of the
and Todd
investigation.
are
Well, that's
going to
part of the
find out.
investigation that I, am having done. Okay.
So there's a second point. The question to me was, you know that we have that diesel pump over there, which was determined by the engineers that we spent a lot of money on, that this pump, when it started to really rise, would help in putting this water out a different direction. And for years, that worked quite well. We might have gotten some water, but you never got what we just got. So that's the second issue. So the question to me has been, well, why didn't the pump turn on? Why didn't the pump turn on? It was raining, the water was coming up. Todd, why didn't the pump come on at 3 o'clock in the morning? Why didn't the pump come on at 3 o'clock in the morning?
The pump was not working in automatic.
Why?
Because I didn't know it at the time, but the repairman had been out there. There was a short in the control panel, and the pump would only run in the hand position,
I know.
and that the new part had been ordered and was on its way in, which was installed the day of the event, but it was like closing the door after the cows got out of the barn. It was done after the fact. It has been repaired. It is working in auto. There was another issue with that motor.
Listen to this. See?
There was another issue with that motor, that there was a oil pressure sending unit that was leaking and causing a short. That is why when it was turned on, it ran for a little while and then it stopped. That pressure sending unit has been repaired. Everything in there is currently working correctly. Part of the problem is there's one pump there. There's no backup. There's no. It's noisy because it's electric and I'm worried about people turning it to where it has to be run by hand because they're afraid to run it during the off hours. I don't allow it to be set that way. I order it be run on automatic. But if somebody orders that pump from one of my guys around me to be off, I don't find out about it.
Now here,
until I go down there and check something.
Commissioners, here's where we're at. That's part of the problem.
And that has to be dealt with.
Someone ordered that pump not to be on automatic. So the question to me has been posed, we're going to find that out. And it's coming out. And the whole thing is, everybody is saying, well, doesn't everybody know it rains at night? So how can you say don't run it at night? Am I right, Todd? You're
Yes.
the one on the hot seat.
And we
You
need,
better
we
explain
need to
it.
address those issues,
We're gonna, what we need
but
to do
those
is
are
we
all
need to
going to
have
be
a
in the
special.
report.
Okay, and may I just say one
Okay,
thing?
hold on. We're gonna call a special for this because it seems like there's a lot of things that need to come out, but we need to do our due diligence and do an investigation, both with HR, also getting our engineers out there to see what we can do to alleviate it and automate the programs that are on these pumps, which is what I know we were working on in the past.
And maybe convert so that it can run quieter, like on,
Yes.
with an electric motor with only a emergency generator or something as a backup, so that it doesn't bother the neighbors. I mean, anything we can do to make the system better
Okay.
needs to be done.
So let's do a special for that. Our lobbyists are here. They go up to session next week on the 15th, so they're hearing this as well, loud and clear. We'll get our engineers out here who designed the master drainage to look at it and see what modifications can be done.
But I have one thing I like to say. On August, that was the August meeting, that was August the 12th, and that was a regular commission meeting. And I raised my concerns then for that all our pumps and everything be monitored. Okay, so those minutes, are available for you guys. It's open record, public record. So if you want to look at those minutes, you can look at those minutes. You can ask for them.
Did you want to?
Yeah, I'm gonna,
Okay,
I got.
okay,
we
and then
can
we
go-
need to-
Yeah, but
because we're gonna
this
have a
is
special,
important
right?
because we,
I know.
besides the special, the people still have questions. All of them, this is just a
Well,
small
I know we
group.
need the engineers here to kind of
We
give
need-
some more
well,
answers.
and Todd can
the
answer
HR.
what he found and what has happened, and so can
Well,
staff. But let me
that's
just
why
say
we have an HR and who's doing the investigation,
the
Howard.
Manager.
Okay,
So
we're
let them
gonna-
do their investigation.
I would, at this time, I am going to make a motion, if I can. I got an item down there to
Okay,
do
so then
this.
we'll take that item now. That way
Let's
we'll
take
get it
it
out
up
the
and
way.
let's make some motions and do something here.
So we're gonna take out of order item 12B, master drainage flooding FEMA.
Okay. And this will all be in the report because there was more flooding, as the manager said, than just one spot. But there's some critical issues here. So I'm going to make a motion that Todd is authorized to go out, and they have a locking system where they can lock those valves where that nobody can tamper with them, shut them, open them up, unless he gives the written or expressed opinion or an engineer. So I'm going to make that motion that we look into and we purchase that locking equipment. Todd, and how much do you think something like, well, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so discussion?
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
so Todd, what do you think something like that would cost?
I haven't researched it yet, but I'm sure I can probably get it for probably under $1,500 for the, because there's one, two,
Can you speak in the mic, because I can't
I'm
hear you?
thinking, one, two, I think there's
How about we get back to the
about a
workshop?
half dozen, a half dozen
Okay,
valves
but
or
then, no,
something.
what happens if we have a rain and somebody
No.
goes out there and locks it and shuts it down again, Chris?
Well, he should be monitoring that anyways, Howard. That's
Well,
his job.
That's his job, and staff, and they'll come in and talk about it. And so it was motion made and seconded, and let's go out. I'll tell you what, my motion is that Todd go out and research and come back at the workshop in the next meeting with the amount that it would cost to lock down those, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4,
There's about a
5,
half a dozen, I don't know exactly how many
or
it is.
so gate valves.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the motion I made.
I'll second.
Roll call.
If there's an emergency, we don't have to go through this, and it's deemed an emergency.
I can't hear you.
I said, if there is an emergency, we don't have to go through this because that's deemed an emergency and it would fit within our emergency purchasing procedures.
Well, what shocks me is how anybody could,
Todd he just need to bring forward what it is, get the bids, the quotes,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's authorized.
well, I just made a motion to make it more fun. It's been seconded, it's on the
Okay.
dais, so call the roll, Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Cohen? Commissioner Cohen?
Yes, but it's part of his job. It should be done anyway, so. But I'll say, yes, of course.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark, Commissioner, Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
And then as far as Todd,
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
okay, as far as not letting the pump run at night, when we could drown in our beds, okay? What are you gonna do about that? What can we do about that? You're gonna give a written directive that you can't do that, it has to be on automatic?
There will be a written directive, that's being done, but there also will be, we're gonna make sure that it's locked down tight and limited access. Right now, there is relatively limited access, but we can lock it down tighter and do things to prevent tampering.
And may I, the water levels are high right now. Can you lower those levels?
I'll look at the levels and
Yeah,
make sure.
could
that
you
they-
go through the park and,
Yeah, because they should be dropping, because.
they haven't been dropping, it's still the same. So you might want to look at that tomorrow.
Okay, I'll verify the levels in the morning.
Okay, so, tonight, it's 12 o'clock at night. All of a sudden, we have another rainstorm like that. Is that pump, that diesel pump that's on the lake, is that going to come on automatically? Because I can't sleep.
It does. There's a float on there, Howard. That's the way it was explained to me. I had called Mrs. Salters last week at 1:30. It was Friday, I believe. It was 1:30 in the morning, or what was it? Yeah, 1:30 in the morning, because I happened to be out with my dog at 11 or 12:30, and I came back in the house, and at 1:30, I heard the pumps running. So I was wondering, I didn't know if there was a malfunction, something was going on. So I had her call Todd, and then he explained, yes, it comes on. Somebody had it set on automatic, so it would go come on. So
Okay, but
All
wait a
right.
minute, that's not my question.
Okay.
Todd,
And yes,
in the past, back in August, what was that, August what?
that was August 12th was the meeting, Vice Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to do something about this.
Absolutely.
And so, at that time, it wasn't set on automatic.
back in August, as far as I know, I can't tell you that it was set on automatic or wasn't set on automatic, but there's a good chance it wasn't, because I didn't get any complaints about it starting up in the middle of the night.
No, it was
So
there.
we can't have that
But-
happen anymore.
But it
That's
is,
the problem.
it is set on
Part of the
automatic
problem.
now, and it has, I've been verifying it with the guys that it is running on automatic.
Okay. So I just want to, Madam Mayor, this is pretty important for our residents.
Sure it
So
is.
can I make a motion that that pump is to be left on automatic, whatever whatever the code is, whatever they allow you to turn it on, the state or the county? So I'm going to make a motion that that pump, that diesel auxiliary pump, stay on automatic, like it should be, 24/7.
And also
It's a
that
motion.
Okay. But
the
also
water
let
is
the
lowered.
residents know that it will be running, and, we apologize for any inconvenience of the sound, but it is for your safety.
It is for
Yeah.
our safety. You got, even commissioners are living
we
right
gotta-
in there that got flooded.
And we got to keep an eye on the pump, that we make sure that we keep an eye on the pump at all times to make sure that we don't have a wiring problem, we don't have any kind of problems, maybe once a week or every couple of days, check it. So there's no reason why that pump shouldn't be on, because I know times it was on, and that was in August that I spoke, and it did not sound healthy.
That's right.
Okay,
Check it.
there was a motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any other further discussion?
No, just that I want to make sure that he's monitoring the pumps and the water.
Roll call.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs, Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
And then if I may, Madam Mayor, since it's brought up and they want to hear, there's some good news tonight. It doesn't help us for the past, as I feel the same way you all do. And the lobbyists and one of the other lobbyists are going to announce some good news for us tonight, because another part of the problem is John P. Lyons Lane Street, the water is coming and it's flowing over on us, and then it builds up. And we don't need that infiltration of that water. That project needs to be finished, complete. Half of it or part of it is finished, but not the whole thing.
Okay, so we'll let them go ahead into their report.
So that'll be in the report, okay?
The HR being, she's
That's
going to do the
important that he knows that.
investigate everything.
This is all important to
Yes,
them to
yes,
know.
it is.
We have a special.
That's why I'm having the HR do this, Howard.
This is my chance here. We've agreed that we're going to have a special to discuss this. There's a lot that needs to come about for it, but we also have a very long agenda tonight and things that we need to move forward with. So let's proceed on instead of keep kicking
Going
this
back
ball
and
around over and over again. We're going to have a special meeting. The investigation's going to be completed when we do this. We'll move on with this to take care of everyone, but this can't be drug out all night long. We got a lot more to go on.
Can I make one more point, Madam Mayor?
Point or
And that's it,
motion?
I'm done. Okay, and then the last thing that's critical to all our health and safety is that Southwest 25th Street needs to be completed as the master plan says, so that all this water doesn't flow over on us and we can get more water out. And that's all I have to say, and everybody is doing their research on it, and Todd has found a grant where we might be able to slip in that. So I can just say that staff, as you heard, the commission, all the commissioners are very concerned, and we are going to do something about it.
And one more thing.
We need to
I
move
have
on. We
one
really
more
do.
thing to
Hurry
say.
up, please. Go
Okay,
ahead.
these are my residents. Okay, and I was affected by this, so I just want to thank everybody for being here and showing your concerns. And again, it's under investigation, and as soon as I get the news, I'm going to be out there sharing it with every one of you. And thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, if you could get the lobbyists up there,
Well,
maybe.
that's what
Connie
I'm trying to do,
Oh,
is get the
listen.
lobbyists to do their report so that they can inform them before they leave. So
Well,
that's what I'm trying to get through.
they need
Okay,
to
6A
hear all the
lobbyist report,
points.
Vice Mayor Clark. Dave Seegerson, can you please come up and do your presentation?
And Connie. Connie has the news.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. David Sigerson, consultant for the town. I'm joined by Connie Banash, who is also a consultant for the town who specializes in appropriations matters. On your backup, you were emailed the reports for November and December for the entire lobbying team, also an update on annexation that the Vice Mayor and I prepared. I know you have an extraordinarily long meeting, and so I'm just going to sort of summarize where we are on the annexation situation real briefly, and just to say that, well, we seem to have dodged a bullet this year in that West Park did not, ask for a local bill to be filed, but we do have to be ever vigilant on that area, because we know, we've listened to their discussions, we know that they want to move ahead with this issue. But having said that, the other piece that I'll just talk about real brief or mention to you is that I have drafted an annexation bill. It is in bill drafting. We are moving forward with our sort of our proactive offensive to try to put language into state statute that will protect the town in the long run. And then beyond that, we are monitoring a list of bills which are also mentioned in the reports. Tidewater picked out some bills that they are specifically focusing on. Richard and I have discussed for a specific reason which I won't go into, and then myself and Bill Helmick will be covering a list of other bills that generally affect local governments, mostly in negative ways, so we have to watch them, and other things that we monitor that would specifically affect the town. Now I'm going to introduce Connie Vinash, who has some good news for you. Connie, you're up. Unless anybody has questions of me.
No, just
No, we
Happy
don't want
New
to hear you. We wanna
Happy
hear
New Year.
Connie, the good news.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. I appreciate your, is that better? A little lower?
I can barely hear you, though.
Okay. Thank
It's
you
on.
for your consideration and for allowing me to speak with you tonight. Monday's agenda on January 13th, the town has two of their projects up on the agenda in the House Agricultural and Natural Resources Appropriations Subcommittee. It is the John P. Lyons Stormwater Pumping Station and the Community Garden Facilities ADA Pathway and Lighting. You have two other projects coming out of that are referenced at this point in time on a transportation on the House side, and it is your County Line Road Safety project as well as the Town Hall hardening. When I left tonight to come down here, that transportation agenda had not been published. I don't know if they're going to be on it or not. We're following through with that. And then your fifth project is your septic to sewer. That'll will be reference to the Agriculture and Natural Resources Appropriation Subcommittee too. That has not been placed on an agenda. They are referenced to these committees. We continue to watch these, continue to work with your legislative delegation to get these on the agenda.
Okay, so,
The-
Madam Mayor, let's all give her a big hand because we need
Thank
John P. Lyons done.
Yes, yes.
Get that grant for us so we can finish up that project and help our lives.
The agenda has 125 appropriation projects on it, and for a 2-hour window to be heard, so it's going to be a really tight committee. I'm expecting the other committees through the week of the first week of session to be packed with appropriation projects. At this point in time, there are over 1,600 appropriation projects filed in the House. As far as general bills, the House has over 500 bills filed, and the Senate has over 700. Preemption is, as Dave was mentioning, still active in Tallahassee. Last year, I believe they had almost 20 bills for preemption. A lot did not pass. They still have that wave to continue that flow, so we're going to be watching that to prevent any further damage to help, the town be whole. So I pleased to, provide this information to you. We have already provided Representative Jones' office with talking points and backup documentation to assist with his presentation of your projects on Monday.
Well, show them our pictures.
Oh,
Okay.
yes,
Good.
yeah.
The pictures of the flooding.
Yes.
That's why I
Partial.
gave it to you.
That's just a small part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So on behalf of my business partners, Dale Melita and James Spratt, we really are grateful that we are able to represent you in Tallahassee and bring your issues to them. And we enjoy working with you and your staff, and we appreciate everything that you do. Thank
Well,
you very much.
thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. I just want to sort of for your edification, the process in the House, and we probably explained this before, but the new process in the House is that every appropriations request is filed as a standalone bill. This bill on the House side must be heard in a committee to which it is assigned, at least one committee to which it's assigned, in order for it to be able to be in the budget. Now, so it's a big step forward, the fact that these bills have made it onto an agenda, because I think last year probably half the bills never even were heard. So being heard is sort of a big step. It means you're qualified to be in the budget. It doesn't guarantee that you'll be in the budget, but it is an important step. It is an important first step. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And you said that qualifies us?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Eligible.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Dale.
Yeah, thank you for being here tonight.
I'm sorry, I don't
Dave.
know. I have Dale on my mind right now because when I see Connie, I always see Dale. That's what it is. Thank you, guys, and hopefully we'll see you up there for one of the action days, legislative days, or Broward days, or something. Yes.
Could I ask, is anybody from the commission or the manager's office planning to come up for Broward Days? Do we?
I don't know yet.
What time, yeah.
It's the 21st and the 22nd.
Yeah,
Is
it's
it,
coming soon. It's early this year
Is it,
during the
what,
process.
when is that? What month? Is that?
month.
Oh, this
This month.
They
It's,
start
it's
next week.
did you say the 21st and 22nd? I don't have my calendar, but
won't
it's
be
something
going.
like that.
We'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll let you know, David.
Yeah, please do. Thanks.
Because the League of Cities is also having their days, and then the League of Mayors is having their days as well. The League of Mayors is coinciding with the Broward days. Here, okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you guys very much. I don't know if you feel like staying, but I just wanted you guys to hear that bit of information regarding John P. Lyons and getting the stormwater dealt with. Oh, okay.
You take this staple part, it's stapled on the right
Oh,
side.
okay, thank you. Okay, take one, pass it down. Okay. Consent agenda,
I thought you,
we didn't get to it yet.
Because we took,
Okay.
I think we're going to say thank you for tonight, and let's keep the communication open, so we
I will
know.
be communicating with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You have my word.
Thank you.
Okay. 6B, monthly report. You're on here
have before
twice.
you the monthly report. Not gonna go through reading everything. It's broken out where you can see what was accomplished during the month, the goals for next month, the short-term goals, long-term goals, and attached to the very end is a special project report for housing rehabilitation program and infrastructure funding presented by DC Strategies. It's attached behind there. We're working on several grants where we're gonna apply for the town.
Oh, good.
And there's about $100 and some million that have been provided that the governor have set aside. And I'm going out to register on the site, so whenever it's time to apply, we will have that information. But we want to do this comprehensive rehabilitation plan.
Where's our Commissioner Clark is not here?
Fine, he can, we're gonna continue
Oh,
on
okay.
without
To
him.
help
We have a long
with
agenda.
the housing, the mobile homes. We also contacted them to get the mobile home assessment guide that they have where it pertains to FEMA and like a checkoff sheet as to where we need to be. You talked about the FEMA, but we have quite a bit of, FEMA gave us a letter and we have gotten our floodplain approved, which is a good thing. And they've added in some extra ones. But that's it. You can read through it. You have any questions, please let me know. And while I'm doing my report too, when you approved the comprehensive study that HR was doing, you wanted the town engineer, and we have posted that to be advertised. The HR, they're using that. We are going through the job descriptions with the employees.
I'm sorry, but I want to know where Commissioner Clark is. You should, huh?
He's outside. It's
Did he leave?
We're continuing on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, Madam Manager.
We have
I didn't
been
think you
going
could get up
over
and
the
leave.
job
Okay.
descriptions with all of the employees, and they're signing them. And then eventually, we do have a evaluation that we've come up with, and we will be running that by you as well. But we do have a performance evaluation that we've come up with. So we're moving forward and and we're working on the policies, and we will bring those to you, and we will ask you for a special workshop to go over that, to have those approved. And that's it. Any questions, I'll entertain them.
Fine. Number 7, consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, which is item 7A, 7C.
To approve it? Is that the one I'm taking off, the one,
That's why I said 7A and 7C. You took off 7B.
7B, okay.
So
So
7,
I'll make a motion to adopt.
agenda item 7A and B, A and C.
Everything but those.
No,
Everything but the one that I had you
A and C.
remove.
Just say A and C.
Mine was 7B, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a second for the consent agenda for 7A and C?
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Cohen?
7A and 7C, I just want to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes. Okay, item 7B, Master Gardener. You asked for this item to be pulled, which is a resolution of the town supporting and authorizing Miriam Jacquez to apply as the volunteer for the Florida Master Gardener Program.
May I speak on this, please?
Yes.
The reason why I'm pulling off the agenda, because I just don't feel like we should be having staff go out and doing this 8-week I think it's 8-week class, because I think we need to be really focused more on what's happening with this town, because outside the community garden, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Okay, there's a lot of code violations out there, a lot of stuff, and I think our eyes really and our focus should be on the outside, and that's the only reason why I'm not going to be in favor for this.
However, Madam Mayor, this is on her own spare time. This is not during working hours, I understand. Is that correct? Someone answer, Todd?
I don't know
Yes,
that.
these are evening classes.
So this is her own time. This is not during working hours, because that came up and I said no. And so this is on her own. And Todd, how do you feel about having someone that has that qualification?
The qualification would help tremendously with our grant applications and with the operation of the community garden, because it teaches some of the means and methods that need to be used over there, and also would enable her to be able to help and maybe teach some of the future classes that we do.
Then let me just say, we had an arborist, something similar to this, and he's gone. So we would always go to him, and we would get information. Madam Manager, you never met him. He was our arborist. So when we put in those first set of trees, he was right there in the middle of it, and he would help. So it was a tremendous benefit to have someone that took their own time. I believe he did it on his own, and we had that asset amongst us. So that's what this is all about, giving people a chance and letting them move forward and get better at their job. And unfortunately, we don't have that, so we need someone to take that replace. So she is willing to go on her own time,
And the town's paying for it, correct?
and the town would pay for it, I think less
For the
than.
class,
The
not
class.
for, not for overtime for her to be in the class.
Correct.
Okay.
So.
So
I-
the amount is not to exceed $500 for the application fee and the related expense for her to participate in the program.
It's like 1,500?
No, 500.
Oh,
Under
500.
Under 500.
And may I say something?
Okay.
Ms. Miriam is an exempt staff. She does not get overtime.
So,
Okay, okay.
This is to better us.
and you need people certified in the parks as well, because we've lost our arborists. We do need to get someone
Well,
certified out
that's
there.
where
And I
she's
also want to
working
send.
towards that, and that's a big benefit.
Well,
So
I just
call
want-
the question,
I
Madam.
just want to make sure that, okay.
Oh, I'll make a motion
Let
that,
me go ahead and read the resolution since it was pulled from the agenda. So it's a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of River Park, Florida, supporting and authorizing Miriam Jacques to apply as a volunteer for the Florida Master Garden Program, authorizing payment of Master Garden Program expenses for Miriam Jacques, providing for severability, superseding conflicting resolutions, and provide effective date, whereas the town owns and operates agro-eco gardens and centers, which are comprised of its community garden and food, forest garden, and a learning center to provide various wellness programs and learning opportunities for residents of the town and surrounding areas, and whereas University of Florida's Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences sponsors the Florida Master Garden Program with a mission to train volunteers to assist in providing research-based horticulture education to Florida residents, and whereas it would be beneficial to the town of Pembroke Park to sponsor an individual to apply for the Master Garden Program to gain expertise in gardening best practices to help organize, maintain, and operate the Echo Gardens and Centers. And whereas the town employee Miriam Jacques has expressed her interest in expanding her community involvement by helping the town with the Echo Gardens and Centers, and has volunteered to participate in the Master Gardener Program. And whereas the town appreciates the willingness of Miriam Jacques to increase her community involvement and desires to sponsor her application for the Master Garden Program. Now therefore be resolved by the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, Section 1, that the town hereby authorizes and sponsors the application of Miriam Jacques as a volunteer for the Master Garden Program through the University of Florida Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences. Section 2, that the town authorize the payment of the application fee and related expenses for Miriam Jacques to participate in the Master Garden Program in an amount not to exceed $500. Section 3, if any clause, section, or application in this resolution is held by any court of competent jurisdiction, be unconstitutional or invalid in part of an application, shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of the applications of this resolution. Section 4, that this resolution shall be enforced and take effect made upon its passage and adoption.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, what, because I'm a little confused on this, what is her job description? What is this going to be, working in the garden? I mean, okay.
That's not her job description. I can't get my hands on it right now, but we just went over her job description on Tuesday. And that is just one thing to supplement to help us apply for the grants when it comes to receiving the ones with Argo Eco.
Okay, I just want to make sure that this is not going to, I don't want to remove staff and have staff working in the garden when there's so much work outside the garden that needs to be done and that we need to focus on.
Well, the new job description, it has refocused her job.
Oh, okay.
And once we get all of them and all of them signed off, we will be bringing them to you all to see. And you will see that we are really, her job has really been refocused.
It's
Okay.
comprehensive about all the things she
Right.
is and should be doing.
Okay.
What we're doing with the job descriptions is we're making sure that what they're supposed to be doing by positions are being done, and they're actually signing off on them.
Oh, good.
And so that's when the evaluations will come in, and now we can hold them accountable. You cannot hold people accountable if they do not know what they're supposed to be doing. So her job description now is fully comprehensive and
As she put it, was it beefy?
beefy. Yeah, we
Yes,
did a
she
lot of
has
stuff.
big job.
and
It's
my-
been beefed up.
And so my question to you, Madam Manager, so do you support this?
I support it.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Okay.
And then, can I just say one other thing? That, I'll probably say two other things. Oh, okay, call the roll. I think I've said, I already made that motion, didn't I?
Yes.
I motioned to adopt, and it was the second.
Okay.
Jacob second.
Okay.
And
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes, thank you. Number 8A, resolution authorizing payment of certain services, materials, and supplies. So this is the reoccurring expenses that we adopt every year. I'm assuming they've been adjusted for inflation or whatever cost we have.
So what do you need?
It's a resolution.
Oh,
What
okay.
is it?
Ready
Where
for,
we
you need
at?
it? Here, can I just give you the hand copy?
I'm catching up.
On paper, sorry.
Okay, resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing the payment of certain services, materials, and supplies which are procured on a regular recurring basis for fiscal year 2019 to 2020, ratifying and confirming private payment of expenses, providing for severability, superseding conflicting resolutions, and provide effective date. Whereas the Town of Pembroke Park procures certain services, materials, and supplies on a regular recurring basis, which procurement is in the ordinary required for the operation of municipal government, whereas requiring the Town Commission to review and approve the recurring monthly expenses would be an unnecessary administrative burden for the town of Pembroke, the town and town staff. And whereas Section 2-125 Pembroke Park Code of Ordinances provides that the Town Commission may authorize payment of regular recurring expenses by resolution from time to time in order to streamline the procurement process. Now therefore be resolved by the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, Section 1 of the Town Commission authorizes a monthly payment for the services, materials, and supplies listed on the attached Exhibit A for the fiscal year 2019 and 2020 without their submission of invoices for individual approval pursuant to the provisions of Section 2-125 Borough Park Code of Ordinances, Section 2, that the town budget and finance director is authorized and directed to provide for the monthly payment for the services, materials, and supplies listed on attached Exhibit A. Section 3, the town commission hereby ratifies and confirms the prior payment of the services, materials, and supplies of attached Exhibit A, which were paid for the period between October 1, 2019, and the date of adoption of this resolution. Section 3, that if any clause, section, or other part or application of this resolution is held by any court of competent jurisdiction to be unconstitutionally invalid, if in part or in application, it shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions or application of this resolution. Section 5, that this resolution, that all resolutions and parts of resolution conflict herewith being the same by hereby superseded, extended such conflict. Section 6, this resolution shall be enforced and take effect upon its passage.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney?
Yes. The next item is wiring the town hall for a new phone system.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Mark Pakula, IT Director. Basically, I'm asking for your approval for the, this is a budgeted item, for the final part for wiring the town for our new phone system and for other areas around the town that we're moving some people around. Hold on.
Go ahead and read the resolution. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, it's a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Prince Park, Florida, authorizing the town to make an internet agreement with the telecom for telecommunications, cable installation services, authorizing the manager to execute said agreement for and on behalf of the town, superseding conflicting resolutions and provide an effective date where it is necessary to remove and replace the existing telecommunications cable system for the first and second floors at Town Hall to accommodate the new telephone system being implemented from Comcast Communications, whereas the town staff has solicited proposals from qualified vendors to complete the project in accordance with the requirements of the town procurement ordinance, and whereas the town staff has reviewed the proposals received for the project and recommends that the town select the proposal submitted by Telecom in an amount of $4,105 for the project. Now therefore be resolved by the Town Commission of the Town of Prince Park, Florida, Section 1, that the town is authorized to make an entry of the agreement with the Telecom Inc. for labor and materials required for the removal and replacement of telecommunications cable system on the first and second floors in the amount of $4,105. Said agreement being on file with the interim deputy town clerk, member represented party hereof. Section 2, the mayor is the town manager is authorized and directed to execute and deliver said agreement for and on behalf of the town. Section 3, that all resolutions or parts of resolutions conflict herewith being the same by superseded to extinguish the conflict. And Section 4, that this resolution shall be enforced and take effect upon its passing adoption.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney?
Yes. I'm going to skip around a little bit because I forgot that little cutie pie sitting back there.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to take 12G, waiver of park fees for nonprofit entities.
What number is that?
12G.
12G?
Even though I'd like for him to stay until the end of the meeting so I can play with him, but I know that it's getting past his bedtime. So basically, in the past, we've waived the park fees for nonprofit entities. Tom used to do that where it didn't come before the commission, but we've never authorized somebody else to do that in place of Tom because Tom was the Parks and Recs director. So there are two organizations that would like to use the parks in the near future. One is, it's called Baby Mamas. They are a postpartum group, and they'd like to have a meeting on January 12th. And they usually have a meeting about once a month, and so they would like to use the community room for their meetings. And then also Doing Good in the Hood, which is who we partnered with for the toy giveaway. They'd also like to use the park to do events like grocery giveaways and things like that, toiletry giveaways. And so
And when is this?
they're
For one time? Because if we do it for one, we have to do it for all. Because we have a lot of other people from other,
that's what we're trying to get
that's
to.
the only I would
Let her finish.
Okay.
That's
go
what I'm
ahead.
trying to get to. So we've
Okay.
had to, that's why I'd like to kind of authorize Chris to be able to do that when they do come in, if they are a nonprofit entity, to waive the fees, because we've waived them for the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, the homeowners associations, and such. So Doing Good in the Hood is looking to do an event on January 26th where they give out toiletries and hot food. They're looking to do a mothers group once a month in the park.
Okay, so my question to that would be, insurance. Are we responsible? I mean, as far as if somebody gets injured or,
Yeah, no, prior to them doing
they have their-
their agreement, we have worked up an agreement before where we allowed individuals to use the park.
Okay.
Before, and we just have them state that they're going to indemnify the town if there's any, any injuries or anything related to their use.
that wouldn't affect us?
Right, and then what the mayor was discussing is that we would like to develop a policy so that in the future, would have an application, and if check all the boxes, that the town manager could just sign off on allowing these nonprofits to use the park facilities, provided that they're, legitimate nonprofits, and then that way we wouldn't have to come for the commission.
Yeah, and another thing, Madam Mayor, this would help our count. So when we're looking for this grant soon from the United States Department of Agriculture or the Agriculture Division of the state of Florida, they need our counts, and that's where Todd is now taking counts, and this would help us out. As long as everybody, makes sure that they're doing it, and he can attest to it, because it'll come down to that. So we've done it in the past.
Is this just like a one-time thing, or is this going to be an ongoing?
Tonight, you're only going to approve it for once.
Okay.
These January
Because-
events, and then, but hopefully by the workshop, we'll have something.
When are you looking to do the 1K? Okay, sorry, I'm sorry. Can you come to the mic? Oh, he's sleeping. State your name for the record, sorry.
Shayna LeBeat.
It's all right.
Sorry, your name is?
Shayna LeBeat. It was February 20, I believe it was the 23rd.
What is it?
February 23rd.
23rd.
Are you
It was
a
a
resident
1K.
of the town of Pembroke Park?
Yes, I
Oh,
am.
okay. Robert, what is it, February 23rd? Okay.
It was
And what
like-
time would the event be?
It's 2:30 to 5.
2:30 to 5?
Correct.
And Chris, you're going to draw up something that, so we're not held responsible for any accidents or
But we
anything
could
that
do
can
it
occur?
one event at a time. I think that's better than we have a
Yeah.
better handle on it. So it doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah.
But the idea is, though, to make it so once the application and the procedures are adopted, that it can be done administratively by the staff. It doesn't come back to the commission each time. You obviously, it'll help you also keep track of it better, too, because you'll know when they are, so you'll have backup documentation in case you need that for your grant application.
Yeah, but you have to remember what Gina said is true. Once we do that with one, then we have to allow it for everybody. And
Because I have residents that would ask to use the parks and they had to pay and they could not, and this was one time was on, working, so
why
that's
don't
the
we
only
leave
thing
it-
I have
Why
a
don't we leave
problem
it
with.
to, do they come up each event, and we have to disclose it, and then let staff handle it. We approve it, and then we keep going. Like same with the professional
And they have to be a
firefighters.
resident of this town.
Well, or they have to have
Well,
approval
they have,
from the
yeah,
from
they
the
have to be
town.
a resident.
Well, Doing Good in the Hood was not a resident of the town. They got us the toys for our toy giveaway.
Okay, and I didn't know that, so where are they from?
They're a company based out of, a nonprofit that was based out of Atlanta, where she's a teacher now in Holland Village. And we asked her to use her non-for-profit to allow us to get toys, because of the fact that they are a nonprofit entity and we needed to have a nonprofit do the application to get the toys. So I'm not asking for a waiver for everyone. What we're asking for is for the nonprofits to be able to get waivers, not for the residents who are doing regular birthday parties, baby showers, and things like that, but for those that are doing a benefit for the community, i.e. they deal with postpartum mothers. Doing Good in the Hood, they provide services to low-income families. So these are the people that we're asking to waive the application fee for, not for normal day-to-day events, but for people that are trying to provide services to the community.
And this would be just a one-time?
Well, they're
because
looking to
we can't
use-
let
We're
this get out of
monthly.
control.
We're monthly, every month we're designate a date and we have a topic.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
We have a topic every month that we go over. We have activities for the moms and for the babies. And then it's a monthly, once a month, that we will be looking to use the facility.
Yes, and we also, like I said, we also do it for the homeowners associations when they have their monthly meetings as well. And so this is a organization that is from the town that benefits mothers in
Yeah,
the
I'm
city.
gonna say she's from the town.
Yes.
But anybody from outside, I know Hollandale, I don't think they allow, you have to live in Hollandale in order to use their public parks and, no?
No.
Oh.
Well, and we also do it for
Even
the-
Miramar, like, we've done events in
Yeah.
Miramar as well,
Yeah.
and we have
Oh,
nothing
I
to do
don't-
with Miramar.
Yeah.
I just don't, if, you gotta be careful. You do one for one, then you have to do for all.
But then again,
We've used the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts, they've used the parks as well to do events, and they're not based out of us, they're in Hollywood.
Okay.
and on the agenda, I have the agro-eco, but that's all about the professional firefighters of South Florida. They're going to be doing things also. So we've given them permission, so let's do it on case by case.
Case by case.
And I say yes for mamas, especially with that little one looking over here at me. So,
Okay, so do you want to take one
One at a
organization?
time.
One at a time.
Organization at a time, or one event at a time, because they need to.
One event at a
oh,
time.
okay. One event at a time to start, whatever.
That would mean you'd have to do it every single month.
Yeah, so let's give them, I think we've done it like 6 months or a year. Give them a year of
I'm not
policy
gonna-
agreement.
Chris, how do you feel about this, attorney?
A year.
A year?
It's up to you to decide how many,
that's
what
what
procedure
we-
you want to use. So
that's what we've
if
done.
that's what we want to do.
Year. I would say, I'm going to suggest a year. And that gives them a time to get in here and do their thing, and then we could reevaluate. Same what we do with Macaulay Capoeira. Same thing. So we're already doing it, and professional firefighters right there. So I say, let's do it a year. Let him, right now, approve it for the month, and then he'll come back, the attorney, with a policy that we could go further and waive the fees, and
I
that's
think
on
we
right,
should-
Madam Mayor, so tell me, I'll make a motion or
I
somebody.
think we should do it for 6 months.
Well, we'll just start with the monthly, sorry.
Well, she has two events, and I know they need to advertise, so that's why
Okay.
they
So let's
have the
go-
one
okay.
for this week or next week, and then they have the one for the 23rd.
So let's go 6 months.
6 months.
Is that okay,
Yes.
Madam Mayor? Okay, so what do you need tonight? Just a motion?
Yeah, do a motion for each one. Just saying, motion authorizing baby mamas to use the park facilities without paying the facilities fee for a period of not to exceed 6 months.
Okay, so I make a motion that we authorize baby mamas to utilize all the parks, streets and roads.
No.
No, just all of the Oglesby Park or Preserve.
Community
Okay,
room and the park.
For 6, in the community room over there for 6 months. And then in the interim, town attorney will come up with a policy for them or a
I
contract.
don't need to put that in the motion, but yeah.
Okay, so what do you want, and is that motion too far, too much?
Yeah, just
Just
basically.
give them,
Just,
okay.
yeah, just let them, allow baby mamas to use the facilities free of charge without paying the facilities fees for a period, once a month for a period not to exceed 6 months.
Okay, so we authorize that baby mamas are allowed to use the community room at the Pembroke Park Oglesby Preserve for 6 months, 1 month at a time, and all fees are waived.
Thank you.
Can I ask you, how much are the fees?
They're $75 per event.
Okay.
So they're going to get 6 events.
Okay, well, she has the monthly meeting, and then they want to do the 1K.
So-
So February's 2 events.
Okay, so I make a motion that baby mamas be authorized to do 2 events in the month of February, 1 in January, and then the subsequent months, one a month for 6 months.
Okay.
Does that sound all right, Attorney Ryan?
Yes.
Okay, and all fees are waived.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk, Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
That the application continues to come to the public service and that Chris administers it, but I think we need to have, it comes through the public
Yeah.
service department
Yeah.
and let him administer the program since it is part.
Yeah, but
Under
it'll
your
come-
watch.
Chris
Under,
McKay.
right,
Under
and
his,
the
McKine,
director.
under his,
Yeah.
And your watch.
under his department
Everything
head.
from you goes
watch,
there.
Yeah,
And her, and you.
me, okay,
You gotta get the diapers.
right.
Okay.
I'll buy him a pack.
Okay, so we got that.
Okay, and then the other one, Doing Good in the Hood wants to do an event.
What is it called?
Doing Good in the Hood. They
Okay.
want to do an event in January as well. They want to start doing regular events.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we allow doing the good in the hood, for what month?
They want to do something this month, I know of. They
January?
want to do something on a monthly basis as well.
For 6 months?
Yes.
Once a month for 6 months, starting in January and going 6 months.
Yes.
And this is who?
Doing Good in the
Doing
Hood.
good in the hood.
Okay, and what do they do? I don't,
They
do we have the
provide-
backup?
Let me make a motion in a second, then we'll have
Okay.
a discussion. Okay, so I make that motion, and waive all the fees. Is there,
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so Doing Good in the Hood, they provide the community with different goods and services, whether it's food, toiletries, haircuts, things like that. They just like to go out in the community and provide services, and they get a lot of their funding sources from different celebrities who sponsor the event.
Okay, as long as the town's not held responsible if there's, okay.
Okay.
Right, Chris? Okay, just want to make sure.
Roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk, Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
yes,
Mayor Mahoney?
Yes. Okay. I want to get,
go up to professional firefighters.
when are they?
That's the agro.
How many
eco.
events do we have going on?
A lot. Yeah,
Well, we have people here for a bunch of different
Oh,
things, so
okay.
that's why we want to, okay.
I mean-
So 12A Agro Eco Wellness Program,
Okay, so,
Okay.
as, I think the town manager delegated to Daughtry to sit in with the first meeting, and it was a very nice meeting, good meeting, and we're in the planning stage, and they want to do something to help the community also. And you want to come up, Keith, and explain a little bit what we're trying to do?
yes,
And,
12A.
and today I talked to Club Richelieu, and they are very interested in allowing them coming over at some of their events or all their events and doing what they do best, like blood pressure and all that. And so that's what we want to do. We're going to have another meeting with Club Richelieu, Park Lake Estates, because if they can get to go over to One Blood, and I asked them if they could also include our firefighters and DSO.
Oh, that would be nice
And that's
because we,
right, I didn't
you know,
leave
we
them
have
out.
to show respect. That's nice.
That's right. And
Yep.
so they agreed to that because they said I work for them. Okay, so this is what we're planning. I just wanted to disclose it to the commission. And they're already here. They do come out for free and work at the orchard. And they've done a lot of work, and they're very reliable. So this is where we're headed. I just wanted to disclose it. And the more we can do for our residents, the better. And so, is that okay with everybody? Do I need a motion? I probably should have a motion. Baby mama's got a,
But I want to know what, so how many, this is just one event that we're talking about, or?
no, they want to do numerous things, like what we did with Caparero. They would come over every week, and they would do exercises and wellness for them, and they loved it. And so this is similar to that. But we would, of course, disclose it. So we give them, let's do the same thing.
And all the commission would know about when
I
these
hope
events are
so.
taking
Especially
place.
baby mamas. Okay, so we would all have to know, everybody is welcome. And so why don't I make a motion for 6 months like what we just did? And then they can go out and plan it They are going to get together with Club
Mm-hmm.
Richelieu. So I'm going to make a motion that, what's your title?
President.
Professional Firefighters?
Association of South Florida, correct.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that they are going to get involved in different things for the community, starting with, they're going to have discussions with Park Lake Inc. and with Club Richelieu, and see if they can go and do some good in giving services to our residents, along with our firefighters, the BSO firefighters, and the police,
Well,
whoever
can-
it is. And all commissioners are welcome to come.
Can we give our BSO an opportunity to speak too, or do you want to, can they work to,
Well, that's what they're going to do, work together.
oh, okay.
That's what I asked.
Well, I
And
just
he-
want to make
and he
sure
said,
that,
Yeah, he says, I work for 'em."
because they are our police and fire.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You know,
And it's all
and-
about doing good in the community. So I made that motion for 6. They'll have the season to do the different things, so we don't have to come back every minute. We can tell the manager, tell Todd. I don't mind telling the commission every month that they're going to hold something. And so that's how we want to start off.
Well, you have
Can I have a
to
second?
disclose, I mean, we all have to know what's going on.
Well, that's what I would think.
Okay.
And I'm pretty good at that.
Second.
Roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille? Third Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
I don't know. Baby mama's helped caught my heart. Yeah, I'll say yes.
Mayor Mahoney?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we look forward to your event. When is it, this week or
The
next week?
14th.
The 14th.
Next week. Mhm.
Okay, perfect.
Could I also say, if all the organizations would get with our public service department, because we gotta keep a calendar so that you all won't bump heads, and that our
Yeah.
events will also be protected, because I'm not sure when the Easter thing is coming, but we gotta make sure that someone does not override that. as
And
well.
furthermore, account. We need those numbers. Director Larson?
Exactly. And we'll need their participation too when we do these events.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You want, it's all a big family.
Okay.
As we have in the past.
Thank you.
But I just want to make sure that you're going to be working with our BSO.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, good.
He has no choice. He gets his paycheck from
Exactly.
Right.
That's my primary employer.
I
saw
want to
that.
see, you know, I support our local.
And I saw it
police.
come,
Covered our fire
Gina.
department.
Yes,
Gina, I
okay.
saw that
Right
coming.
there.
You know that I would make sure that happened.
Because I don't support it if it's not
Right.
that way.
I told you that, right?
I have a lot of respect for our
Okay, we're gonna-
BSO.
Okay, so.
Thank
is
you,
there-
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We
Well,
passed it, is it?
Yes,
done?
that's done.
And thank you very much, Madam Mayor,
Okay.
for bringing these issues.
We're gonna do 12D and 12E so we can get these folks out of here. 12D Polo Club hardship request for extended hours license. Michael Miller, we've been going back and forth with this. I asked last time Michael to give us the fees for what. Michael originally gave us the fees for Hollandale and Hollywood, or Hollandale and Miramar. Which one was it?
We did a survey, Michael Miller for the record, town
Oh, we
planner.
did, okay.
We did a survey of quite a number of cities around us, and then we enlarged the study to include Fort Lauderdale, Pompano, and many other cities to give a range of what other communities charge for their annual fee for extended hours license. And they're kind of all over the place, but they seem to be based, the fee schedules for the cities seem to be based on the size of the facility, the number of seats, basically. Because you may have, we have 2 businesses in our community with extended hours license. Scarlett's has over 800 seats, and the Polo Club has 104 seats. So a big difference. Scarlett's operates basically 24/7. Polo Club currently operates very limited basis. So the background is in 2014, we updated the alcoholic beverage regulations for the town. And the manager at the time in the commission, wanted to upgrade the fees and modernize, if you will. And a significant increase in the annual renewal fee was placed into the code. And it applied uniformly regardless of the size of the facility. Prior to 2014, the annual renewal fee was $1,250 annually. The fee was raised progressively over a 2-year period to $5,000 a year. It's been paid by Scarlett's regularly. They have a bigger operation for their annual renewal. The gentleman that operates the Polo Club has not paid the annual fees since 2004. We've been asked.
2004 or 14?
14, thank you. Sorry, 14, 2014.
Wait.
When the fee was changed.
Yeah.
They've not paid since then. I was given a ledger tonight of the most current outstanding balance. The first year was a lower fee, and then it's been $5,000 since 2015. So currently, it's a pretty substantial number. It's bumping $20,000 between the annual renewal fees and some outstanding fees when they got their extended hour license in 2016.
Michael, is the application fee a yearly thing as well, or is it just?
No, the application and fee is a one-time event.
Okay.
Then there's an annual renewal fee. And what I had suggested when I did the study last summer was that you consider making an adjustment because of the differences in the facilities that have these extended hours license. And what I had suggested is, in looking at the survey data from the other cities, where we were at before for the smaller facility was like in the average, if you will, about $1,250. And for much larger facilities, a Cheetah Club, that kind of thing, a Scarlett's, they were
7-day-a-week club.
They were much larger fees. So that's what I would recommend that you do to modify, to begin the process of modifying the code to put in a separator, if you will, between, to recognize that there's different types of businesses. It's a little fairer. I prepared some draft language that you could consider. I would suggest maybe that we, based on the size of the buildings and the number of seats, it seems like the seats is where most communities regulate these types of things, and that's what I would recommend we move forward with. And then, of course, whatever you do, when you institute this, I think you need to deal with this particular business owner and make some adjustment once you agree to a fee schedule.
Yeah, because I know that.
Because it's been running and running.
It's been running, and I know that Chris had sent out a letter to them letting them know that we'd be taking legal action against them, and he came in and asked for the deposit so that we could adjust the fee schedule. I'm looking at your chart, and I'm a little confused. I like the handwritten chart because I'm trying to put the handwritten chart in relation to page 4 of your memo from July 26th. Is there a possibility of getting that chart on page 4 extended to include the handwritten,
Sure.
other cities?
Sure.
So that we can see
Yeah,
a
I was
full
just-
comparison.
that
Because
was it.
I'm liking Hollandale's numbers, but I'd like to see what the other ones are when you do the chart to say what the prices, what the amounts would be
Sure.
as a comparison. So, Chris, yeah, but I just want to make sure that Chris isn't taking any further legal action because we had only given him like 2 months.
Yeah, but, well, the representative appeared, as you recall. We asked him to come back and bring evidence, and they never replied again. So that was back in September.
No.
But we
He's
haven't
been
done-
calling me, but
Okay.
I told him that we didn't have it on the agenda for Michael because I was waiting for Michael to get the other numbers.
No further action has been taken.
So that's why I just want to make sure that nothing.
I don't think additional payments either. I was talking to Ms. Groom.
Yeah.
They haven't made any payments towards, not that they owe.
Well, no, because he was asking for a hardship waiver for those fees to get a reduction in those previous fees because of the fact that it was pricing him out because he is a small business and he couldn't afford the $5,000 a year, and that's why it's up to $15,000. I know he's made payments up to I think $1,000 towards the bill, but because of the fact that they are a small business, then they had that issue not too long ago, which has driven the business down even more because of the fact that there was a police incident on site. So they're asking, he is asking for a reduction in the fees on his previous fees for hardship. And I kind of want to give him his hardship request, but I want to make sure that it's in line with what the fees are going to be moving forward. But he's asking to make sure that no further legal action is taken while we deal with coming to a resolution on what numbers we're going to be looking at.
Mayor,
Yes.
also Mr. Andrew Reed is here.
Yes.
The moment you open public comment, he's interested in speaking.
Okay. Okay, so that's where we're kind of at with this. So Chris, if we put this on for the next meeting for the 22nd, would you, we just want to make sure that there's a stall on any further legal action while we deal with this, with addressing.
Whatever the commission directs. I mean, you haven't instructed us to go any further, so we haven't done anything waiting to hear what intentions were.
Okay.
So that's not a problem.
So we want to take it one step at a time, so I'll make a motion that there should be no further legal action from the town attorney, Ryan, regarding this matter, and what is the actual matter name?
Polo Club extended license fee.
Okay, and then what should we say, 6 months? I mean, you gotta have, what
We'll
do you
be
want me to do as far as time?
We'll be finishing, yeah, we'll be having this in 2 months. We'll
Okay,
be
so,
finished.
so put 2 months?
Yeah,
And then it
we'll be
can come
finished.
back up to the commission before anything happens. That's what I'm trying to do,
Yes.
is give you a definite.
Yes.
Okay, 2 months, so.
Yeah, because we'll have this next week.
Why don't you do by April 1st or something?
Okay.
You know, so like, give us a little more time, because we're coming up on the middle of January. This will be on the February for first reading, and then March for second reading.
So 3 months, 2 months? Tell me the time.
So,
Just no further legal action until the town commission directs us. That's-
Okay, so, okay, good.
but in the meanwhile, for direction for staff, you want this on the workshop, Mayor?
Yes.
And then we would like to have, instead of the handwritten, a typed ledger form.
Well, the
Okay.
study has a big chart in it.
Okay.
The mayor asked me to do some additional research quickly,
Okay.
so I was hand tabulating things, and I sent it to her immediately. But
Okay.
I'll just fold that into the big
All right.
table.
Yeah, because I want to see, like, you
Right.
see how you did the numbers for
Yep.
what each, based on the size would
Right.
be? I can't I'm trying to figure that out from the handwritten
That's
chart, like
okay.
Fort Lauderdale. What does that mean?
I'll make
'Cause I
it
see
easy for you.
Bottle Club versus Bar Club.
But right now, all legal action is stopped.
Yes.
We're not going further until further notice from the commission. Is that how everybody wants that? Tell me the,
Yeah,
okay,
that's
so
I would, before we proceed, I'd also like to hear from the owner.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Okay. Mr. Reed, can you come on down?
Could I also
Okay.
make a point that was brought up earlier?
Okay. Go ahead, Michelle.
Michelle Grooms, Billing Administrator. Hello to the commission and staff. There was one other item that was not addressed, which was the balance of the application process that was done. That bill is still outstanding.
And how much is that?
I think it's 850, 854.25. Okay? And that's separate from the whole issue of the extended hours license.
And that was charged one time for his extended hours license, correct?
That was the balance of the fees when they went through the process. That was the remaining balance that was unpaid.
Wait, that was the remaining balance for the application fee or the BTR?
Application fee.
Okay, and that was the one-time
That was the one that was originally done when you had to go back and address the issue with Scarlett's as well as Polo Club because they were the ones that had the existing license. They went through a whole process to make sure everything was up to par and they filed the application. So this was the remaining balances of the fees that were incurred during that process.
Okay, but I was asking because I said that was a one-time fee, so that was for his initial license for the extended hours, correct?
That's the approval process.
Okay, okay. That's what I'm asking, because I had asked earlier if that was a one-time fee, or is that going to be a recurring fee? How many times have we charged the
It's not
application fee?
reoccurring, Mayor. It's the process in which they had to go through to get the final approval before issuing the extended hours.
And that was for the initial, when it was $500, or is that for when it went up to the $1,500?
No, that was the application that was done. It was $12.50?
We only charge $500.
$500,
for the
okay.
application fee, but the costs of our office reviewing it, the city attorney looking at it, other staff looking at it, far exceeds that. So it's a cost recovery to the thing.
Okay. No, I was just asking, what I was trying to understand was that from when we redid it, or was that the initial one from like, because you've been in business, how long has they been in business, like 10 years?
That was the one we redid.
That's what I was asking. Was
Yes.
that the 10-year ago?
That was
Or was that for when
In
we redid it?
2014, when we changed the ordinance, the
Okay.
application fee used to be only $250, and we raised it to $500.
Okay, but y'all said it was only done one time. That's what I'm trying to understand. It's
When-
like,
when
okay, so
somebody-
every time we change it, is the application fee, are they gonna have to do a new application, or?
No. And we changed the ordinance in 14. In
Okay.
16, both Scarlet's and the Polo Club submitted applications that were reviewed and brought before you, and you approved both extended hours license.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to, because I'm like, well, wait.
It's a one-time thing. It's like a site plan approval, if you will.
Okay, but they had extended hour licenses before that, when they were $500,
When they were $250.
when they were $250. Okay,
But when we redid the ordinance, we made it clear because there were people alleging that they had extended hours license and they did not. And we cleaned it up, and the two legitimate businesses that were entitled to extended hours license currently have them.
okay, so it's like a reapplication.
Yes, you can say it like that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. Okay, so there's a balance of $854 from the reapplication fee. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Reed.
Good evening, Andrew Reed, at your service. Just to kind of, I think they clarified it, but just from my standpoint, I did have to go through the application fee twice. I initially did it in 2009, and we discussed what the fee was then, and I was actually, pretty much forced to go through a reapplication fee when they rewrote the code, which was $2,800, of which I paid $2,000 towards that. When I came in to pay towards my extended hours license, Michelle suggested that I allocate money towards the $2,800, and I was able to squeeze another $1,000 towards my extended hours arrears at that time. But, it's kind of discouraging for me to have to get reapproved for something I had already. But that's water under the bridge at this point. My main issue is the hardship for the, $5,000 annual fee that, for my type of operation, is exorbitant. It's basically for 1 hour once a week that I utilize that license. And I'm, even since the last time I was asking for a hardship consideration, my business has even gotten worse. And I've tried a lot of different things. I brought in a new manager promoter that was supposed to bring in food business and other business. She was there for 3.5 to 4 months and did absolutely nothing. She tried. I did some redecorating and tried to, bring up the interior a little bit. And again, I'm back to square one now, struggling with this, the arrears on the extended hours. So, by the way, just to let you know, I don't know what Michael came up with, but I have extended hours in Miramar, and it costs $262.50. That's at the other, probably the extreme low end of the spectrum in Broward County, but that's what I pay in Miramar. I'm not suggesting that was what your fee should be, but just to give you a perspective, our neighbor right down the street is $262.50.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Commissioner Jacobs here. Can you give us just a little brief description of what your facility is? I've come by a couple times, but
Well, it's a bar restaurant. Unfortunately, I've had very little success at getting a regular dining crowd from 6 o'clock to, say, 12 o'clock. The only success I've had on any consistent basis is the 4 to 7 or 4 to 6 time slot. It's almost a guarantee because there's always people out there. They're not ready to go home. They're hungry. They want to hang out a little bit longer. So, unfortunately, at this point, that's all I have going. And I've tried so many different ways to get business there. And with the incident in 2017, that pretty much put me down to square one. And I've never been able to, get back, anything really great going. And the promoters don't like the place because of that stigma. So we're trying to get over that. And, we run a safe operation. That incident, for what it's worth, was completely irrelevant to the Polo Club, but, the media made it look like it had something to do with us. It was some kind of personal agenda between two people that happened to happen on the Polo Club's parking lot. But the media portrayed it in a different light, and they rehashed it, and there was a loss of a life, and I'm not diminishing that, but that really has been, the big problem at this point.
You're in a good location, you're right on a corner of an intersection.
Right.
We as the commission are trying to work with you and get this resolved the best, but I just want to ensure that, or ask and make sure that you are not a storage facility for wrecked cars, because that seems to be
Oh, no.
that are parked there all the time. So every time I've come by, there's
Well,
a few parked there. So
Those are actually my manager's cars. But, I think he's complied, or in effect made me comply with.
totaled and crashed cars that are sitting in the parking lot. So those really degrade the look of the
Right.
facility. So
I
know they've been written up a couple times, so might help you with your business cleaning up the parking lot a little
Right.
bit.
I appreciate your insight, and I'll see what I can get done with that. It's certainly not that's not my focus whatsoever. My focus is getting people in there to eat and have a couple of drinks and have fun and go home. I'm going to keep trying as long as I can stay in business, but, this issue with the extended hours is really a
Well, we
big
as a
stumbling
commission are
block.
trying to work with you on it.
No, I understand.
Obviously, we're putting it together. We'd like
Right.
I'd like to see the area cleaned up a little bit as well in the process. So,
Okay.
All right.
All right, so when do I need to return here? When do we revisit this?
We'll have it next on January 22nd for the workshop for the discussion on which set of fees we're going to adopt.
And it would go on to the meeting on the 12th.
Yes, and on the 12th, we'll have once we hash it out on the 12th, we'll have the first meeting for what the numbers will be moving forward. And Chris will also do the backdating for him, or since he's requesting a hardship.
We'll have to work, it's however you want to address that, but there's not a provision for it right now.
Okay.
Just one
Okay.
more last suggestion, maybe a little rebranding on the facility.
So that's definitely in consideration, but I have to have some capital to do that.
I get that.
I tried to get ready I'd like to paint the building, I'd like to change the name. As you said, rebranding is a good idea to try to move away from the stigma. It's a lot of things, and there's a lot of potential, but it's kind of, sometimes in business you have a snowballing effect, and that's exactly what I'm fighting right now. Because I've had a lot of success at other businesses in the past, and this is the one that's a thorn in my side at this point. So do I have to come for the workshop or come for the next commission meeting?
I would say for the next commission meeting.
Okay. And how can I get an update on the workshop
Yes,
afterwards?
yes.
We're online
Yes.
now.
Pardon me?
So
Actually,
we're
we're-
online, too.
we're on
You
YouTube.
can do it
Oh,
online and find
well,
it.
You can listen.
Yeah, you could actually view the entire workshop online as well.
okay, all right.
May I,
Good idea.
Madam? In my experience, if I were you, I would be at the workshop and the regular meeting. This is
Okay,
your
so-
issue, your baby. You have a hardship that you're showing us.
Right.
And it's good to see you right here.
Right, I
I'm not
understand.
telling you to bring your wrecked cars down here, but I'm saying, come in here and let us see you. That's just my view.
Yeah. January 22nd is what day of the week?
Wednesday. It's a Wednesday.
Okay. I was planning to go to Philadelphia for my mom's birthday
Oh, that's different.
on the 18th.
That's different.
It's going to be 88, so I'd like to be
Maybe
there.
have
But
that
I may be back by then anyway.
Okay,
You don't have
so,
to decide right now.
yeah, we'll have the discussion and we'll
Okay.
follow back up with you.
Thank you all very much for the consideration.
Okay.
Michael,
Thank-
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. 12E Grandfather Car Wash on Hollandale Beach Boulevard.
Wait
That's
a
it.
second.
Okay, sir.
You've got a motion on the floor.
Oh, what was the
Got a
motion?
second.
Yeah,
What was the motion?
to give, to not allow any
Oh, sorry.
legal.
No further.
Legal action.
We needed a motion for that, just
Let's
direction.
leave it at a motion. Leave the motion, it's already on the floor, just call the roll.
Need a second.
Oh.
Second it.
Okay, roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Commissioner Cohen?
No.
Commissioner DeVille?
What was the motion? I don't think.
No
It's
further
to
legal
delay
action.
legal action
Oh, yes,
until we can come up with the resolution.
yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Can we take a 2-minute break?
5-minute
Because I
break.
need to speak to our attorney.
Fine. Okay, 5-minute break.
Yeah. Can I talk to you? And, okay.
Good, I need to pee.
Recess at 9:05.
Wow.
What have we done? 'Cause I can't tell. You got an agenda. How are we doing?
Come on, we gotta, come on. Come on, Howard. You can talk to Jeffrey all day tomorrow. The other two are back there. Jeffrey, you going somewhere after this meeting?
Huh?
Going somewhere after the meeting? No, dressed up, man.
I am
Party or
dressed up
something?
for the position that I sit in.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, no, that's cool. No, just,
Don't have my pilot uniform on because I'm not screaming through the door or running from the airport this time.
okay.
So,
I just,
last time.
Good. I just hadn't, used to seeing you get all.
I was up in Orlando last time when the meeting started on my iPad watching it. I lost service in Melbourne because I was in the back of the plane. Lost service in Melbourne. Went to hit Palm Beach. It kicked back in again. I was able to watch the meeting. Went running out of the airport, jumped in my wife's car.
All right.
Had her driving all the way here while I was watching the meeting.
Yeah,
So we were
he
in
has
the
a
parking
stomachache,
lot, and then I
but,
come through the door.
he's having
Had to
a-
get
That's the
my,
meeting that Tim was at. Yeah, okay.
yeah, had to get my stuff off to get through and sit up here. So
You shouldn't be here more than 10, 15 more minutes.
10 minutes? Did you say
10
10?
minutes, I have.
All right, let's go.
Okay, guys, we're live.
We skipped around. We have all of 10.
We can do, let's go, please.
Okay. Trying to get folks out of here. Okay, so meeting resumed at 9:17. You ready, Marlon?
Yes, reconvene at 9:15.
Okay. I'm gonna do 12E. The car wash, Hollywood, something car wash.
Mr. Doctor was good. He's a little tired.
No, he wasn't.
He just wanted that opportunity, that's all.
And
Is this me?
Cameras are back on.
Yeah. Okay, so, yes, 12E. Okay. So we're doing 12E, grandfather car wash on Hollandale Beach Boulevard. This is for Hollywood Hand Car Wash, doing business at Sweeney's Car Wash. So basically what happened is the property has been supposedly a car wash since 1970 something. There is a issue with them being issued their occupational license because there's something, basically there's some, I'm trying to pull it up, give me 1 second. There's a question as to whether they were closed for more than 180 days or 90 days back in May 2014. So Mr. and Mrs. Rossi are here because this is a family-owned operation, and they would like to address the commission for an administrative review for them to get their business tax receipt issued. They have provided us with copies of their customer logs, their bank statements, their water bills, their supply bills for the business for the year of 2014, which is when it was said that they were closed, and so they're looking for an administrative review of this item. I know we've gone through it. I've had a meeting with Todd and Natasha back in,
Oh, God, a long time ago.
was that 2 years ago?
Well, it's been over a year.
Okay. And then I know that Mr. Rossi's also had a conversation with Mr. Daltrey as well. And so they'd just like to move forward on having this item heard before the commission to do the administrative review for them to be able to have their business tax, because they don't like the fact that they're not operating without a business tax. And they've had their lease since 2007 for that location. The question was whether or not they were closed in 2014 during the renovation of Sweeney's Liquor Store. And so everyone was provided a copy of what they're presenting. Here's a physical hand copy that everyone can have access to, but everyone also has a copy of it. It was emailed to everyone this afternoon.
Well, I didn't get a chance to look at all that.
So,
And I know that the reading what I read, the little backup that I had, or I have, the car wash is not grandfathered in anymore, because when they sold the property, you know, they lost their grandfather rights. So, and I know I drove by there, and there's a truck there, a food truck. So, I don't know, that's not,
well, the food truck is on one side of the property.
it's
The
behind
issue-
the property.
Yeah, the issue is whether or not the
And
car
they're
wash
not
ceased
supposed to be
operation.
operating a food truck. It's not allowed in the town. Issue I have.
Okay, well, that's a code enforcement issue.
Yeah.
Okay, right now, they're here requesting the administrative review for the operation of the car wash.
Well, that, Mike, can you talk on that a little bit? Brief us.
Yes, again, Michael Miller, Town Planner for the record. I've been involved with this property since the mid-'90s when I started working here. It has been a bar and a liquor store since I've been here. There used to be a gas pump on the east side of that property that was removed, I don't know when. In 2001, one of the early tasks you asked me to do was to prepare regulations for what we call transient uses. And one of those uses was mobile hand car washes. So since 2001, we have required that any hand car wash be located at a property that has a automotive use. A bar and a liquor store is not an automotive use. So that's been on the books now for almost 20 years. In 2013, in December of 2013, the former owner-operator was called Brown Jug. They sold the land to some people in Miami, I think you remember. They were going to demolish the building and rebuild and do some other things. The property closed down completely in 2014. Our code enforcement officer at that time, James Tisdale, monitored that, and we cataloged it. In February 2016, a new owner purchased the property, which is the same owner that owns the Park Plaza office complex that's being redeveloped over by the racetrack on Hollandale. When, as the mayor was correctly stated, our code says that when you have a non-conforming use, which is the a hand car wash, when it closed down for the 9 months plus or minus in 2014, and we cataloged that, there was no activity at the site. If you close a non-conforming use for more than 90 days, there is no grandfathering. It's over. They could not operate that today. In December of 17, the city attorney wrote a letter to them telling them that they had lost their grandfathering and to close down the business. And just after that period, I was asked to look at it as well, and collectively, the staff put together a memo identifying a large number of code violations on the property, which continue today. They continue to operate, and that's where we are today. In the staff's opinion, we feel that they've lost their ability to operate that use at that location. It's
Car wash.
The car wash. It is not a automotive-related use. The code has a number of criteria that if you operate a hand car wash, we have a whole list in the code of things that you can and cannot do. You cannot have sandwich signs out. You have to have a drainage system to collect the soap and all that. They violate everything. So I don't know what else to say. It's really hard working with the, not necessarily the property owner, but the business operator. It's been very antagonistic over the years, but it's, I haven't talked to them for probably 2 years now, but it's continued on. So it needs to come to a head. If the commission feels that you want to allow them to continue, we, the staff would just ask that they follow the codes and the rules for keeping the property clean, minimizing the signage, all the other code violations that are listed in the memo from January 2018.
How many code violations are there?
At least 17 we found.
Wow.
Okay, so
That's the background from staff.
So they are here because they have provided basically documentation to the city, basically showing that the car wash was not, the operation did not cease during that time, and they're asking for administrative review. They've been here in the city for a long time. I've used their car wash for years. I think they do good work. I do see that they do have some violations. I know that there was some shrubbery issues that we saw when we drove around that do need to be addressed, but that needs to be addressed town-wide.
They don't have a drainage.
There's some kind of, okay, Mr. and Mrs. Rossi, can you
They
come
do
up?
have a collection system for the oils and grease. It's an underground collection system.
Good evening. My name is Maria Rossi, and I prepared a letter that I would like to read. Dear Town Commission, we are David and Maria Rossi, business owners in the town of Pembroke Park and have been since 2006. We own and manage several businesses in the town, including Sweeney's Liquor Store, Henny Time, Sweeney's Hand Car Wash, 24/7 Liquor, and 24-hour Liquor. We are writing this letter to explain a little bit the history of our business in the town of Pembroke Park. We purchased a car wash in 2006 located on 3200 West Hollandale Beach Boulevard from the old owner and renovated it completely. We applied for permits for structural, for awning, for plumbing, and sewers. We had the great assistance from Todd Larson that helped us through the process along with other officials from the town. We have kept it and maintained it ever since. We had let other people manage it because we managed several businesses in the town. However, we were always overseeing the operations of the car wash. We recently fixed the awning after the hurricane and made sure everything is safe. Every year there are inspections by the fire inspectors, which we also pass, which I have the receipts for those. Prior to 2014, we had always paid for our license before September 30th, which we know is the due date to renew the license. In 2014, we had paid for the car wash license and the city had cashed the check, which I also have proof of. In 2015, It was said that we might had closed in 2014 while we were doing renovation to Sweeney's Lounge when the location had some permit issues with prior management. The car wash was still open and in operation. We maintained invoices and logs of our customers. We are not open every day due to weather conditions and depending on the employees' availability. Also, when doing renovations on Sweeney's Lounge, the water was turned off for repairs and we would use our mobile van tank. We would fill up the water at my residence, which is 5 houses down the street at 3211 Southwest 32nd Avenue. I still live there to this day. Under no times was our car wash closed for more than 10 days. We would also use the car wash to wash our personal vehicles and company vehicles. We have 5 delivery vehicles that we still own and we still use to this day that we still wash in the car wash on our premise. We would like to review our case, which we had been fighting for the past 4 years and will continue to fight. We have many families that are dependent on us for their daily living, including ourselves. We count on this business to make money and feed our family. We employ over 31 documented employees, all from within the community. We support our employees by giving annual bonuses and cash advantages if needed. We support other local businesses in the area and even host our annual Christmas party in town at Frenchie's. We hire parolees who are in need of jobs to turn their lives around when others won't give them a chance. We do. We are asking that you take it in your hearts to consider the negative impact this would have on our business and the local community should we not be able to continue to operate our business here in town. We are a good, clean business with low turnaround and no crime, and we don't negatively impact the environment. We try to be good corporate citizens of the town by hosting charity events throughout the years. We have hosted back-to-school charity events and even donated the remainder of the school supplies to the town of Pembroke Park. We have done street cleaning, repainting of graffiti walls, and debris removal. Every October, we do a series of cancer awareness events. We're heavily involved in cancer awareness due to the history of cancer that runs in both myself and my husband's family. We have done several disaster reliefs in the past, including one for Haiti in 2010 and for Puerto Rico and Texas. We are able to successfully fill 2 containers to ship supplies like clothes to Haiti, water to Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria. We also had a donation drive the past year for Texas after Hurricane Harvey hit. We tried to help in any way we can and will continue to do so for many years to come. Pembroke Park is our home and we want to help as much as we can. In addition to these things, we help BSO by providing discount car washes to the officers whenever they transport detainees, making sure there is nothing left behind so we can get them back out on the road faster. We have a program for Channel 10 News by providing car washes to employees to say we look out for our town. I am requesting an administrative review of the findings of your staff regarding the usage of my hand car wash that has been a town fixture since 1967. Please find the following documents: receipts for car wash supplies for 2014, daily car wash logs for 2014, water bills for 2014. My family wants to thank you for your consideration in this matter and look forward to working with the wonderful town of Pembroke Park for many years to come. Thank you for your time. Maria and David Rossi.
Yes, you may.
Does anybody from the building department have anything to say on this? Or
I want to just say a few little things. Jeffrey knows the property very well.
Or Jeffrey?
And for the signs that are on the street and everything, we don't have any signs. We don't have any feather signs. The the food truck that is in the back, yes, there is a food truck there in the back, but they plug to the outlet to charge. And if anybody goes in anytime, there's no food coming out of it or anything
Why
like
would
that.
you have the food truck back?
Because it's the Anytime food truck. It goes to Hollywood, to the food truck events. So at night, they go to the Hollywood, to Ball Harbor, and to Miramar. We're signed to Miramar too. And we drive there and to go to the food truck events. That's why we have it there. It's our truck of the property.
I need to hear from the code officer in the building department. But thank you.
And for violations of the violations, the building is clean. There's no debris on it. I maintain it. The hedges, I plant them. They end up dying, some of them. But, you know, I do my best to keep the hedges. I have the palm trees there. I have one palm tree that just recently died from the last hurricane. I'm going to put the palm tree. But besides that, we've always maintained the car wash. And the car wash was sold to Brown Jug. The building was sold to Brown Jug in 2014. In 2013, they bought it. And Joseph Ederman, December of 2013, bought it. In 2014, we were in operation. And we always stayed there. We just had managers running it. We were always there. We never left. Our lease is 20 years, and I have a copy of my lease dating 2006, 20-year lease on my property. So, and I have records showing that I paid my rent every year, every month to every year from 2006 all the way to 2019 till today. So, and Jeffrey knows, and everybody knows us.
All right, let the building department speak on this.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Miguel Nunez, building official. Unfortunately, we were not prepared with research on this topic, and with your permission, I would like to have a research performed before I answer any questions you might have.
Okay.
Jeffrey?
Thank you.
Yes. Jeffrey Lewis, Chief Code Enforcement Officer for Pembroke Park. Yes, from the report that you've seen and everything else, there has been issues and violations regarding the food truck that was there. It was parked up front, now it is parked in the back, and they are charging it in the back. There is landscaping that needs to be maintained and taken care of, and those are the issues that were needed to be addressed
So
and
are there
taken care of.
17 violations?
Those
How many
are still in effect. That needs to be addressed and taken care of. I know it's been going back and forth through legal to have taken care of, so waiting on that to see what's going on. But yes, the property has been there.
I have a suggestion. Why don't we bring this up before the workshop? Give building department time to
Time to-
investigate it.
yeah.
Todd can work with them on the history of it. And then we bring this on the workshop where we can discuss it and then decide how to proceed.
I agree. Thank you. Yeah, that's good.
That will give us an opportunity to look at the bigger picture
at
and see what's
everything.
really going on.
Yes,
okay?
thank you, thank you.
So I know myself, I've taken my cars here to your
Yeah,
wash as well.
and-
So
and till
you're
today,
a
you know.
staple in our community, so
Yeah.
let's see what we can do.
And whatever
Let's
I
look into
need
the
to
history of
do
it.
to whenever Jeffrey comes and sees us for violations, I take care of them right away. I had on the Pembroke, Paul Mutsatzos is the owner of Pembroke store. They had a lock issue for the door. The fire chief told me today, he goes, listen, I haven't wrote it up yet, but please take care of it. And I take care of it right away. And Jeffrey's here, he knows whenever there's a violation, I take care of it right away. I reach out to Todd. Any signage on the building was done, and I've even told Todd, there's one big one on top of the building that's been there. I've told Todd, not a problem, I can remove it, has no problem with me, but I'm not the owner of the building, just Joseph Ederman is, and if he allows me to remove it off the building, because it was back from, I'll remove it, there's no problem from our part, you know, we
Okay.
just,
Well, this will give us a couple weeks or 2 weeks. Is it when the next meeting is? 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, yeah.
You give us 2 weeks to put it all together, and then you guys want to come back in during the workshop and be
Thank
here
you
to
very
discuss
much.
it,
Thank
that'd
you.
be great.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner
Howard
Jacob.
wants to say something.
And really, when you look at all this documentation,
I have 2013.
yeah,
Let's hold off on
Yeah, but
this.
I
Trying to move
I
forward.
want to make a comment, sir.
We're
If you
trying to
don't
move
mind.
forward.
Or do you want me not to talk?
No, I don't care. You're in charge.
I would like to talk about it. They've been there. So there's some miscommunication somewhere, and Jeffrey said that everything, he would do everything that he was asked to do. So, we have to look into this, Madam Mayor, but you could see the water bills, and she explained,
But there's violations, that's why we have to.
that doesn't, okay. That doesn't mean they shouldn't be able to
No,
keep
but
their
I'm just saying,
business.
we got to make sure that we're going in the right direction.
Yeah.
For the
that's
past
right.
year, I've been at the city maybe 50 times, even to the back to school. Nobody ever gave me a letter saying that I have a violation on the property. If I had one, I would attend it. Before, the food truck was in the front, and they said as long as it's in the back, it's not showing onto the street, you can charge it, and that's what they do. I don't even know about any violations on the property right now. They had an ATM machine outside. I removed it. So everything that they've said that I've had, or Mike Miller said that I had, it's not there.
So, can I ask Jeffrey? Jeffrey, you need to come back up here. I have to ask you a couple questions. And they'll research it, and we'll bring it back up at the workshop. But they've been here a long time. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt. And this is a business that they support a family, and they've been giving. So, come on. Have they been cooperative or argumentative with you when you go up and talk to them?
Argumentative?
Have they been cooperative with you?
Cooperative, yes.
Okay,
and
that's it.
speaking.
Then they'll
But we'll
research
go
it.
back and research it and make sure that we have everything in order.
And if there's, research it, then bring it back.
Well, the building department will, and code.
But who has the final say, Madam Mayor, through the chair to the attorney? Who has the final say on this?
You,
The commission.
We do.
Geez, you don't have to yell. Okay, I'm just trying to find out so we have some direction where everybody knows what we're playing. So have them do everything. I appreciate that, everybody wanting to listen, but hey, come on. They might not be what you would think is modern today, but they've been here. And, okay, that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you. Everyone has a copy of this in their email, so, but if you need physical copies, they'll be here as well. Thank you very much.
And I have
Thank you.
originals if anybody needs. I have all the way back, when I tell you I have all the way back to 2016, I'm sorry, it's handwritten because different.
No, but they're original business records.
Make sure you make it to the workshop in case we have any questions, okay?
No, make it to the workshop, please.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so now, I think that got rid of everyone, I think. Okay, so then I can go back to 10. 10A. Bills over 500, anyone has any questions?
I want to look at that again if you don't mind. NA. There's something on here, wait. What was it? Oh, yeah, that's the cooling. Okay, never mind. Okay.
That mean our AC is working?
Yeah, the cooling tower cleaning. Did we get our new AC or what happened with that?
No, we haven't received a new AC. What we're doing right now is the normal maintenance on the cooling tower to keep it up and running.
That's fine. When I saw that, I wanted to make sure.
Yes.
All right. No, but I mean, I'm just,
Fortunately.
that's why I wanted to question that.
Okay.
I know how much they cost.
Okay, motion to approve bills over 500?
A motion to approve bills over
Second.
500.
Roll call.
Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBoer?
Yes.
Or Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner, Mayor Mahoney?
Yes. 10B, budget performance report through December 31st, 2019, balanced bank statements, employee leave history, et cetera. Everyone has a copy of this for review. If there are no questions, we'll move on to 10C, budget amendment. Assistant Budget and Finance Director, Harry. Where's her? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Harry Talbenfeld, Budget and Finance Director. What you have in front of you is a proposed budget amendment for the fiscal 18-19 budget. The spreadsheet that was prepared shows where some of the overages occurred during the prior fiscal year. So what you see there is just a reallocation of funds within the respective departments from one general ledger account to another. So just looking for your approval so we can go ahead and make that change.
Okay, so I make a, do you need a resolution and adopt it, or do you need a motion?
It's a resolution there.
Go ahead and direct them.
It's a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, reallocating and reappropriating monies for expenditures for the fiscal year 2018 and 2019, providing for all other items in the budget and expenses to remain unchanged, providing for severability, superseding conflicting resolutions, providing effective date. Whereas on September 18, 2018, Pembroke Town Commission approved Resolution 180911, approving the annual budget, appropriating and allocating monies for the payment of municipal expenditures for the operation of the Town of Pembroke Park for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2018, and ending on September 30, 2019. And whereas due to unanticipated municipal activities, it has become necessary to reallocate and reappropriate certain budgeted expenditures. Now therefore be it resolved by the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, Section 1, that the appropriations for the expenditures for the fiscal year 2019, 2020, for the appropriations for the expenditures for the fiscal year 2018, 2019, the annual budget are hereby reallocated and reapportioned for the payment of expenditures incident to the operation of the Town of Pembroke Park in all government functions and capacities, for as the same is designated, adjusted, and set forth in reallocation of funds for the fiscal year 2018, 2019, attached here to is Exhibit A and by reference made a part hereof. Section 2, that all provisions of the Resolution 18-090 for the fiscal year 2018-29 budget of expenses, which are not in conflict with this or any other part of this resolution, shall remain unchanged and in full force and effect. Section 3, that if any clause, section, or other part application of this resolution is held by any court of competent jurisdiction to be unconstitutional and invalid, or in part application shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions or application of this resolution. Section 4, that all resolutions and parts of resolutions conflict herewith be the same hereby superseded and of such conflict. Section 5, that this resolution shall be enforced and take effect immediately upon its passage and adoption.
Second.
Discussion. I have a question.
Yeah, okay, you go first.
Oh, no, you can go first.
Sure,
This
go ahead.
is my first time looking at this, and I'm like, what?
I just want to check, has everybody signed off on this? The management, everybody's seen it, and it's all correct? That's a question through the chair to the manager.
This budget amendment is something that's supposed to happen. You remember we were written up last year in the audit for not doing it. It's supposed to come forward in January because you have to close out a fiscal year and start the other one. So it's customary what happens. And we were written up last year because the budget amendment was not done. But however, this year it is complete.
Thank you.
And
That's-
here for you to approve.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna ask, so when you are transferring funds from, like, on page 7, you transferred funds from the fire and EMS study and the municipal complex conceptual design project, and you transferred them to salaries. That was for 2018, 2019. But is there, instead of rolling that money over for this year for those same services that we would still be looking for. Is there money in the budget for those same services that we're still looking for?
Yes,
Or is
the
there-
budget, this doesn't affect at all what the current fiscal budget has, so whatever was approved for the current fiscal year, it's not affected by what you see here. And there is money allocated for the fire and EMS study.
Bless you. Okay, because I also see like the CDBG money taken from the CDBG money for the tot lot going into salary. So that's why I'm
That's
kinda
also
like, I'm
been-
looking at that like, huh?
That's also set, we have that money set aside in the current fiscal year as well.
For this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, we're always supposed to have a balanced budget. That's the state law that we should have. And what this does is customary throughout the state. It's one of the requirements that you have to go through and true up your accounts and bring forth a budget amendment. And like I said, for the past 2 years, you had been written up for that, but this year it won't be a finding.
But we've never, from as long as I can remember, we haven't done budget amendments. But I just want to make sure that we're
Where
not.
you been?
No, we have.
That's-
We
have?
We have done them in the past.
Okay.
I don't know how you couldn't.
I don't know what, maybe because the budget director, why in the past, but I know we have done them.
I just want to make sure, because I'm just, my question is basically, because I just don't want to make sure we're not taking the actual money from like CDBG that was federal money for a tot lot and using it for salaries. And then CDBG looks at us like, okay, for real, you took our money to pay for salaries and not actually pay for the services that the grant money was given to you for. So that's
We
why
haven't
I'm-
received any money yet for the CBDG. And again, the revenue
So
and the
just a paper
expense.
transfer.
Yeah, this is just paper, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to and get on the record so that it
No problem.
doesn't look
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we're
It's
like
all
taking
paper.
grant
Not-
money and using it for salaries and things
Also
like that.
for grants, you're utilizing your own funds until you're reimbursed. They are reimbursable grants. Am I right, Michael? So you're using your own revenue in order to fund these grants when they come in. So that's why we are doing this at this time.
So I think, also the question was, and it's on the record, they've reviewed it, and it looks good, and that everything is in compliance. Todd's over there nodding his head yes. So they did their work. It's a paper transfer, and it's
Yeah, no.
necessary.
No, understanding that. I mean, I'm just trying to understand something because this is my first time seeing it, and I'm seeing like there were things that I thought we budgeted for, like the community garden, like the school supply drive, like the Halloween stuff, and so I'm seeing the money transferring from there to there, and I'm like, but these were already budgeted items, so why?
I know.
Again,
why
so
is
what
that
you have
what I'm
here
trying to-
is what was budgeted for fiscal 18-19 and the actual expenses. Some of the expenses have overages, some of them we overspent. So all I'm doing here again is a paper entry, taking money where we have excess money that wasn't spent and transferring it to accounts that were expense. So again, specifically looking at those items, yes, there was a surplus in those items, so we just transferred out of that item to cover an expense or another. It does not affect what is currently sitting in the fiscal budget for 1920.
Roll call. Any other discussion?
Motion made by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Co-Commissioner Jacobs? Vice Mayor Clark? Mayor Mohammed?
Thank you.
Say after you have 20, you have another one, don't you? Is there another one or no?
We could discuss 10D if you like, sure. It's just a reimbursement, authorizing you guys for Explorers, but
No, it says budget amendment for that one, and then there was another one, Exhibit A, so, okay, never mind. 10D, request commissioners authorizing reimbursement for Police Explorers annual team building trip for $800 from their law enforcement trust fund. So this is for them to have gone to
I think they went to Atlanta.
Orlando.
Yeah.
So do you need a motion, or is he?
Yeah, Orlando.
Yeah, there's. No?
Oh, just do a motion, yeah.
Motion, okay. Motion
Oh,
to use law
motion.
enforcement trust fund, $800.
Motion to use law enforcement trust funds in an amount not to exceed,
Can people start speaking in the mic? Because
$800.
we can't hear you.
okay, $800, and this was a reimbursement for Christopher D. Giovanni, BSO. Is that sufficient?
He took the Explorers
On a trip.
on a trip, yeah,
This is a reimbursement for it.
right.
So did we get it correct? All right.
The use, using law enforcement trust fund money to reimburse for the expense to Orlando, in December.
Okay.
That's all.
I made the motion.
Roll call. I mean, second, sorry.
Second.
Roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mahal?
Yes. Thank you. 10E, extension of consultant contracts, town manager Muse Salters.
As you know, in September, you asked us to bring all the contracts, and you voted to have them extended for 90 days, and for us to bring them back after the 90 days. And then you would vote to renew, do not renew, or ask us to seek another contract. So now it's up upon you. There are 8 that we have. We have Capitol Hill Consultants, Inc., by Attorney David K. Sigerson, and we also have CAS Governmental Services, LLC, Community Advocacy Specialist Governmental Services, LLC, which is Connie, I'm not going to spew up her name, Jim Spade and Dale, DC Strategist, Descenderwood Carper, Helmick Consulting, Inc., Bill Helmick, Michael Miller Planning Associates, Michael Miller, President, Network Techs, Mark Patel, not Patel, Pakula, I went all the way back. Ryan and Ryan LLC, Attorney Christopher Ryan, and Tidewater Consultant. Tidewater Consultant goes from January 1 to December 31st of any given year, and this is the extension for him for January 1st, 2020, December 31.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, if I may, I would like to make a motion. I don't know how the attorney wants me to do this, but I
Yeah, we
want to make.
broke them up in separate groups, because to put all the
Okay.
legislative
So you have
persons in one.
resolutions for them all, or just
Well,
one?
yeah, just two.
He has resolutions.
Some, not everyone individually, but I grouped them with the consultant, the legislative consultants all together, because you have to authorize, the town manager to sign their documents for legislative session. And then the other ones are for the remaining consultants. But in all the agreements, they're extended through the end of September, the end of the fiscal year, September 30, but they all have a provision that either party can terminate on 15 days' notice.
Yeah, but the manager said one of them, Tidewater, is.
Well,
until
Tidewater's-
December
yeah,
31st.
Tidewater's-
That would be the exception.
Tidewater's a separate
Right.
one altogether.
So
Yeah.
let's do it, and then have an exemption, and I'll, whatever you need, I'll move it.
Yeah, okay, so there's actually 3. The first one would be the legislative consultants. It's a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing the extension of the consultant agreements for Capitol Hills Consultants, Inc., CAS Governmental Services, LLC, and Helmick Consulting through September 30, 2020, authorizing and directing the mayor and appropriate town officials to execute and deliver such documents as necessary to extend the consultant agreements as provided herein, providing for severability, superseding completing resolutions, and providing an effective date, whereas the Town Commission has previously entered into agreements with the Capitol Hills Consultants, Inc., CAS Governmental Services, LLC, Helmick Consulting, Inc., to provide professional services regarding matters that may come before the Florida Legislature in the 2020 session and other related governmental entities. And whereas the respective agreements for professional services are due to expire, and whereas the Town Commission desires to extend the professional service agreements with the legislative consultants through the end of the fiscal year 2020. Now therefore be it resolved by the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, Section 1, and the Town Commission hereby agrees to extend the term of the professional service agreements with the consultant, the Capitol Hills Consultants, Inc., CAS Governmental Services, LLC, and Helmick Consulting through September 30, 2020. Section 2, that the mayor and appropriate town officials are authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all such documents as necessary in order to extend the term of the professional services agreements for Capitol Hills Consultants, Inc., CAS Governmental Services, LLC, and Helmick Consulting through September 30, 2020. Section 3, that the town manager is directed to execute the lobbyist registration office forms to allow Capitol Hills Consultants, Inc., CAS Governmental Services, LLC, and Helmick Consulting to represent the town during the 2020 legislative session. Section 4, that if any clause, section, or other part or application of this resolution is held by any court of competent jurisdiction be unconstitutional or invalid part or the application, it shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions or applications of this resolution. Section 5, this resolution shall, that all resolutions or parts of resolutions conflict herewith being the same are hereby superseded to the extent of such conflict, and Section 6 of this resolution shall be enforced and take effect immediately upon its passage and adoption.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Well, I just want to know, how come we don't have all of them? We only have 3.
Because it just says, I separate them for the purposes that the legislative ones require additional registration forms, and I thought it was more appropriate to keep them gathered together.
Okay.
And then the Tidewater is a standalone resolution because their contract is for the year, the entire calendar year, not the fiscal year. And then the third one is for the other consultants that you're seeking RFPs for, which gives the town the opportunity to extend the contracts, but with the option to terminate any of those contracts with 15 days
Okay, so Madam Mayor, can you direct them to keep reading?
notice. I will. I'll gladly keep
Go to
going.
the next
Okay,
one. We didn't-
good.
we did-
They should not be done together, they should be done separately.
Yeah,
Which-
isn't that what we're doing?
No, you're, 2 different resolutions.
There's three different
Three
ones.
resolutions.
Three resolutions.
But each agreement stands on its own. Each contractor has their own agreement.
Okay, yeah.
We're just approving them all per resolution, per.
Okay,
per
so
group.
we're just going over the consultants.
Yeah,
The
right.
lobbyists.
The lobbyist
These are
one, right.
lobbyists.
So the lobbyist one,
Helmish?
they all stand separate, right? They'll stand on their own. So that if any of those get modified anyway, it doesn't affect the other lobbyist ones. Same with the rest of the consultants. In the event that you change out any of these other consultants, everybody has their own contract. And again, Tidewater has an annual, calendar year contract. Done business with them.
Okay,
since the
so-
beginning.
I placed on the dais for each of you those resolutions, so you should have them with you.
Right here physically. It's a physical hand copy that was sitting on the desk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So, so Gina, you remember this last year when we had to call a special to make sure that we had coverage in Tallahassee because it wasn't done in a timely manner, and we had to make sure to get the lobbyists registered because they cannot talk on our behalf unless there is a filed registration form. So that's why
That's why we're doing
we
it.
have to do it because session's about to start, and Lisa's again, we're behind the 8 ball on getting this done because they need to file their forms ASAP in order to be able to represent us up in Tallahassee. No legislature will speak to them without having the lobbyist registration form filed.
And all the agreements are here, and so I understand there's some lobbyists here that can sign them tonight. And then have countersigned by the commission, and they'll be able to take an original with them tonight and have it for the registration purposes.
Why do we keep on falling behind the 8 ball? I mean, what's the problem?
I have no idea.
No, their contracts are extended through the end of January, so that we have.
Oh, we're
yeah.
okay.
But there was a
Oh,
30-day
Yeah.
extension, but
Right.
the
Okay.
legislature's not.
It was a 90-day extension.
Our 90
It's a
days?
90-day extension that
When I
expired
got
on-
here in August, all of them were expired.
No, the lobbyists weren't expired because
All
we had
of them
just renewed them.
except Threadwater,
So,
Tidewater.
so what's on the dais now?
There's a motion, so we're gonna call the roll for the 3 lobbyists, which were Helmich, Capital Consulting,
CAS.
And Segerson.
CAS. No, Dale.
CAS, Governmental
Yes.
Services.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs? Yes. Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney? Yes.
Why aren't we doing it individually?
We are.
Just
That's
to
what we're
make it-
doing.
Okay, gotcha.
They
I'm
they
with
have
you now.
individual contracts, but we're approving to group the contracts together.
The
Just so
resolutions.
just so they don't have to read 10 resolutions.
I gotcha, that's, you
I think you've heard enough
understand
of me
that?
already, haven't you?
Right?
So this is a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing the town to make an enter into agreement with Tidewater Consulting, Inc. for professional services, providing for authorizing and directing the mayor and appropriate town officials to execute said agreement for and on behalf of the town, directing the town manager to execute the lobbyist registration forms for the town, superseding conflicting resolutions, provide effective date, whereas the town desires to enter into a professional service agreement with Tidewater Consulting for the matters that may come before the Florida Legislature for the 2020 legislative session, and whereas the parties desire to enter a written agreement setting forth the terms and conditions for the relationship between the parties, now therefore be resolved by the Town Commission, Town of Tidewater, Florida. Section 1, that the town is authorized to make and enter into the agreement with Tidewater Consulting for professional services for the 2020 legislative session, said agreement being in the form of content as per the agreement on file with the town clerk by reference made part thereof. Section 2, that the mayor and appropriate town officials are authorized and directed to execute said agreement for and on behalf of the town. Section 3, that the town manager is authorized and directed to execute the lobbyist registration office forms and the other required documents to allow Tidewater Consulting, Inc. to represent the town during the 2020 Florida legislative session. Section 3, that all resolutions and parts of resolutions conflicted with, being the same hereby superseded due to the extent of such conflict. Section 5, that this resolution shall be enforced and take effect immediately upon its passage. Adoption.
Motion to adopt.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen.
We're doing everything right, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Commissioner DeVille.
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Vice Mayor Clark. Mayor Mohammed.
Yes, and these contracts are the same amount as before.
Nothing has changed.
Correct, yeah. They're the same contract amount. Okay, and resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing the extension of consultant agreements with DC Strategies, LLC, Network Tex, Inc., Buckle Builder Planning Associates, Inc., and Ryan & Ryan, LLC, through September 30, 2020, authorizing and directing the mayor and appropriate town officials to execute and deliver such documents as necessary to extend the consultant agreements provided for herein, severability, superseding conflicting resolutions, and providing an effective date, whereas the Town Commission has previously entered into agreements with DC Strategies, LLC, Network Tex, Inc., Michael Miller Planning Associates, Inc., and Ryan & Ryan to provide professional consultant services for the town, and whereas the respective agreements for the professional consultant services are due to expire, and whereas the Town Commission desires to extend the professional consultant service agreements with the professional consultants through the end of the fiscal year 2020. Now therefore be it resolved by the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, Section 1, that the Commission hereby agrees to extend the term of the professional consultant service agreements for DC Strategies, LLC, Network Tex, Inc., Michael Miller Planning Associates, Inc., and Ryan & Ryan, LLC, through September 30, 2020. Section 2, that the mayor and appropriate town officials are authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents necessary in order to extend the term of the professional consultant service agreements for DC Strategies, LLC, Tex, Inc., Michael Miller Planning Associates, Inc., and Ryan & Ryan through September 30, 2020. Section 3, if any clause, section, or part or application of this resolution is held by any court of competent jurisdiction to be unconstitutional or invalid in whole or, in part, or its application, shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions or applications of this resolution. Section 4, that all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith being the same or hereby superseded to the extent such conflict. Section 5, this resolution shall be enforced and take effect immediately upon its passage and adoption.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Question.
Discussion,
Yeah,
yes.
I
There's
do.
a lot of
Yeah,
discussion.
you guys go first. I'll
I
say.
have a
I
question.
disagree with all of this. I think we have RFPs out for new positions. There's no reason to be extending these contracts when we're waiting for these RFPs to come back. We've gone without contracts before in these positions. There's no reason to lock people into places when we're out right now trying to get RFPs for these spots.
Well, that's what I was going to ask Chris. So we're doing an extension?
Correct. Yeah, but you have the option that either party can terminate the contracts at any time. So in the event you do your RFP, you're not exactly sure.
But
when
we're
you're
still
gonna-
gonna do
yeah,
that
The RFPs
after-
are all out.
RFPs
okay?
are out right
So,
now.
so the,
However,
when you decide on whoever the service provider is going to be, if it's somebody different, then you just tell the current service provider that your contract is terminated in 15 days. But it gives, by leaving it open-ended like that, you're still in contract with those parties in the event that there's a re-advertisement or an extension or something like that, that you don't, so you have, make sure you have overlap between the consultant that's going out and the consultant.
But the RFPs have been out. Or what?
I will tell you, it's very difficult to break contracts that are established, even when things are written. So, I figure we're out for RFPs, we might as well just wait, see what comes back, and then make a determination later on.
Yeah, these are the same positions that both the, Wingo has told us that we needed to go out to bid for. The
Sorry.
IG, the Bobbins are from the League of Cities. These are those contracts that we were told we specifically needed to go out to bid for because of the fact that they were not
All of them.
competitive.
All
So,
of them.
we voted repeatedly to do the RFPs. The RFPs are currently floating around. I almost feel like we'd look, and I don't want to say this on YouTube, but I feel like we look like idiots renewing contracts that are currently out to bid, and that we've been directed by this OIG to go out to bid for, and we have yet, we're currently in the process. So I feel like we look like idiots renewing contracts that are currently out on the street, and that we've been directed by numerous agencies to renew. This has been repeatedly that we voted to do the RFPs. The RFPs are floating around, so that's just my opinion on this.
So when you say they're floating around, that's what I'm not understanding.
If you
Floating
go-
where? Floating in the
They're-
town?
The closing, when is the closing? Let me see if I can, I
January
can't figure it.
31st.
Huh?
Okay. The RFPs are out there. They close January 31st, so we'll have RFP packets from different people bidding coming to us in February.
February.
And so this is a renewal for until September.
So whose idea was this?
It was the staff brought it up, the
Oh,
commission.
the staff?
Well,
It's not
they
the
were
commission,
directed.
no.
Oh,
No?
oh, then you have to explain it, because I'm just here to.
No, explain it.
When I got here in August, all of the contracts had expired. We were written up by OIG, the auditors, and several others. We brought it to you all about renewing the contracts for 90 days so that we could get in compliance in that area. That's what we did, and it's been 90 days now. January, we're bringing them back. We cannot approve or disapprove any contracts. What we were trying to do was get us back in compliance so that OIG could get off our backs and the auditors can get off our backs. The RFPs for the services had also expired. You had.
So we have to go.
You had bought in RFPs, but however, you canceled those RFPs due to the fact one of the RFPs were written by the attorney, and it is not kosher for you to write your own RFP and then apply or reply to it. You all directed us to bring them back in December, which is what we did in 90 days, and put them out to security services. We did put 3 different things in the RFP that they tell us, answer the RFP, and also say to us how much it would be if we bought the service back in-house for you to perform that service for us. We're doing it all in your behalf because staff cannot approve or disapprove or engage in anything without the commission. So now it's here. The 90 days have passed, and they are here. And they all brought forward so that we can get OIG off our back. I think if you look at the report, they said that everything had expired. And also the auditor. We were written up in that. You just got the audit report. So we're just complying with what you asked us
So
to do.
is this putting us in compliance?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then I will, okay.
But
So
at the
then-
same time, if you guys read the OIG report, you read Roel Ringo's report, every 6 years, these positions were supposed to go out to bid.
But she just said they did, but we were late with the RFPs, or the RFPs
Okay,
getting.
let's
We're in
let's
compliance
clarify.
now.
The
They didn't pass
RFPs have been, we voted on the RFPs several times. We voted on them in March 2018. They were never done. Staff never put the RFPs out there. This is a repeated history of us not going out and not following what is normal industry standards for government. Okay, we currently have contracts that are expired. we've had those contracts expired now for 2 years. This is not like this is the first time. Actually, let me tell you exactly when these contracts expired, because it's not like this is something new, and I know I just had the conversation earlier today. So, some of these contracts expired, if you all remember, when Chris brought this document up.
But we just extended it 90 days.
You just did
so
an
it was-
extension
we
90 days
weren't
for
in
something
I
that was
remember
already
doing the
expired to.
extension for the 90 days.
And then
we were supposed to go out for the RFPs, correct?
Which we've done.
We did. But then because there was a,
What this does, if you renew the ones.
Right now.
Like the attorney, the planner, and IT, it continues those services until we get the RFPs
and once,
in here.
okay,
The
so
attorney
this,
just told you that the contracts, we have, what's the notice, Chris?
15 days.
15 days notice. So when we get them in, we assess them, bring them back to you. You
okay,
can make the determination.
And you can still
It may
make it-
very well still be the planner that you have. It may very well be the attorney.
Right.
It may very well be IT, or you might decide after what they submit to bring IT in-house, or to bring the attorney in-house, or to bring the planner in-house. But all of that is gonna lie with you. We will bring you all the information so that you can make the appropriate decision. But right now, you asked me, did it bring us into compliance? It does.
so that's
Okay,
what I
that's
want to
what
know,
we wanted.
in
I
compliance
think
with
you
OIG.
explained it. You explained it.
Right.
And let me
Chris?
explain, I'd like to explain something here. We went 2 years without contracts in this town, okay? So if, Attorney Ryan, I'm just gonna use you as an example, don't take this personally. If Attorney Ryan does not wanna continue with us, that's fine. He doesn't continue with us, and we don't continue paying Attorney Ryan for his position, okay? Just throwing that out there as one example here. But if Attorney Ryan wants to continue on while our RFPs are going, there's no reason to throw this extension out there when we have RFPs sitting out there. It makes us look stupid. We have these out for bid. We're following what the OIG told us to do. We're following what Awell Wingo told us to do. We're doing it properly by going out for bid. They're finally out. They're supposed to be done at the end of the month. There's no reason to get locked into another contract that's going to extend out to September, even though, yes, contracts can be broken, but it's very difficult to break contracts. It's not easy. So if we do get a RFP that comes back and we decide to go another direction, then we have to deal with a break of a contract and everything else that goes along with that. Right now, we could just continue on. When the RFPs come through, see what happens, make the determination. We could be, contracting back with Attorney Ryan, could be contacting back. It just depends on what happens when these RFPs come through at the end of the month.
I'm just going to state for the record, so the contracts, all of our contracts expired September 30th, 2018. So from 2018, September 30th, 2018 until 3 months ago, we were without contracts for all of these positions. So I just want to put that on the record. So that's why, for me, I find it like we're slapping a Band-Aid on the big problem that we have, which doesn't make sense to me.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Your contracts, they extend every year, but they had, the date that they had expired. The way you have it, the option continues for 30 days or a year. So the contracts had expired because you had not gone out on bid on them, and they had been in existence for years. And Commissioner Jacob is correct. They should be coming back every so often for rebids, because right now, they don't like the fact that you continue to keep the same over and over and over. You ought to rebid. So even though they had expired 2 years ago, which is really bad, you've been written up 2 years ago too, and every year by the auditor and by OIG. That's why it came out. So now we're trying to do something.
And
Okay.
if it doesn't,
But it's up to the commission
Yeah, I think
to
we need
decide what they want to do. This is a commission-driven town. Staff just make recommendations for you to make the vote.
Mr. Daughtry, go ahead.
And Madam Mayor, the only reason that we are making this recommendation is that if we pay these contractors without a current contract, we're then in violation again. So the attorney has said that in these extensions, there's a 15-day notice that once, if you, commission, decide that you want contractor A, that if that's who you select, then you immediately give the existing contractor notice that in 15 days, the contract is up. But for us to pay money now to any of these contractors, without this, we will be in violation. That's all that is.
When do these contracts expire?
So I'm gonna go.
Wait, I'm sorry, I just asked the question. When do the contracts expire?
They were executed for 90 days, and then there was an automatic 30-day extension, and we're in the extension period now.
We're in an extension period, and extension period expires when? February 4th, correct? Okay, and January 30th is when the, January 30th is the closing date? Is that correct?
31st.
31st?
But you
Okay.
gotta realize they gotta come in, they
Come
gotta
in.
be evaluated, we have to perform interviews.
Then they have to present them to you, and then you make the determination as to which one you want. But if you pay anybody
Right.
for
Anybody after
services.
February 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone after
understand.
February 4th?
Right,
So
and all this is to cover us until you make a
I
determination.
understand it now. You're
Yep.
right, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Everybody has a
I think
different
so
opinion.
too.
At the same time, to go and break a contract, we have to have a workshop, we have to have discussion.
Yes.
We have to have a commission meeting, so we just add another month to everyone along the way.
But that's why you need this extension with that provision that you have 15 days. If you choose someone else, if they sign this, they understand that up front.
Right.
And we, the town, is in compliance. That's the most important
Well,
piece.
I want to be in compliance.
Call the question, Madam Mayor.
I have a question, and this extension is for 3 months?
No. So September.
So after 3 months, it automatically?
No.
No.
This is
But
an
you-
extension till September, not for 3 months. This is
Okay.
now,
But you
the
can-
last one was 3 months. This one is now all the way through to September, so this is a 9-month extension.
But you have 15 days to change your mind.
If you do nothing,
Then it's September.
then it'll go to September 30th.
Right.
If, when you get these RFPs back, and we go through a recommendation to the commission can vote it up or vote it down. If they do nothing, then these contracts last through September 30th.
But we'll be in compliance.
We'll be in compliance. If we pay these people any more money, without this, we'll be out of
Then we
compliance.
won't be in compliance.
That's what the OIG.
We don't have.
Even though we have the
and we
RFPs
have to
out.
stay in compliance.
Yes.
We haven't selected, we don't know who's gonna apply yet.
Right. So we have to be in compliance now. Or we'll
That's
be
all this
not
about.
in compliance and then we're in trouble.
But the ball is still in your
I
court.
understand what you're saying.
You make the determination. Like I said, you can say you want to keep who you have, you want to select a new one, but if you do nothing, then you keep who you have through
So if
September
you do
30th.
nothing and you pay them,
Well, they still
then
have
you
to
got a
do
problem.
Well, you can't pay them
Right.
without,
February
That's
4th.
what,
that's all, yeah.
okay, so call the question if nobody has any other
Well,
questions.
when does the,
Going to ask, where's that written at? 'Cause I have not come across that.
Which portion, which portion?
The fact if we pay them, we're in violation.
Well, the OIG's already told us that you have if you don't have a bona fide contract, you can't legitimately pay anybody
Well, actually, I would
beyond
disagree on
Beyond the
that point,
extension.
sir. I just respectfully disagree that we continued the other ones on a
month to month.
on a month-to-month basis, on a quasi-contract kind of theory that you were continuing
Yeah,
the
okay.
implied contract, you're extending the other terms, as long as the terms and conditions were the same.
Sure.
You were able to pay them. It's not illegal, it's not probably the best way to go forward, but it was a way to continue the contracts, and under the same terms and conditions.
But that's what we were also written up, because we did not renew
Gotcha.
We didn't go out for a bid.
But things didn't go out to bid.
Correct.
And that was the bigger problem.
Yes.
That things did not go out to bid and have not gone out to bid for years.
Yes, sir.
So that was the bigger issue that the OIG was looking at, not the fact that we didn't have contracts in place, because we were still paying the same people that we've had contracts with.
Correct.
So I say we continue the way, unfortunately, the way we've been until we can get through these RFPs and see how they go. So, but that's my opinion on it.
And you have a right to do that if that's what you want to do.
So,
So we're gonna go do
So your,
this.
Chris, I'm sorry, your legal opinion is that we can continue to pay and we would not be doing anything illegal by continuing to pay without having a contract?
Yeah, that was subject of a memorandum I wrote to you all back in last year, stating that the fact that we didn't have a written contract in place, we were still operating on the same terms and conditions as a contract that had expired. So it is an implied contract theory that we were able to continue. If we were to do that, here, you could do that. I mean, I think you're in better standing to go ahead and execute the agreements with the short fuse for termination, but it's your decision.
okay, but that's what you just said, okay, and I agree that the manager and Mr. Daughtry, assistant manager, are telling us what direction. It's our decision, but
I'm going with what the manager and the attorney says.
I believe that their way is the right way.
I
My
want it-
opinion only. You want to call the question?
Roll call.
What is the vote?
What was the motion?
It's just the motion to approve resolution that for DC Strategies, Mike Miller's Planning Associates, Network Techs, and Ryan LLC contract extensions.
Okay, so you're doing the
September
contract
30th,
extension. Okay.
2020.
So there was
But we have
there was
15
a
days.
motion was made by Vice Mayor Clark and seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
No.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
No.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
No.
Motion dies.
You need to address DC strategies separate from the other three.
So now we're not in compliance, so we're in trouble?
No,
No,
DC
Chris said that they-
strategies is separate, should be separate from the other three. Because there's not an RFP out on that one.
So why would we vote on that then, those, because that's not right.
Okay, so we have, okay, so what do you want to do on that?
How do you do that, Chris?
Well, you could.
That's not right.
Well, no, you could address, if you want to just address the DC Strategies, we'll just do a resolution just, and approving only that agreement. If you want to do
How do
that.
we approve that and not, because we're not approving falls,
Taking it out as
But for the
individual.
purpose, the reason
taking it out.
is that the manager explained is that there's not currently an RFP outstanding for those services that they provide.
so now are we in trouble with the OIG because we're not in compliance?
If you
Yeah,
pay,
they've never said anything to me about the compliance issue.
Okay.
I've not read anything of not being in compliant on that, as all the records I've read through. So-
Well, I just want to make sure that we're in compliance.
Okay,
what are you doing on the other one?
wasn't there renewal in her contract originally for 1 year or 2 years or something in DC Strategies' original contract?
You brought all of these back and said bring them all back in 90 days.
No, we
Yeah, I
didn't.
think her original contract was for a term of 3 years and expired at the end of the last
But there was
fiscal
a
year.
renewal in that.
It expired, I think, the end of the fiscal year, and then you extended it for 90 days. So it's time for a renewal on that one.
So,
Which this one would have put, so that's why I said you have to take that one out from the other three.
Take it out.
You want to consider that one individually?
It has to be. Because it doesn't, there's not an RFP out for that one.
Okay, I got a question, may I?
Let's
All
read
right.
and get the thing on the floor the right way. and then we'll go through
Okay, you
the
want to bring it
discussion.
up, okay, so it'd be a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing the town for the extension of the consultant agreement with DC Strategies LLC, authorizing and directing the mayor and appropriate town officials to execute and deliver such documents as necessary to extend the consultant contract agreement, consultant agreement provided for herein, provide severability, superseding conflicting resolutions, and provide an effective date. Whereas the Town Commission has previously entered into an agreement with DC Strategies LLC to provide professional consultant services for the town, and whereas the agreement with DC Strategies LLC for professional services is due to expire, and whereas the Town Commission desires to extend the professional services consultant agreement with DC Strategies through the end of the fiscal year 2020. Now therefore be resolved by the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, Section 1, that the Town Commission hereby agrees to extend the term of the professional consultant services agreement with DC Strategies LLC through September 30, 2020. Section 2, that the mayor and appropriate town officials are authorized and directed to execute and deliver any all documents necessary in order to extend the term of the professional services agreement for DC Strategies LLC through September 30, 2020. Section 3, that if any clause, section, or other part or application of this resolution is held by any court of competent jurisdiction to be unconstitutional or invalid, and part or an application shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions or applications of this resolution. Section 4, that all resolutions, parts of resolutions, conflict herewith being the same hereby superseded to the extent such conflict. Section 5, this resolution shall be enforced and take effect in the passage.
Wait, which one is this?
That would be for DC Strategies.
Motion to adopt.
Can I see that, please?
All I did was take the other names out.
No, you have to have a second. Who seconded it?
I second it.
Okay.
DC Strategies is
That's our grant
is
writer.
Steve
She's
Carpenter.
the one that's
Grant
been
writer.
providing the
Okay.
information on the grants, but she also deals with the lobbying.
Well, we just did something, and how can you not follow the same pattern? On the lobbyists, they have to register up there, otherwise our whole annexation
is messed
issue,
up.
our whole annexation issue is at risk. So I can see why we did that, and now the commission turned a different way on the planner, the Mark Pakula, Brian and Brian, and so now we're coming up with DC. She doesn't have to register, she's a grant writer. So how can you do anything other than what we just did? Otherwise, we would really look bad.
It's been motion and second, you need to carry the vote.
Okay, we got to
There
carry
was
our vote.
discussion.
Discussion.
There was discussion.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
called discussion.
I didn't hear discussion.
Her original contract came with a 2-year renewal if we chose to exercise it.
She hasn't been at none of these meetings. So what is she doing?
Been sending down information that we haven't
Okay.
been responding to.
Attached to my report is a rehabilitation plan where she's started researching grants
Oh.
and different things. If you read it, you will see it.
Did we do a separate agreement for that, for her renewal for 90 days? Because I'm looking at her contract. Her contract came with a 2-year renewal.
There was an
Yeah, I
extension
think
agreement.
that-
for that.
No, I thought it was a 2-year renewal in here.
Yeah, but what's the
They
date
were all
on it?
90 days.
September 2019.
No, that's the renewal. That's
No,
the
the-
extension.
No,
That's the-
no, her original contract was September 27, 2016, ending September 27, 2019.
No, when she contacted, she said it had expired. And that's
We
why
extended it 90
her
days.
extension is, a copy of it is on the, attached to
Yes,
here.
it was extended for 90 days.
And then so you just did a move for Miller, Ryan, and IT. So what, I mean, how can you do it any other way?
The difference is those positions are there's a RFP out for them. This one there is not. That's the difference between the two of them.
But there should be an RFP for that, too.
Not one out.
All right, well, then that's a no-no. All right, so do we vote?
There's a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
What was the motion?
To renew DC Strategies until September 30th, 2020.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
No.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Commissioner Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Number 10F, National League of Cities, March 7th through the 11th, 2000. 2020 National Legacies Conference.
You know, can I say something? I just want to know why there's no RFP for her. Do you know why?
From what I see, there's never been an RFP. It's always been a contract.
She won the bid in 2017 for her position.
So the question would be, do you want to put it out for RFP now?
I think we should do an RFP on her, too. Absolutely. That's not right. You got to do what's right.
There was an RFP done
Well,
on it.
I'd like to see us do an RFP. She needs,
So make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we do an RFP on DD, what is it?
Well, you're not doing an RFP for DC Strategy. You're doing an RFP for a grant writer /
For a grants writer / what? Lobbyist.
I'll second it.
Go ahead, discussion.
Well, what does the commission want to do?
Or just a grant writer?
Well,
Well, no,
she
she was a combined, that's why.
Yeah, but it's not right. She shouldn't, why should we, vote? We should have had an RFP on her.
That's what this is.
That's
What you just brought up.
Huh?
That's what we just brought up.
That's what the motion you just made, and I just seconded. So call the question.
Okay. That's it.
Roll call.
Motion made by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
And that's to go out for an RFP, right? But we're not, okay.
For grant writer / professional lobbyist professional services.
But still, it would be the 15-day, when we go through the whole.
it'll be.
You already extended her contract.
Extended her contract.
You already
So
extended her
that'll give us
contract.
time
I
to
voted
go
no
out
on it.
to do an RFP.
Oh, jeez. Oh, well, I'm not good at, but it's
You've
too
given
messy.
us two
It takes
directions.
time.
You
It takes time
extended
for
the
the RFP to
contract.
go out. And it's a process. It's not going to happen overnight. So
Right.
in that position, with the other positions, we have RFPs out, currently out, that are going to be responded to within a matter of 30 days. This position does not have an RFP out, so we extended it to September. So now we
that's
have
right.
time to put an RFP out, go through the proper channels. Come September,
And
we'll
bring it
proceed
back to
on.
you.
It's very simple.
And we have to bring the RFP back to you in enough time for you to award it before September 30th.
Right, okay. I understand now.
Okay?
Yeah, I understand myself.
So now we got our directions.
Now, let me ask you a
And we have to
question.
bring the RFP back to you before it's issued for you to approve it. And if we don't have everything in it you want, then we'll bring it back again. But we got to September 30th to make sure this happens.
Okay, I have a question. Say, okay, they already voted yes on this to extend it until September 20th, or 30th, 2020.
Okay.
Okay, and you got 15 days, right, so I voted no, but can I still say, hey, no, again, and within, the 15 days?
You can't, that's the way the contract is written,
Oh,
Commissioner Cohen.
okay.
But if we pay money to those other contractors, like Ryan and Miller, then you have a big problem with that.
He's the attorney, he said there's no problem, so.
Okay, yeah, we can't go against the attorney.
I just want to be in
I'm gonna write that down.
compliance with, no, well, I just want to be in compliance with the OIG.
Yeah, we all do.
Dave, did you want to address the commission?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, get some clarification. David Sigerson, consultant for the town. Did you, Chris, I heard you mention that, that we were here and available to sign the contract tonight. Do you want us to do that? Or do you want to just, sign it and email it to us, scan it?
They're here, and they're executed and ready to go, so it would just be simpler while you're here to sign them, if you have the authority.
Yeah, I do. I don't know about Connie,
If not,
but
they can, you can circulate it to send it FedEx or whatever way you want to get it done. They could be signed electronic counterpart.
I know we're just trying to expedite things because all of us have to report. We're all going to be leaving for Tallahassee in a couple of days, wherever we happen to be. So I'm just, whatever we need to do to expedite.
Take a 2-minute break. We'll sign them and give them to you. That way you can walk.
Okay, great, thanks. Do you want me to take? I can distribute Tidewaters and okay.
And we extended those till September 30th and January 1st.
Very good. Thank you for the clarification.
So, taking a 2-minute break so that we can get them done.
Let's just finish.
Have a lot more stuff, Chris. Let's get them signed and get her out. Get them out. What signature do you need?
In those, I need. Those I'll need, the attorney, the managers,
sign
and
them
the
all.
mayors. On all these. I printed them all out. I need your signature. Your first copy first. But this one's the one for, this is the one for Shalonda. No, yeah, that's what's in it. This is the one that we have. Because they're signing, I just brought it to you. This is one of those.
No, the ones that I handed you are printed out. I gave you an envelope full of documents.
You gave me
See
papers
where
that you didn't
see where it says contractor extension agreements?
I'm sorry. But mine are in color, so they're pretty. Make sure you've got
You did to get it easier, right?
Huh?
So see you, we'll make arrangements next Monday, okay? Tuesday, we'll take Monday.
Not usually not past 10 o'clock. We're in bed by now. When we both like that.
You didn't.
Feeling better. I was good till about 8:30.
You never know. I'll tell you that. Yes, sir. Things can go any way.
It's a proposal. have bothered me if it's the first time I heard it.
Well, I hate to have to do that. It makes me look bad.
That's almost lunchtime.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sleep.
We didn't get a
Time to be
chance.
back. So my first meeting tomorrow is make sure I don't have another meeting up there tomorrow sometime.
Those pretzels are good.
I'm gonna cut back on that stuff.
That's horrible.
It's not easy.
I do good until I come around here.
Yeah, me too. I have the last seat. I have the last seat away from the door.
And don't you hear that text thing going on?
I did my part. That's all I can do. I said I did my part. Say what the truth is. Let you really know. That's all we can do.
Don't attack me. I think I'll tell the truth. I mean, you don't have to do that. I knew where all the bodies are buried. I've been here long enough. She done told out people. Calls in person. Reports may end up showing up. In writing.
I'm sure it will. I don't think you have a choice.
Because I'm going to force the It's going to force the issue. Don't put me at risk. I'll protect myself. Because I
Don't
have
blame
done nothing wrong. You know me. I don't do anything.
But I don't blame you.
I'm as honest as the day is long. I call something what it is.
Yeah.
It's a frog. It's a frog. Ain't no toad.
Because if you say you want to know the truth, and what you do with it is up to you.
Exactly. I'm looking for. Check with MPO and verify all the meetings. So what I didn't that day is I don't have weather or anything. I don't even have TV at home since I cut my salary. I can't afford it. I don't have TV. I don't have cable, I don't have a phone.
Ridiculous. I mean, ridiculous.
Oh.
I'm always at work
Go
anyway.
on. Let's go. Thanks for your update, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get out of here until about 12.
No, it was just their signature and then the three of us. So here, John Hancock is not needed.
You good?
Oh, Marlene's making copies of. Oh, we can't do anything. Marlene's not here.
Yeah, Susan can make the copies.
You can start.
Somebody needs to hit record.
It's only 10.
That would be nice.
Read the
I
Yelp
wanna-
reviews about them. They sound pretty good.
Eggs.
Okay. Waiting for Martell.
Setting it up right now.
But couldn't Susan go make the copies and let her come back?
She said she had to attest to something. I don't know what she meant by that, but you're gonna go check and see. Okay. Did you set it up so that it's recorded? Oh, okay.
It's the 13th.
Hit record.
Ninth, right? Yeah.
13th, and I'm looking for my,
Almost there, yeah.
and the 23rd is me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, the 11th and 12th, I believe, is the league's legislative action days. February 11th and 12th, but the League of Mayors is the same time as the Broward Days, which is the 22nd and the 23rd. Okay, I'll call you. Really, I gotta give you advance notice now? But I think we all need to take a, yeah, exactly. I think we all need to kind of take a trip up there, especially with us having so many things floating around for our appropriations, to make sure that they see us and know that we're serious about wanting our money. Yes.
But then we have our lobbyists who are paying top dollar.
But
That's your job to make sure that we get those funds.
But the thing is, they're looking for the elected officials to be there.
That's why we have those bodies, so they're there representing us.
They are, but again, the legislature would like to see the elected officials who represent the cities, not the lobbyists, and they'll tell you that all the time. Yes, they want to see that we're serious and not just sending letter.
Let's put the table on the table, have dialogue up here.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, 10F, National League of Cities Conference, March 7th through the 11th. That's, I believe that's the legislative one that they have in DC. That's a very good one to go to.
Okay, I have, may I?
Go right ahead.
Okay. I have a problem with this one, and only because I think, I don't remember, it was Jacob, remember you brought it up? I think it was the manager, and I said that I didn't feel at that time that anybody should be traveling. I still feel that way. I just don't think it's a good time I just don't think it looks good.
There's quite a bit of difference between us.
No, but I'm not saying, I'm not talking about the manager. It was because I just didn't think, I think, I'm for the Florida League of Cities, to go to Orlando, local, because that's just me. But to go traveling outside, I don't know, I'm just not for that.
Okay, so let me go into a little
Okay,
detail
go
and
ahead.
explain.
Yeah, I want you to.
There's a great deal of difference between myself as an elected official and the town manager.
No, I don't want, it has, okay.
Just let me
Go
listen.
ahead.
I was one of 41 elected officials appointed to the Public Safety and Crime Prevention Committee for the National League of Cities, which is the policy making for crime prevention, corrections, substance abuse, municipal fire policy, juvenile justice, disaster preparation and relief, homeland security, domestic terrorism, and court system gun control.
Oh,
One of
okay.
41
Mhm.
people in the country appointed to that committee. So that's kind of an honor to be on that committee, and it's kind of a big deal.
So you're on the committee?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
on the committee.
I didn't know you were on the committee.
That's the point of this trip.
Okay.
So it is March 7th through the 11th in DC. And that's what this is about.
That's, okay.
In addition to that, they have the federal round robin. The federal round robin provides us with access to all of the federal agencies' funding sources for anything and everything you need for your city. whether it's FEMA money, whether it's USDA money, whether it's rural development. It is vital that we have representation there, because I went to the round robin, when I went the last time I went to the round robin, I brought back so much information for grants and things for the city to utilize. If you're not there, you're not going to have the access.
And I would like to continue with
Yes.
saying that I would like to take Joy Brown, our assistant.
Listen. Okay, go ahead.
This is my turn to speak here.
Go ahead, you have the
Who
floor.
is our assistant as commissioners, so because of the abundance of information that's going to be provided, I can only take in so much. But I have someone else who also represents all the other commissioners here in this town that can get that information and, without being a sunshine violation, provide that to the other commissioners. I think it's in the best interest of the town to have her go as well. It's different from having two commissioners go. If two commissioners were to go, it would look, it could fall under a sunshine violation for this. Or for this
Well, as long as they stayed away from each other.
But again, there are simultaneous meetings going on. There are also classes, like every time I go, I attend classes because I'm trying to get my advanced elected official certification, which makes you a better elected official. It gives you the information, access to what programs are available, as well as giving you the information on how to be an effective leader. So that's why I suggested last time, everyone should be attending these events because they're so important. They provide you with access to information that you don't have, training, and access to funding, which is what we need, and information that's what's being blocked at the local level and things like that. So these are the things that we need to do as a commission, is attend these events because of the fact that they are so important. I also, like, he's currently sitting on a board. I was the director, the regional director for one of the organizations for the National League of Cities. So that's why I say these are things that we need to all be attending. So,
And can I just say one
Go
add
ahead.
to it, to complement what you're saying? And we've always had a long-standing policy that any commissioner could go to the National League of Cities or the State League, the Board of League of Cities. And here, Commissioner Jacobs is asking for a specific person to go. And I believe that he should get that opportunity.
And
It's going to benefit us. That's the way I
reason-
believe. And you can go, and I can go, and anybody can go.
trying to stick you in a small city.
I'm going. I'm trying to get there.
And the reason specifically for her is she is our assistant, the commission's assistant. So she could go to all of us and provide that information that I cannot bring back and provide to you unless we're sitting here in a workshop. You know, she can bring back stuff and provide to all of you, other than myself.
So what do you
And it
want,
doesn't
what do you
violate any
need?
sunshine laws.
I make a motion that any commissioner can
Can
go.
I speak? I mean,
Well, let's
it's
get it
him
on the
and I
floor.
talking. So
let's get it on the
okay,
floor.
so I'd like to respond to what Mr. Jacob.
But then I'd like to, what we properly should do.
I know you
is
want to
put it on
rush
the
things and
floor.
hurry and vote.
No, we're not
Okay,
doing
I'd like
that.
to
We're doing it
respond to
properly
what he's
according to
talking.
Robert's rules.
Okay.
Isn't that what we're supposed to go under?
And I understand
Yeah,
what
we're
you're
not.
saying, and,
Let me
you know,
make
I
a
respect
motion.
what you have to say. And I mean, I was really kind of leaning when you started saying you're on the committee, but as far as staff going with, no, I don't support that, so,
that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. Please call.
okay, that's it.
Proper
And I'm
way.
sorry, but that's just the way I feel. I
Vote
think
your
that,
conscience when
yes.
it goes. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that any commissioner is entitled and can go or not go to the National League of Cities, the Florida League of Cities,
is it in the budget?
Yes, it is.
and then if you want, I would really like to then just get that going, and then I would make a motion to allow
I think there's
Joy.
only one motion for this. What
You
do we
want?
need for this? We just need a motion for this event that approves myself.
Yeah, I think you should narrow it just to this one event. Yeah, but you can-
Yeah, okay.
Not a blanket
Okay,
statement.
but that's what we have done, is we've allowed, right, Ashura? We have always had the opportunity to go to, based on what you're saying, and the national, based on what you're saying, because you're always saying, we need to get out there, we need to get out there. So, I'm gonna make a motion that, any commissioner is allowed to attend this National League of Cities. Is it okay if I go compound, Attorney Ryan, and say, and at the request of Commissioner Jacobs, allow the events coordinator or the assistant to the commission to attend. In an amount not to exceed, who has the number? Who would have the number?
What is that, 2,000, 2,500? I don't know what it is per person.
I'm not sure what it is.
I don't know what it is either.
So in an amount not to exceed $2,500? And then the next question would be after, would be in discussion, I'd ask it. But it's
So the motion's there, is there a second?
Second.
so my first question, well, we don't know who's going yet. If it's only.
No, but 2,500 per person.
Oh,
We always do it per person.
$2,500
Because
per
the hotel
person,
is-
not to exceed.
Yeah.
You're saying 2,500 per person?
Not to exceed. Okay, so I'll change that. And someone second it, the change? Ray?
Yeah, I second.
Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. So Joy is included.
To answer your question, there is money allocated for travel for the commission. It is
How much is left?
There is $14,000 was allocated for the entire year. Through December, the commission has spent $2,634, leaving $11,365 remaining for the rest of the year. Well, yes, but understand that this is the money that has been allocated for the entire year. So if there are other trips planned after the future year, there might have to be some allocation done towards the end of the year, but we're brought in front of the commission again, but the commission did approve $14,000 for travel for the fiscal year.
Any other discussion? Roll call.
I do. I'm
Oh,
just
go
going to
ahead.
say that, after Jacob said he was on this committee, which I didn't know he served on this committee, I was going to support this. But now that a staff member, you want a staff member to join you, I'm not in favor for it. That's all.
Roll call.
Just one clarification, it's 2,500 per person?
Yes.
Okay, motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
No.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs? Yes. Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes. 10G, appointing auditor selection committee and respectfully requesting a special commission meeting for Wednesday, January 15, 2020 at 6:00 p.m. to award the RFP 20-07 auditor services. So basically what it is that in the past you usually have people on the selection committee who are in the industry. I've already reached out to Myanmar's finance director, Pompano's finance director, Lauderdale Lakes, which one is it? Hazel's finance director. I can't think of what city that is. Huh? Hazel Rogers. Lauderdale Lakes. Okay. And we've also reached out to Hollywood, so to see if we can get them to be on the audit committee, because normally, again, you usually have someone in the industry, which are usually the finance directors from other cities, who sit on the committee to review the RFPs that come in for the audit services.
And who's going to be staying on the committee? You're the chair.
I'm the chair, and then the people. No.
I don't need to be on
Have they confirmed?
We had two that confirmed, but I don't know what this date, so we'll have to find out what this date, because I wasn't aware of the date when I asked them.
that. And how many people?
5.
Who are they?
The finance director for Miramar, the finance director for Hollywood, the finance director for Lauderdale Lakes. Who did I miss? Miramar. Pompano.
Okay.
I agree. I think in this particular case, definitely, we need people from the outside. You are representing us, the commission. I have no problem with that.
So the motion, we can make a motion and
Hold on, we gotta write the names, the cities down again, because I will butcher
I mean,
it.
is this
Okay.
okay? It's the way it's supposed to be? I don't know.
is a minimum of 3 persons, one of them has to be a commissioner.
Up on the beach.
And our finance director will serve as the advisor to the committee. They changed the selection
forget.
committee this year as to how it's done. A staff person within cannot be on the committee, and also the chief executive officer, which is considered here would be the town manager, cannot be on the committee. And the finance director can not serve on the committee, but he can serve as advisor to the committee.
But how do you get these people? How did they know to serve on this committee?
The mayor serves as the chair, because she's
And you
the
call
chief
them and find out?
elected person.
That's how they've always done it.
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
Agnew, Lauder, Pompanos always served on our committee before with
Okay.
Georgina. Aventura, Sunny Owls, those were always the folks that actually served on the committee in the past.
Okay, just
We just need the names and to make sure they're in place, because the RFP will close on the 13th and we will open it. Then we will get the copies to everyone. The committee will convene on the 14th, and then that's why we need a special meeting so that we can be on target for this audit on the 15th, so you all can approve out of the ranking that the committee will do.
Okay, so I make a motion that we appoint as the chairperson, or the chairperson has already been appointed, the mayor, our mayor, Ashura Mohammed, and as other serving on the committee, the Pompano Beach Director, do you have a name or no? The Miramar Director, Finance and Budget Director, Hollywood Finance and Budget Director, Lauderdale Lakes Finance and Budget Director, to serve on the committee for the RFPs regarding auditors. Is that okay? Let's get it, see if there's a second.
Discussion, what are you confused about?
confused because I thought we already did this committee thing and that Howard and, no? Okay, all right, then, okay.
It's better to have experts in the field, but it would be nice if our manager was there to hear, and our finance and budget director, whichever.
The
role they-
finance director will be, he serves as the advisor to the committee. That's the way they have it
Okay.
set up now.
So I think we're in pretty good shape, Ray. I don't think we can do any better, and I'd rather have people that know the industry and can say, because we've had a little bit of an issue there.
And I can be present, I will be present.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Attorney Ryan, just one question, please. In regards to the 5 that we have, if, for example, the mayor can't get all 5 to attend, if she can only get 2 to attend, can she still have the meeting since we've read out all these? I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, as long as you get a quorum.
Yeah, as long as she's got
At least 3. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm just making sure.
That's a good question. That was a good
Just wanted
question.
to make sure that you could have your
So
meeting.
she got 4 names, so whatever 2 she confirmed, that will be 3, and if she get all 4, that will be 5. You have to have an odd number.
Okay.
And that's based on the new state statute that changed,
When did that change?
went into effect, July 1, I think.
Yeah, July 1. And you can't think why they think what they did, but they wanted it where staff, I guess, was not involved because so many people have had the same auditors for years. And they are now getting really tough on these audits. And hopefully we get some fresh blood in here.
No, I just didn't know if there were going to be any questions.
10H Disaster Relief Worksite Agreement.
Oh, do I have a motion?
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm trying to move on.
Yeah, we made a motion and it was seconded.
Roll call, sorry. I was
Motion
moving
made by
forward.
Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Okay, in that, there's 2 parts to this. One of them was actually putting this election committee. The second part was to allow us to have a special commission meeting. Do you have to vote separately?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll make a
for the
motion
special commission meeting?
that this auditing committee be authorized to have a special meeting.
No. This is for the town commission.
On Town Commission to
Oh.
award the bid on the
Okay,
15th.
then you
Because
tell
we have
us
to
the
vote
date.
on it.
Tell us the date that you would
The
just
On
pick
the
it.
15th.
The 15th.
January 15th, February?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
January.
I make a,
February?
January.
Oh, January, okay.
You're gonna open them on the 13th and then board on the 15th?
That's what we do.
When's the
No,
committee?
14th and the 15th.
The committee meets on the 14th.
Oh, you meet
So-
the day before?
so I make a motion that the town commission
have a special commission meeting to look over the RFPs for the town auditor. At what time? Ray, what time can you be here?
6 is fine.
No, they have it 6 o'clock. It's on the thingamabobby.
Okay, so there you go. I made that motion. What number is that?
10G.
Okay, so I think appointing auditor selection to, and respectfully request okay, so I make a motion that the town commission have a special commission meeting for Wednesday, January 15th, 2020, at 6 PM to award RFP 20-07 auditor services.
What day does that fall on?
Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday, okay.
I think we're getting sleepy. Is there a second to it?
Second.
Okay, let's go.
Motion by Vice Mayor Clark,
I'm getting
seconded by
giddy.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes. 10H, disaster relief worksite agreement, town manager Muse Salters.
This is something that came from Carissa's Broward, and it's a free service that they will give us. But if, to go into any agreement, we need permission from you, even though it is free. And there is an agreement that they sent, and anytime there's a disaster release, it will enable us to enact and use this service.
Well, that's, if it's
Yeah,
free.
It's, they supply the workers, but the town,
Workers,
the
yeah.
town has to pay them. The town pays the workers.
She told me it was free.
Pay for the
No,
workers.
you pay the salaries for the workers. The only free part is
The contract.
The only free part is the
Well,
water.
she
they
didn't
give
tell you
you.
the truth.
Yeah, and,
When I told
Okay.
her, that's what she said.
Do it.
But if you, it's up to you.
Tell
You
them.
can let her know not to.
they provide temporary workers for, temporary personnel service, clerical and administrative assistance, production staffing needs, temporary technical staffing needs, temporary financial staffing needs, temporary warehouse staff, temporary drivers, manual labor, customer service personnel, construction service, HR, research and development, safety, health, environmental services, staffing, and manual labor underground.
For free.
No.
Okay, so what does the commission feel like on this? Do we want to entertain this? Do we want to put it off to the workshop? Can we put it off to the workshop?
Can we put it off so
Put
we,
it off to the
yeah.
workshop, just let me get back with her.
And ask her, why did you tell me it's free when you got me up
And
there?
because the letter was originally sent to, because I thought I sent the one that was sent to the mayor. But I see this is because I told her we needed one for the mayor rather than the vice mayor.
Yep.
Okay,
You could
so
just
you'll
put that on the
table that until,
Yeah, take
so,
it to the workshop.
Okay.
And I'll call her.
okay. Wait, where's my agenda at? No. Okay. So that will be on the January 22nd? January 22nd. Okay.
6 p.m.
Okay. 10I, review and discussion of town manager Muse Salters employment contract, Clerk Commissioner Jacobs.
Seeing how we're in the probationary period, town manager Muse Salters. Ms. Muse Salters has not fulfilled the obligations of her contract, and I'm going to make a motion to terminate her contract with cause.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Discussion,
I don't
please.
know where you guys are coming from. Why are we terminating her contract? This is not a good thing. This is,
There's a lot
okay,
that's
go ahead.
happened that you guys are not all aware of.
So that's why you have to explain it.
From the very beginning, since Ms. Salters has been here, she's been threatening her personal attorney with suing many of us, starting with the vice mayor. First 2 months she was here, she kept continuing threatening the vice mayor, telling us we needed to keep him in trouble. Once it passed off the vice mayor, it went on to the mayor, to the point the mayor doesn't come around much anymore either. Then it went on to me. She's made it very clear to all of the staff around town that she doesn't need to be here. She's gonna get paid either way. She stated stuff like this. I'd like to go into a lot of detail about this, but I think it's better because it's gonna end up in court. So, we could go into a few things. She is insubordinate. I've asked her numerous times to do things, and per her contract, she is to fulfill the request of the commission. She absolutely has refused. I've asked her for a weekly summary to keep us all informed of what's going on around town. She has absolutely refused to provide that. I gave her an outline of what I wanted for the information. She would not provide that. She further stated December 4th that she would provide her monthly statement. She was dictating what she was going to do and not fulfilling the request. That's insubordination. Okay? I've been asking for this to hold her accountable. Because I don't know if you're aware, she's not here. She has excessive amounts of absences. Not here on Mondays, not here on Fridays. She took 2 weeks vacation the second month she was here. First month she was here, she got a pay, approximately first month she was here, she gave herself a $5,000 pay raise. I called her in question on it via email. She told me to refer to her contract. Let me explain. Her contract specifically states after being here for 1 year, she will get a COLA, not prior to. That's fraud. So she believes she gets a COLA. She believes we voted for her to get the COLA, even though her contract specifically states it's after 1 year. Furthermore, we need someone who is a professional in this position. Ms. Salters isn't. Ms. Salters has got to the point of name calling, being disrespectful and rude. Okay? Myself, I'm a professional. I'm educated. I have a few degrees. I worked as a professional airline pilot. I'm from the West Coast. But she believes it's okay to call me a redneck bigot. That's unacceptable. I'm one of her bosses, as all 5 of us are. I'm not the only one. Apparently this has gone on to staff as well. Okay? This behavior is unacceptable. She has made this town a hostile work environment per EEOC because now it's involved race. Prior to that, she made accusations of me bullying, made accusations of me making this a hostile work environment, but she didn't take the time to actually look into what the definition of those were, the legal definition, because none of it applied. It didn't involve race, religion, color, creed, any of that. But she made it that. She is continually been setting herself up to sue this town. So she gets a paycheck. That's what I believe her goal is. But I don't think she's a good fit for this town. I don't think she's doing us justice here. And I believe we need to terminate her contract with us. Let me add into the reports, the monthly report. She stated numerous times to me that she was going to provide a report on December 4th for every month that she was here. She gave us a 2-page joke of a report that a 5th grader could have done a better job writing. That did not tell us what was going on and what she's been accomplishing in town, because she hasn't been here. She hasn't been doing anything. So that is a problem. I'm not paying someone to be in this town who is not here 100% and here for the residents of the community. It's disrespectful to this entire community and all the staff here in this building that worked so hard to make this a town of what it is.
Well, let me interject. The contract has specific provisions for determination of just cause.
Let me, okay.
Just to let you know.
I realize.
Okay. I just want to make sure the rest of the commissioners also aware of it. That the purposes agreement just cause is defined and limited to any of the following, and it gives 8 different reasons that could be for just cause. I don't know if you want me to read through them or not. But the next
I
thing
would
is,
read through them.
if there is
This is
if
pretty
there's a-
serious.
Well, yeah, certainly it's serious. It's one would be malfeasance, misfeasance, malfeasance, and/or nonfeasance in the performance of the town manager's duties and responsibilities. 2, conviction or a plea of guilty or no contest to a misdemeanor or felony crime, whether or not adjudication was withheld. 3, neglect of duty, including the inability or unwillingness to perform the discharge of responsibilities of office. 4, violation of any substantive town policy, rule, or regulation which would subject any other town employee to termination. 5, the commission of any fraudulent act against the interests of the town. 6, the commission of any act which involves moral turpitude or which causes the town disrepute. 7, violation of the International City County Management Association Code of Ethics or being found to have committed an ethics violation by the Florida Commission on Ethics. 8, any other act of a similar nature or the same or greater seriousness. Then in the event that the town terminates the town manager for cause as provided in paragraph C above, those listed 8 issues, then the town manager shall be given a written copy of the particulars and shall have the right to appear in public before the town commission with counsel if so desired and present evidence, argument, and rebuttal concerning the said allegations. After such hearing, if the majority of the members of the town commission then currently holding office find there is cause to terminate the town manager, then the town manager shall not be entitled to severance pay. Said hearing shall be held within 60 days of the notice of termination. So that the first step would then be, if you were to go forward with this, would to provide the notice of termination, and then you have to come up with the specifics that are the basis for that termination, and then have if the town manager were so to request such a hearing, to have a hearing in order to rebut those charges. Okay, so that's there is a procedure under agreement. So this, if you would be initiating the process this evening, it's not the complete process.
Nonfeasance in the performance of the town duties of responsibilities and manager's duties, number 1. That's clear. Neglect of duty, including the inability and willingness to properly discharge the responsibilities of office, that applies as well. Violations subjective to town policy, rule, or regulation, which would subject any other town employee to termination, that applies as well. The commission of any fraudulent act with the interest of the town. Again, I brought it to her attention that she does not fit a COLA. In her contract right here, it specifically states, after 1 year, and she has continued to collect.
Okay. There's the motion on the floor, there's a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I have to say that we went through, Madam Mayor, and Vice Mayor Cohen, or former Vice Mayor Cohen, time period where we had nobody. That was horrific. So it's a time that we have to adjust, and I hear what you're saying, okay, and I respect what you're saying, but we all have different opinions. And I think that to go back to those times, I really think that would be a drastic mistake. Now, what I've experienced, maybe it was a little rough coming in, but she had to adjust to everybody and all our personalities. I think that she's has shown a great progress from where we were, and that she is trying to correct the problems. Is it perfect? Nobody's perfect. But to go back to where we had no manager, I don't, that's a mistake, because then you don't have anyone doing the day-to-day affairs of the town. And you would have to go out for RFP. I would say you'd have, before you could change over, and this is just my opinion, Jeff, okay, we have our Commissioner Jake. We all have our opinions, but that really scares me, because part of our problem is we had no manager.
So let me ask
And we
you,
went through that.
so you would rather have someone here in town that's okay with racial slurs?
No, not at all.
As a management position who oversees our town staff?
No,
That's
I'm-
unacceptable.
That's right, I agree with that.
That is,
but-
we're gonna end up in a position again where we have a manager like we did before. Right now, we're in her probationary period of the 1 year, and this is time to do it in the beginning. We move on, we get someone else, and we continue moving on with this town. There is no reason in this day and age to have this happening in our town, especially in such a town with such a diverse culture that we live in. I live in this town because I love it. I love the diversity of this town. There is nothing about me that falls into the realm of fiction. And that's just one thing that just recently occurred that brought it into a complete EEOC violation. I don't want to come here to town hall anymore. You guys don't get that. I spend a lot of time here. I do a lot of work here. I've taken care of the clerk's office with the help of a couple other people. We got this place going back on track again. I put a lot of time and effort into this place. And now we're to the point, the manager's made it where I do not want to be here. I do not want to come around. I will not have a conversation with her without an attorney present or sitting here on the dais. Is that appropriate for a commissioner? The mayor, who is a staple of our community, she's been here for years. Everybody goes to her. She doesn't come around here much anymore. I hardly ever see her.
Well, let's let
Mayor, I
let's
don't
let
see her
her
much.
say that up here.
Okay.
You could say it, but let's let
But
her
I
say
was
that.
there in her office. I got her calmed down from attacking you in the beginning when she first started. She went in this back room. She was going off on everything that was going on. I got her. I don't deny it. I calmed you down because you were extremely upset on everything that was going on. Okay. I liked you in the beginning. That day ended. Okay. When your true colors came out, that ended. I didn't want to do this here on the dais because we're going to end up doing this again in court. Her personal attorney is going to sue us. We know this is coming. So let's cut our losses, let's move on, and get our community back in check.
Oh, may I? All right, I don't see this, what you're talking about. I feel, and I think the employees, because I'm here every day, and so is Howard. Every day I am here, okay? I spend a lot of time at this town hall. I have a very good relationship with the employees, okay? I speak to them, okay? Everyone that I've talked to, everybody likes her. They had the Christmas party. They had what they called the White Elephant. Commissioner Ray was there. Vice Mayor Clark was there. And I got to tell you, for the first time, Mr. Jacobs, or Commissioner Jacob, the first time that I saw smiles and saw staff with happy, positive face because they had somebody in place that really wants to make a change and make a difference. You know, you've got to keep in mind, too, and this is scary for me. This is really scary, okay? Because I don't know a lot of this stuff that you're bringing up,
I can't
all right?
have those
And I know you can't have that because of the sunshine, and it's a shame that it's like that, but unfortunately, that's the way it is. And that's why we have to talk here, okay? I don't see that because I'm here. These employees, I mean, I haven't seen that in a long time.
Right.
Okay.
I agree.
And everybody's happy. She's only been here for 4 months. You have to give a person a chance. And I'm going to say something else. We had a good manager here before Mrs. Salters. And see, you don't know that because, again, we can't speak. Okay? And when you came on, I don't know where you got that he was a train wreck, because you did say that, okay? You did. But you didn't know him. And let me tell you, very professional, very professional. But because he stood his grounds and he said no to certain people, because he was, and she too, she'll say no. If something's not right, and it's like if you say no to certain people, they don't like that. And then they tear you down, and you're no good. I just don't want. I'm scared, and this whole thing, and this is going to come back and bite us, because I'm going to tell you something. We are under the watch with the OIG, and I think the FBI's involved. And I'm going to tell you, I don't like what's going on here. And you know what? This cannot continue. I mean, I really, truthfully. And you know what? See, I'm here, and I feel it. I at first, I didn't feel it. It took some time. But then, as time has been going on, she has been working. She has been here. Yes, I will tell you, those 2 weeks that she took off, Yes, it bothered me, because I'm thinking to myself, who takes off when the OIG, you got this I didn't like that, but I didn't know, and I didn't, okay? But let me tell you, she's really been working hard to make a difference in this town, and the employees like her. She's got a good relationship with, I think, everyone, okay? And I think, Howard, how do you feel today?
I feel the same way you
I
do
mean,
today.
don't you
I
feel
think it
like
was-
the employees really care?
I do.
mean, I really do. And to me, that's the important thing. If they really, you don't know because you weren't here. Ray, you weren't here. You don't know what was going on here.
Can't go
Okay?
back to that.
And we are not, and I will not go back to that. Because I'm going to tell you something, I'm going to go somewhere else. And I'm going to put up a fight because I am tired of this. And I live here too, Mr. Jacob. I love my town. I've been here for 20 plus years, almost 24, 25 years, okay? And I know everybody in this town, okay? I've been here, I got a good relationship with everyone. I get along with everyone. That's just my nature. Okay, and I'm not used to all this negative stuff, and it's just bad what's going on here, and we cannot go back there.
Never.
I wish that
Yeah.
you would reconsider, give her a chance at least, because I think she's trying to make a change. I really do. And I think too,
Hear from some of
can
the
I tell
others.
you, I think that, too, that when you have a problem, okay, that you have to learn to, you have to talk these problems out. If you have a problem, like me, I have a problem, I go to Mr., I go to her, I go to, Mr. Daughtry, and I say, hey, I don't feel, or if there's something going on, you have to talk about it, and you can work it out. So I think you're jumping a little bit too, and I know that you've been going back and forth, with
Let me
Mrs.
explain.
Salters.
I'm the only one that's been holding her accountable for her position since she's been. I've been trying to since she's been here. You guys let the clerk's office end up in the position it was in without monitoring what was going on, okay? Understand that. I've been dealing
Okay.
with the OIG with the previous town manager stuff. I know a lot more than you guys think I know.
But go
Let-
ahead.
This is my chance.
Yes.
I've been digging through the boxes. I've been finding things that the OIG has been trying to get. I've been involved in the interviews now. I just got elected in March. I should not be that person, okay?
I
That's the
agree.
mess this town has got. Where you put him on a pedestal, let me tell you, there's a lot of dark secrets that you aren't aware of.
Oh, a
okay?
lot.
And that's going on right now here too. The wool is being pulled over your eyes and you're not seeing what's really going on, okay? And I'm trying to expose that now before we go down the road with an even bigger problem. Because let me tell you, I'm telling you right now, she's gonna file suit against us. She even acknowledged that with a nod just a few moments ago. It's going to happen. She did this with the previous town where she was fired from. This is her forte. This is how she does it. This isn't new to her. She's been around the block. She's done this. Okay? I'm trying to put an end to it to better our town, to better our staff, and better our community. Because I don't need another situation that we just had to deal with out of the clerk's office.
And I don't want that to happen.
Okay, I watched you go back and forth with her one evening that I stayed here to make sure it didn't get physical between you and the clerk. That's a situation I never want to see again happen in this town. All right? I don't want to see hatred towards one another because of the color of your skin, your religion, your race, your gender, whatever. It doesn't matter. We're in a new millennium. This does not happen. That went out a long time ago. It's not going to happen in our town.
But
We
I
take
don't
care of
see
one
that.
another in
I
this
don't
town.
see what you're seeing, though. That's
We're-
just it.
We've always been family around here. And since I came in and Ray came in, it's been like that. It's been a dysfunctional family, but it's coming around. Things like job descriptions. We got people who've been here 30 years and never had a job description to know what their specific position was.
Right.
I worked really hard to make that happen. I brought that in.
The HR.
That was a lot of work. You know the process it took me to get that here. And I found the right person to do the right job. I didn't take enough time vetting Miss Salters when we brought her in. I did not take enough time to do enough research. I take that as my responsibility. It's my responsibility to all the staff here my responsibility to all of you, and it's my responsibility to this community to do a better job. That was my mistake. It's not going to happen again.
Let me tell you something, so you know. I've only been one commissioner. I've never had anybody support me like everybody's supporting you, okay? I've been on my own. So all the good things, because none of this stuff and corruption would have been going on if it was up to me, believe me. But because it was only, I was hearing, oh yeah, there was a lot going on. Bob Levy. I'm talking about the money and this and that. Come on. None of that.
Bob Levy, how many times did I bring up about his contract? How many times have I
We're
brought
not
up about the
discussing that
renewal?
right now.
But anyways,
And
I'm
everything
just
like that. So
saying,
that's
I've
why-
only been by myself, one commissioner.
Understand?
Nobody has ever supported me. So I'm gonna let you know, I've always wanted to go in the path that you're saying, you know, the right path, and put everything together. Because I'm that kind of person. So, and there's still stuff going on. There's a lot of dirty stuff going on. And I don't like it. And I'm not saying nothing, but I'm telling you, there's stuff going on, and I'm hearing about
And
it.
we're working through it, one item at a time.
Yeah, I know, and you're right.
You understand, I was lucky to have 2 months off where I could deal with the clerk's
Mhm.
office. Because that was a disaster.
That was it, right.
Management didn't know how to handle that. OIG didn't know how to handle that. You didn't know how to handle it. You flat out said you didn't know what to do. And I took the time to figure out how to do it. I reviewed all our statutes for the state on retention, on paperwork, on what to do. I'm the one who put the plan together on how we were gonna proceed. Okay? It was a lot of work. Luckily, we had Yolanda already in place to help with the aftermath of it, you know? It's the connections that we are making in this town to make this a better place. My whole goal of getting elected here was making this a better town than what it was when I came in, because this place is kind of a mess.
And
Understatement.
But you have to remember, Madam
But
Mayor.
it takes all of us,
Okay, Lynn.
all 5 of us commissioners, to make this place work. This is a commission form of government. We oversee this town. We are the ones responsible. That is our position. And if I cannot fulfill my position, I will resign from my position and not sit up here anymore. If I cannot fulfill those responsibilities and duties.
But that's how I feel, but I think, but I'm seeing a different light than you with her. I'm seeing a different light, and because I'm here every day. And when you're here every day, you see it. It's when you're not here, you're not going to see it. And I'm seeing that
You keep
light.
track of how many days she wasn't?
She's here. She's
No.
here.
Since the clerk's come in, she's been here. But prior to that, the previous months to that, did you keep track of how many days she wasn't here?
No,
She
I
wasn't
was-
here on Fridays. She wasn't here on Mondays. We've asked her, management, everybody clocks in this town. Per our policy and procedure manual, everybody clocks in, including management. That is acceptable. It is acceptable because we need to keep track of time on who's here, who's not. Okay? We need to keep track of that. That doesn't happen. It
Well,
refuses to.
I have to say, Madam Mayor, I see it the way Commissioner Cohen sees it. I'm down here almost every day, and so is she. And I know staff would tell us. They would come, a department head would come up and say, hey, she's ridiculous. This is unreal. You know, but we're not hearing that, right, Gina?
No.
I'm hearing that they,
No.
and the
I'm
Christmas
hearing all
party, all of
positive.
it.
My
So-
motion stands.
Yeah.
There's a second, we're gonna call the
Yeah,
question.
no, I'd like to
Call the
hear
question.
I'd like to hear what Ray has to say, and you.
We don't have to give any comments.
Do you want
No, I
to
don't,
give?
I don't mind, I'll comment, because I do like Ms. Salters, but as everybody know, I'm rarely here, so a lot of things that I'm hearing is during the commission meetings, like this, from Jeffrey, I had no idea.
Yeah, see, if you're
So-
not here, you don't know.
Exactly, so I'm not here, I don't know, but what I have noticed is the tension we have around here, whether it's manager and staff or the manager and other commissioners. I have noticed that tension. For example, on Thanksgiving Day, I literally walked outside that door and we had 2 sets of, I guess you could say, groups that get along. So if I wanted to interact with anybody, I had to go to this group and then jump to the next group just to talk to anybody, pretty much, because we didn't have that unity where everybody get along. I would like to hear from Ms. Salters if she cared to comment, but a lot of things that Jacob just said is pretty much new to me. 'Cause,
Yeah,
I had no
I'm
idea.
just, I don't see that.
I
I'm
didn't-
sorry. I don't.
And neither do I.
Well, I'm doing what I can to protect this town and move this town forward. We do not need to go backwards.
We need to give her a chance, though.
But I
We
think
have.
she's doing.
She's only been
It's
how many
only 4 months.
4 months.
Okay, so you do know that we said originally that there would be a 90-day review. That 90-day review has not occurred. We stated that at the July 17th meeting, that going forward, all new hires, well, it's been in the policy manual anyway, 90 days review policy. We haven't had it. Again, there's been a lot of things that have been going on that everyone isn't privy to because of the Sunshine Law. That's been going on. There have been numerous complaints that have come before myself, that have come before HR, that are very serious allegations that need to be investigated. I've witnessed some of them. I've had staff come to me on numerous occasions. So with that being said, I'm rather call the roll.
Let's hear Mrs. Salt. We have to do this
Well, I think we should
thoroughly.
give her a chance to speak.
You just don't jump. We went through it as sheriff.
How do you feel, Mr. Doctor? Do you want to speak up on this?
A manager.
And I understand
And then
that
we're
it
gonna
took
be
us
out-
a year. No, because you have an assistant manager.
No,
in
we're not
place.
going to have, he's not going to be our manager. We are going to go do an RFP.
You
I
will
mean,
do
if
an
that's what
RFP,
your
but you
plan
have an
is,
intern.
that is
You
not
can't have
going
it where
to,
he
no,
would become the manager.
No.
That's wrong.
Call the roll.
that's wrong.
You want to see,
thanks for
Andrew,
that.
had your response?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I came on in here August 1st, 2018. I did not seek you all out. You seek me out. I have, and could you put the phone up for me texting? Somebody keep texting in. I have only been here 4 months. And if you look at my contract, you all were supposed to have provided me this information in writing. And then I would have a chance to respond to it. This place is better since I've been here, whether you want to admit it or not. You were behind in everything. The audit has been fulfilled and done. I was only supposed to come in here and do the budget. And the audit was supposed to be taken care of by other staff. But I bought you a budget that was 2 weeks early and a strategic planning budget. Now, I have to take you back to the budget. It's approved by the commission. I did not fraud you. Everything that I'm paid was approved by you. And according to your policy, if a COLA is received by other employees, then all employees will get it. Because if you're gonna say that it's only, you have to have been here more than 90 days, then everyone that came in less than the 90 days, you need to take their COLA away from them as well.
I was specifically talking about your contract, not anyone
The
else's.
contract,
I'm calling the question. Okay, we're gonna cut the discussion,
No,
and I'm
she
calling.
has a
No,
right
I
to
have
speak.
I'm sharing the meeting. I'm calling the question. It was already called twice.
I think I
Call the
was
question.
asked to speak by Commissioner Ray. Did you or did you not, Commissioner Ray?
I did.
And put it in writing so
Okay.
we can respond.
The termination is supposed to be in writing, and it's supposed to be so many days that I have to respond. It's not considered immediately. And also, if there were any allegations, you should have come to me and we were supposed to have a meeting and sit down and talk. Now, I have respected each one of you, and I can be respected as well. Commissioner Clark and I, we talked, and we came to a common agreement that things had to be done well with this town. Commissioner Cohen and I the same way. I have never stepped over my bounds in doing the operation for you, what I'm supposed to do. But many of you have taken the role of town manager. I did not say that I did not want to do, I did not know what to do, because I could have corrected the problem. But however, it was good that she was in place to do it, because I said I don't know where I would get started. But someone who has a team to bring in, it would have taken me pulling all staff in, and that helped correct the situations. My time leave when I came, I had told the mayor that I had an obligation back in Tallahassee that I had to fulfill. She signed my leave slip. You gave me, and it was not 2 weeks. It was 2 days and a week. It was not 2 weeks. And as far as being here, I'm here all the time, and I'm 24/7. It's not been just since the clerk got here that I've been here, and I'm here late at night. I have every day from August 1st in my phone. I clock it in because I knew this was coming. When I'm here and the time I leave. If you want me to, because anybody who's exempt, they are not punching a time clock. That's only for your hourly people. Now, if you want to pay me hourly, then we can do that. And that's all I have to say. I have done my job. I have made this place better. You were behind in everything, and now we're beginning to get respect. And the employees that say that I cause a hostile working environment with them, they haven't brought it to me, because I'm going to make sure that what you do is right and holding them accountable. The ordinance says that I only have to do a monthly report, Clerk Commissioner.
Yes.
That's all. Let me
Contract
finish.
also says you have
But-
to do what we ask, and I've asked you for a weekly report repeatedly, and you have refused. That is
No,
insubordination.
I did not refuse.
Ma'am, you have refused.
I am not going to go back and
Flat out
back
told
with
me in an
you.
email, it's not in your contract. Call the roll.
Yeah, but
I am
wait a
not
minute.
going to go
I'm
back
gonna-
and
Roll
forth.
call.
No,
Roll
I'm-
call. We're not going to go back and forth. This
Well,
is
you
not
don't
going to
need to be
resolve.
doing
so
this
roll
at
call.
this time.
Well, now we're
So it's up
Howard,
to you.
the
Making a
motion's
big
on the floor, the
mistake, I think.
second's on the
Mistake.
floor.
I'll say like
Roll
Jesus
call.
said to
Is there
Judas, do what you
anything
got
we
to
can
do.
do to defer this, Attorney Ryan? What can we do?
Can we
There has
do?
to be a way that you give
Well,
it more time.
Here's the thing, the law firm has been included in this. I've gone to you guys, I've gone to your brother, I've gone to you, I've gone to the League of Cities, the attorneys have been
In the event,
to this point.
yeah, in the event there's an affirmative vote, then you would have to present as I said, read earlier, in the event the town terminates the town manager with just cause, as provided in paragraph C above, then the town manager will be given a written copy of the particulars and shall have the right to appear in public before the town commission with counsel so desired, and present evidence, argument, and rebuttal concerning said allegations. Okay, after such hearing, if the majority of the town, members of the town commission, they currently holding office, find there is cause to terminate the town manager, then the town manager shall not be entitled to severance pay. Said hearing shall be held within 60 days of the 60 days of the notice of termination. So in the event that if there was an affirmative vote to terminate the contract, then you would need to provide us with written, or, provide me with written, your written particulars, so that we could present those to Ms. Salter, and so she can rebut it, or, take advantage of the hearing if that's what she chooses to do. So that would be it. So this would, it would be multi-step. It would be, the first step would be to go ahead and take the vote, and if there's an affirmative vote to terminate the contract, then you need to give us the written particulars, not just the naming, the 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1, 3, and 4.
Those have also been provided to you over the last month, and the League of Cities attorney as well.
But what this would do, Madam Mayor and Commissioner Jacobs, what this is do is then we're going to start staff, or whoever the manager is, and the attorney, taking all our energy instead of giving it more time. We could always do this, but you got to give her time. You got to give the manager time. She's doing her job.
She's doing her job.
Okay,
I
there's a
do
motion
her
on the,
every
I'm
day.
sorry, I'm stopping this. There's a motion on the floor. The vote has been called, the question has been called repeatedly. Please follow parliamentary procedures and do Robert's rules. Roll call, please.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs made the motion, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
No.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark. No. Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Tell them the next step.
Right, and I've already just stated that, is that we need to provide the written particulars. So, and I know you sent me some emails, you have to,
Put them all in order and I'll get them back over to you again.
yeah.
So what happens
Right.
now?
Well, no, it is.
I mean, I know the OIG is gonna be coming after us, but what else? And maybe, who else?
Retains her position as the town manager until such time as the hearing, and if at that hearing, there's
That's not what the contract says.
let's read it, let's
You
read it
better
right here
read
then.
it. It says she has 60 days to request, she has to request a hearing and has 60 days to have the hearing. She doesn't say she remains in her position till that time.
And it also says a year that I was supposed to be evaluated, not 90 days.
It didn't take a year to evaluate you. We were able to do it in 4 months. Your true colors came out.
That's good.
So there seems to be some, normally, I mean, everyone else that we have made a motion to terminate or to remove from their position, it was usually immediate, so I'm not sure why
And
this is different
the
in
same.
this
There
case.
is no difference. I've read through this contract over and over again.
So,
You have 60 days to bring your attorney, come back and have a hearing before us. I'll have the attorney provide you with your letter.
Let me ask you, she's still our manager until then?
no, you can appoint.
Okay, so and now we have to put we can't do the RFP. We have, and,
The town can solicit for a new city manager. We can do that immediately. You can appoint the
No, we're
assistant.
not
You
doing
can
it.
appoint the assistant as the interim if you choose to. But while we conduct the search, so those are the options that are available. You can either leave him as the assistant or appoint him as the intern while the search is conducted.
I think we need to go out and get somebody if that's the case.
Okay, and then you have the option, do you want to use the ICMA to conduct the search? Do you want to use a headhunter? Do you want to use Legum?
I think ICMA, or not ICMA, I think either a headhunter or through Megan. I'm gonna have a conversation with HR regarding this matter later on. Probably tomorrow morning. As we are now past midnight. Almost at midnight.
So in addition to that, has been reached out to through the program that was recommended by Reagan. That has been done in addition to what services the league provides for free. They can be retained to conduct the investigation if need be. The law firm is Spellman and Fife, if I'm not mistaken. So Chris, do you?
How does this come about? I mean, I really don't know.
I explained it.
Huh?
I explained it. I didn't want to go in a ton of detail because we're going to end up in a lawsuit here, and it's all going to come out. There's a lot more that's going to come out, but I don't want to sit up here and argue this without
I'm not
legal
arguing
counsel
with
on
you.
both sides, because that's where this is going. Okay, it was going to go that way with him. It was going to go that way with her. The difference between the three of us is I didn't back down. These two stepped back. I did not, and that's why we're at the position we're at.
But see, I don't see.
I know you don't see it, you will. And I'm sorry, because of Sunshine, I can't provide you all that information from day one. I can't provide you with everything that happened all the way along the way. I can't have those conversations with you. I can't have those conversations with her, him. I can't have that. That's our laws here in Florida, okay? There's more that you guys have missed, and there's more to this.
I'm here every day. I don't see that.
What
That's,
time did she show up yesterday? Monday. What time was she here Monday?
Monday she was here, about 10:30. 10 o'clock, 10:30?
4 o'clock.
But she stays late.
No, what was Monday? Let me think, because I was here, I'm here every day,
I was here all day on Monday.
every Monday. Was I here Monday? Wait,
Anyway, let's move
anyways,
on.
I can't think
Chris,
right
I
now.
will provide everything to you again. Please write a letter. I guess this is a direction to write the letter for this. Thank you.
Well, I think the league should,
The league attorney?
attorney should, take care of that because that's what we're paying our dues for to the league.
I was gonna
Didn't we go to the garden?
discuss that with their counsel and see
I
what
see it
what
like
their
you do, Chief.
Okay, so
provision
Jeffrey,
is.
could you obtain her keys and ID for the building, please?
I'll give you the information after. Well, you have the information because HR had provided it to you before.
I need to talk. May I leave for a minute? Can we take a 5-minute break?
So it's midnight.
Well, we have.
Well, I'd like to talk to Mrs. Salters.
Here's the problem. We have 6 minutes. There is a Cinderella rule that goes
Okay,
into effect that
okay.
after midnight you can't
All right.
carry the meeting. So the next item was 10J, approval of regular commission meeting and workshop dates for 2020, approval of holidays.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is just a,
10J.
this is a housekeeping item. And all it really is, it's the approval of the regular holidays that all the employees get and that the town will be closed. And then in addition to that, it is also all the regular commission meetings and the workshops. There are no, at the moment, I don't see any, conflicts with any holidays, but there is one, which is the one of November 11th. I provided all of you with a calendar so you could look at it and see, which other date would you like to move that November meeting to.
I don't even have my
Which
calendar.
day is
You
it?
got a calendar?
We currently have it on the 11th, which is a Wednesday. It's also the same date as Veterans Day. So, we have a regular workshop on the 25th, which is also right next to Thanksgiving. But, you know, it's up to you guys what date you wanna do it. If you wanna keep it within that same week, either Tuesday the 10th or Thursday the 12th, or if you wanna move it to the following week, it's your call.
My suggestion for the month of November would be to move our town meeting to the 10th, the day prior to Veterans Day, and accordingly, also move our meeting to the 24th, which is the day
Can I,
before Thanksgiving.
you got a calendar and a calendar so I can see what we're doing here? I'd like to see the days.
Tuesday, so we move the month of November to Tuesdays versus Wednesdays.
So why are we doing it that Wednesday?
Because it's
Oh,
Veterans Day.
Veterans Day, okay.
And that's when we give them the half a day for Thanksgiving.
Okay, I'll
Okay,
second
all
that.
right, all right. I
I'll
understand.
second.
Okay.
Okay.
Roll call.
And
Motion
then the
made by
21?
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Second.
seconded by Vice Mayor Clark. Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark, Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna just state it for the record. The meetings in November have now been changed to the Tuesday. The regular commission meeting will now be Tuesday, November 10th, and the workshop will now be Tuesday, November 24th. Okay? So I will redo this, and then this will be posted so that all year long, we already have our public notices completed for the entire year.
I'm gonna switch around. 12I, Michael Miller. Michael, that's our 30th Avenue sewer, right? That we need to get up to Tallahassee for the septic to sewer? 30th Avenue revitalization? Okay, can you come on up? Because I'm literally like, we have 3 minutes before we have to shut it down.
You can't make a motion to extend? Or no?
I don't know.
You can make a motion to extend.
What's that?
Chris?
What was the question? I'm sorry, Jeff.
Can we make a motion to extend because of the Cinderella rule at midnight?
Yeah, if you want to continue the meeting to another date, time
No,
certain.
no, I want to let him cover 12I really quickly because we have 2 minutes and I know that we said we needed to get it up to Tallahassee because of the septic to sewer stuff in the jig.
No, what I said is just to extend this meeting.
Oh, extend the
past
meeting, yeah,
12.
oh, yeah, go ahead, yeah, do
You should
that.
go ahead and have a motion and a second.
To
and
extend
extend
this
it
meeting,
past
right?
12.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, to what time certain? I'll make a motion that we extend the meeting past 12.
Yeah, that's it.
Gotta have a second, right?
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Vice Mayor made the motion, Clerk Commissioner Jacobs.
No,
made-
no.
No?
Break.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner DeVille made the second. Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Okay. So we're extending past midnight.
Okay. Michael, go ahead with 12I.
I'm sorry, I'm a little.
30th Avenue revitalization. 30th Avenue land use study, May 14, 2012. 30th Avenue corridor comp
Right.
information and FDOT.
I wasn't given a lot of lead into what you were looking for here, but I gave you everything that we've been looking at in that area. I think in our driving tours, we've talked about that area. In the comprehensive plan, there is language to look at the area between Pembroke Road and Hollandale Beach Boulevard. It's one of our older areas. It's not very wide. It's sandwiched between the railroad and I-95. We know DOT is looking at widening 95, which may affect that area as well. But some of the uses are a little tired in there. That was, before there was I-95, there was a surface street like a US 1. So, and 30th Avenue was a private driveway. It wasn't even a street. So that's why there's very, inadequate infrastructure. We finally put a water line in with fire hydrants. There's no sewer. That's inhibiting our ability to, or our people's ability to redevelop the property. You can't build, for example, a hotel, which might be proper on a highway like that, on a septic tank. There are other uses like that. The antique businesses that were there are pretty much gone now. And it's kind of a transition area. So we've talked about, and we did my firm was hired to do a land use study, which you have a draft there. We've drafted a set of land development regulations as well. So, but what's inhibiting the area is the sewer. So anything that we can do to help do a grant or something, or with supporting some of the documents, some of the planning documents that the town has been thinking about for years and years, they're available, and that's what I provided in the backup.
I don't know if you noticed, it started on the roof of the antique building. They ripped it all down, so.
It was a violation, right?
Yeah, I know it was a violation, but they finally started repairing.
Right. Yeah, the lady's trying to convince me not to put any roof up, that it's a box, and I said, no, and I had some architecture, sorry.
So, Todd, you'll be working with them up in Tallahassee for the septic to sewer and DC strategies?
Yes, if you can get with Dee and have her contact me.
Okay. I'll have her contact both of you guys, because I'd prefer to have both of you guys on this
Sure.
project to get things rolling as quickly as possible, so we can kind of get in there while there's funding.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
You've got two items still
Yeah.
pending.
Yeah, F and H. 12F, town engineer advertisement of position.
Yep, like to,
You're actually still missing 11A. And I was just gonna ask you,
Okay.
you went over 10B, but I don't know if you were supposed to have a motion or anything, or that was just information.
That's
for you?
always informational.
Information, okay, sorry.
10B, we did a motion for 10A.
Yeah, we did 10B.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, 10B was just
10A and
informational.
10C, it's just a 10B, we just went over, and I wasn't sure, and so.
Yeah, it's always just
thought I'd
informational.
ask.
so you got the engineer one?
Yeah, so that's you, Howard.
Yep, so,
You're advertising the position.
yep, go ahead and authorize whoever would be in charge of that.
Okay, Yolanda.
Yolanda.
Yeah. Start right away, ASAP. Todd, you agree with that?
I'm sorry.
Advertising for the engineer.
Yes, and we completed the job description, so now it can be advertised, and we gave those to HR.
I've already received them, and they're gonna be uploaded to the website.
We need a motion on that, just?
No, they authorized this to go out before, but we didn't have the job description complete. Now it's
Okay.
complete as of today, and yesterday, and it's being uploaded, advertised.
Okay. 12H, employee evaluations, as you know, that there are certain positions that report directly to the commission. We've never done the evaluations. Usually the city manager has always done the evaluations, so we need to look at that because we did say at the, in the past that we would be conducting our evaluations so that we'd be in compliance with HR rules and policies. So OL gave us, an evaluation form, so we need to start utilizing those forms for those positions that report directly to the commission. So we will get those out to the commissioners and so that they can fill them out in the near future and get them back to HR.
Sounds good.
Okay?
What are we doing? What is this?
Employee evaluations for the
Oh.
departments that report directly to the commission.
What departments, do they?
A lot of them report to the commission. A lot of the positions are at the pleasure of the commission.
What are we doing? I don't.
Employee
think-
evaluations.
Evaluations.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
I never.
I know, we
Well,
never
exactly,
did that.
we never
That's
did
why I
them.
don't know how you could say.
Even Dr. Levy had a stack of them for like 4 years that were never done. So we need to start getting on the rotation because our personnel policies and procedure manual states that new hires are supposed to be evaluated at the 90-day mark and again at the 180 mark. We stated twice that we would be doing the evaluations twice a year, and we haven't taken any action on it. We've discussed it, but we haven't taken any action.
So now we have to take action.
Yes, now we need to
Do
take
the town
action.
commissioners actually have to make
I
those
know, I
evaluations?
didn't-
Wouldn't it be the
That would be the
supervisors?
It would be the
supervisor.
supervisors for those that aren't at the pleasure of the commission, but the pleasure of the commission ones are us.
Right, well,
That,
yeah.
yeah.
I didn't expect you to do every hourly
No.
employee's
No.
evaluation.
And when are we
Hourly
supposed to do this? And we have
We'll get the
paperwork?
forms, yes, we'll get the forms out. Yolanda actually revised.
And we do it
what
for all the employees?
No.
Only
ones-
those that are chartered positions that are at the pleasure of the commission.
Anybody at the pleasure of the commission.
And who would that be?
Your city manager, your assistant city manager, your public service director, your administrative
Oh,
service
I
director.
got you. Okay. I just want to make sure.
And
Okay.
our assistant, yes.
Mhm.
Okay. 11A, deputy town clerk, resolution of the town commissioner of the town of Pembroke Park authorizing the town to make and enter into a mutual release with Natasha Joseph. So we're accepting the mutual release.
Correct. Let me read that real quick. Yep.
Yeah, hey, Chris, with regards to this as well, Natasha still has her town laptop. We need to get that back. And the ordinances, the original ordinances, we need to get with her to find out where some of them are. So should, I don't know.
Yeah, if you want to, if you make a list of the information and whatever equipment you need from her, so we can give it to her, right?
Okay.
Because I've tried to contact her numerous times on the phone. I haven't been successful.
Very difficult. So,
Okay.
I think this might be something we just see if Yolanda can reach out and try and get that from her, or at least in contact with her and
Yeah, and then she,
figure out where they are.
I don't have any idea where any of those documents. I mean, we can reproduce ordinances if need be, but.
Right, but we don't have the original.
Okay, so we did get notice on the 31st that Natasha Joseph had elected to enter into the separation agreement and mutual release. And then we'll go ahead and we can authorize that. It's a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing the town to make and enter a mutual release with Natasha Joseph, authorizing and directing the mayor and appropriate town officials to execute and deliver said mutual release form on behalf of the town, superseding conflicting resolutions and provide an effective date, whereas Town Commission has terminated the employment of Natasha Joseph effective.
No, those are two separate resolutions.
Yeah, this is not correct.
You found it?
Motion to
Both
adopt.
resolutions are there, but because
Yeah,
we
here it
didn't.
is.
Get out of here.
Okay.
Here, Chris.
Here it is. Okay, so it's
I gave him the one on the computer, but I was looking for the paper copy that's.
Actually, it's a little different than per the terms.
I have it because I printed it out.
Oh, it's flipped out upside down. That's why I couldn't find it. After how much?
2004.
2020-04?
I already numbered them.
Sometimes it's right.
Yes.
Telephone.
Okay, so it's to be a resolution in the Town Commission of Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing the town to make and enter into the separation agreement and mutual release with Natasha Joseph, authorizing and directing the mayor, appropriate town officials to execute and deliver said separation agreement and mutual release. City conflicting resolutions provide an effective date, whereas Natasha Joseph has agreed to terminate her employment with the town of Pembroke Park effective December 31, 2019, whereas the town commission desires to enter into a mutual release with Natasha Joseph relating to the termination of her employment. Now therefore be resolved by the town commission of the town of Pembroke Park, Florida, Section 1, that upon her final approval of the mutual release by the town staff is authorized to make and enter into a separation agreement and mutual release with Natasha Joseph relating to the termination of her employment and the payment of accrued benefits. Section 2, that the mayor and appropriate town officials are authorized and directed to execute and deliver said separation agreement and mutual release for and on behalf of the town. Section 3, that all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith being the same are hereby superseded to the extent of such conflict. Section 4, that this resolution shall be enforced and take effect immediately upon its passage and adoption. Thank you, Chief.
Roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Oh, she's not here. Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Hunt.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Cohen is stepped away from the dais.
Commissioner comments?
Oh, wasn't there two resolutions or no?
No, that's just the one.
No, that was it. That was
Okay,
it.
that's settled. Okay.
Commissioner comments? Commissioner DeVille?
Just Happy New Year's to everybody.
Where was the? Where?
Things will get better. We are working and chipping away at it one item at a time. I understand this is serious for you and Cohen. But as a team of us all, 5 commissioners, we can make this work. We'll get this town going in the right direction. We have taken a big step. This town is a lot better off than where it was last year when we all came in. So.
Okay, my turn.
Go ahead.
So I would like to just say that on the, I have to ask Dave while he was here, we're doing a newsletter, and he's working on different things in Tallahassee to get money for the new building and center over there. So he's going to write or work with me to write the one page. I was told I have one page. We all have one page to express our different things we're working on. So I'm just letting you know, Dave is going to help me work with it, and then he's going to tie it all in to go and get money. And that's why I like that National League, so we can go up there.
Go get them. Yeah, you really need to go
I'm
to
with
that
you.
red
I hear
round
what you're
robin.
saying. So, and small cities.
They do a lot of annexation discussion at the small
I
cities
know,
one.
and we need that. We need to get this bill through. We did approve the lobbyists to go forward, so they can go register. They can talk to the legislators. So that's what I have to say, and Happy New Year.
Oh, yeah. I would like for us to, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the baby mama, the good hood, and the professional firefighters. I don't feel comfortable with this, doing this with these people. As far as, waiving these fees and having these nonprofit organizations come in.
Let's go for the motion and a second, then we'll bring it for discussion.
Okay, I mean, I want to take my vote back. I'm voting, I want to vote no on this. I just don't feel comfortable. I mean,
So you have to have a motion.
They're actually with two separate
Okay,
items. I
so-
think they're three
Three.
separate items.
three of them,
Separate items.
yeah.
So you take a motion, make a motion, wait's done, Madam Mayor, ask the attorney, and you have to have a second.
To bring it back up and then to,
No second?
I second.
Thank you. Okay, so, then what do we
roll
do?
call.
Okay.
Motion made by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, wait a minute, I want, yeah, no,
Yes, the
no,
motion
no.
to bring it up.
Oh, to bring it
You
up,
gotta
yes,
bring it
I'm
up.
sorry. Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
No,
and Mayor Mahoney.
bring it back up. Why would we bring it up if we passed it?
Because she wants to
Because I
rescind,
don't wanna-
Back up and discuss it.
because I
she wants to
don't-
rescind her vote. She just wants to rescind her vote.
Oh, okay, yes, yes,
Okay,
sorry
yeah.
about that, Gina.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
okay, so, now what?
Okay, then you would like to reconsider the first motion?
Reconsider the first motion,
Waive
baby
the fees,
mama.
yeah, waive the fees for baby mama for use of
I'd
of
like
the-
to
of the
waive that.
park facilities.
Yeah, for the park facility, to have them use that.
You made a motion? Okay, I'll second it so we can discuss it.
Okay.
What is the motion that you made?
And then I just want us to reconsider it, because I'm not feeling comfortable with it.
Okay.
Is
Let
that-
me get my 2 cents in this.
Go ahead.
These are nonprofits that give back to our community. They don't cost us a thing. If we can give them just a little bit, a facility to use, we might as well. We have it available for them, but they provide a service for our community and our residents. And that's what we're about. We're about taking care of one another. And that's what these are not for-profit companies. These are nonprofits. They add value to our community. And it takes us just waiving a couple fees for them, it saves them on their financial end to help provide for our community and do things in our town. Why not?
You know what, and I understand what you're saying, but the only problem I'm having with all this is because if we do it for all these, then everybody else is gonna want this, and that's what I'm afraid
But
of.
we only did it for 6 months.
If it provides for our community and our
But you're gonna
residents,
have-
why not?
Because everybody else in this, before you even came on, everybody was denied. They could never use the park. And
That's
it-
not
yes.
true.
No, that is true.
That's not true.
Well, you're
The
getting
churches
it
have
been-
used the
I've
park.
had people come to me
Are they
wanting to
nonprofits?
use, huh?
Are they nonprofits or
No,
they're
it's
not
just-
regular
no,
residents?
no,
Okay,
residents.
regular residents, they're not denied. They just have to pay the $75 fee. It's the nonprofits that we waive them for. When the Boys and Girls Club want to meet to do whatever the little Boys and
Okay.
Girls Club do, whenever the little Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, the cheerleading groups,
Mm-hmm.
we've always allowed them to use the park to do their little practice and things for free
Okay,
because they
well-
don't have the money.
Probably
Okay,
doing it now.
okay, I'll take this back. Okay, I'm gonna support the baby mama, but I'm not gonna support the other two. So we do one at a time?
The firefighters is the Broward Sheriff's
They're
Office.
not,
They provide a lot of, they help us out with
They
our
do the
events.
CPR
They
training.
provide-
Yeah,
They
and
provide people to help out with our town events. So every one of these help our town and help our community and
Yeah.
help our residents.
Well-
They add value to us around here.
I'm gonna support the baby mama, but I don't wanna do the
So we'll bring
Good
up
Hood
which one
because
right
she is
now.
a resident of the town.
Which one are we bringing up right now?
The first one, with my baby mama, I'm gonna support that now.
We already did support it, so
Okay,
you
okay.
don't want that to be
All right, so I wanna do
reconsidered.
the Good Hood,
Doing good in the hood. Those are the ones
doing
that
good
got
in the
us the
hood,
toys for the
I don't
toy giveaway.
support.
Okay, so you want a motion to whether to approve fee waiver for doing good in the hood, then, that's your motion?
That's my
Is
motion.
there a second? Okay, then discussion?
No,
Called roll, please.
thank you.
Wait, what's the motion exactly?
What's the motion?
Commissioner
To
Cohen,
re,
Yeah, but let the clerk, please, let the clerk, if she would.
the motion that has now been made is that it is the original motion, which is to approve the waiver for,
Doing good in the hood.
the doing good in the hood.
Okay.
For their
the fees
toiletry
for
and
use
hot
of the
food
park
giveaway.
facility.
For 6 months, for
Yes.
6 months.
So Commissioner Cohen,
No,
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
and the next one is the professional
The
fighters. I'd like to make a motion, I don't support that either.
Okay. Commissioner Cohen?
No.
Well, the
Wait a
motion,
minute.
let's state the motion properly. The motion should be,
Let the clerk-
yeah, motion to waive the
To
fees
waive the
for
fees for
professional
the
fires.
to waive the fees for the professional
Fighters
firefighters
Association.
association
For a period of
for that
6
period of
months.
6 months.
6 months. Commissioner Cohen?
No.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs? Yes. Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
I just think we're opening up a can of worms here.
Okay. Any other comments?
Thank
Yeah, there
you.
was one item that we didn't get to, that I guess if one of your commissioners would bring it up as a non-agenda item, we need to submit a resolution for the application for the MPO for the Safe Streets Initiative. They want a different language than what was prepared previously. So can you bring it up as a
Motion
non-agenda?
for a non-agenda item, that's my thing tomorrow morning.
Roll call, please, Marlon. Who made the first one, who made the second?
I did.
Second.
I sit on that committee tomorrow morning.
Okay, Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs? Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Okay, so it's the same basic resolution that you approved before to apply for the Safe Street, for the Safe Street initiatives. And just had to add some additional language for forwarding the application. So it's a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Prince Park, Florida, authorizing the town to apply the Broward Metropolitan Broward Planning Organization for funding under the Complete Streets and Other Localized Initiative Program, authorizing and directing the town staff to prepare and file all documents required for the funding application, authorizing and directing the town Public Services Director to execute any and all documents necessary for on behalf of the town for funding the application, endorsing the Florida Department of Transportation, delivering the project on the town's behalf, fully administrating the design and construction and phases of the project, acknowledging the town's responsibility to maintain or coordinate the maintenance of the project after completion, superseding conflicting resolutions and providing an effective date, whereas the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization was created collaboratively to collaboratively plan, prioritize, and fund the delivery of diverse transportation options for residents and visitors of town, to Broward County, and whereas the MPO understands the importance of creating a transportation system that addresses the needs of all users of the road, including needs of people who walk, bike, drive, and ride mass transit, and whereas to accomplish the aforesaid objectives, the MPO created a Complete Streets Initiative based upon the principle that a street where the entire right-of-way is planned, designed, and operated for all modes of transportation and all users, regardless of age or ability, is the most effective way to serve the transportation needs of the community, and whereas the MPO has funding availability through the Complete Streets and other localized initiative program to assist municipalities to improve their roadways to meet the Complete Streets Initiative objectives, and whereas the town desires to obtain funding from the MPO under the C-SLIP for purpose of constructing bicycle path and sidewalk improvements to enhance the safety and protection of the Lake Forest and Watkins Elementary School students who walk on south of 52nd Avenue on their way to and from school, and improve the condition of the sidewalks on the east side of South Park Road in order to provide a safer route for pedestrians and bicyclists who travel on said thoroughfare, and whereas the projects will include stormwater drainage, adjustment for lost swale areas, resurfacing to adjust for road grades, construction of missing sections of sidewalk, and new bike paths on South 52nd Avenue and South Park Road, whereas the town does not currently have sufficient funds available to pay for these complete street improvements and desires to obtain funding from the MPO through C-SLIP to complete the projects, and whereas the projects will be evaluated and ranked by the MPO and then vetted to determine the program ability to, in accordance with C-SLIP policies, whereas the Town Commission hereby states it in support of the project and its willingness to cooperate with all project requirements, whereas the Town Commission endorses the Florida Department of Transportation delivering the project on the town's behalf, fully administrating the design and construction phases of the project, and whereas the sidewalk and bikeway improvement project will be constructed within the town's right-of-way, and whereas the town has been informed it will be responsible for the operation and maintenance of the improvements upon completion of the project, and agrees to assume the responsibility for that project, period. Now therefore be resolved by the Town Commission of the Town of Prince Park, Florida, Section 1, that the above recitals are true and correct and incorporated herein by reference. Section 2, that the town is authorized to apply for funding through Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization, Complete Streets and Other Localized Initiatives Program for funding for bicycle and bike and bicycle path and sidewalk improvements on Southwest 52nd Avenue and South Park Road as described herein. Section 3, that the town staff is authorized and directed to file all documents necessary and to complete all the required applications for the funding request from Broward County Metropolitan Planning Organization for Complete Streets and Localized Initiatives Program funding for the stated projects. Section 4, that the Town Public Services Director is authorized and directed to execute and deliver all required documents for and on behalf of the town with respect to the Metropolitan Planning Organization, Complete Streets and Other Localized Initiatives Program funding request. Section 5, that the Town Commission endorses the Florida Department of Transportation delivering the project on the town's behalf, fully administering the design and construction phases of the project, and whereas the Town Commission acknowledges the responsibility of the town Pembroke Park to maintain and coordinate the maintenance of the roadways after the project's completion. Section 7, that all resolutions or parts of resolutions conflict herewith being the same are hereby superseded. The extent such conflict makes this resolution shall be enforced and take effect immediately upon its passage and adoption.
Motion to adopt.
Well, there was a tie. Draw a straw. Okay, to adopt.
Second.
Second. Oh, hey, listen.